Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Ran taken down. Benhaim out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
Oh my God! Look at the man cook.
But legends stand in their way.
From still hungry. Oh, Gio! You best get up early if you want to come at the king like that. Dumping him out. Oh my word, Addison. Still game over. There's no power up. Oh, but he doesn't have his ground beneath his feet. He kills as soon as he respawn. Backbone.
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Welcome to Watchpoint pre-show. This is week number 2 of our first ever Overwatch League Pro-Am tournament, and we've got a brand new group stage, or rather 2 groups, brand new groups in our group stage. We're getting there somehow. It's been a long day already for me. Yeah, almost there. Anyway, I'm Zoe Schwind, and joining me on the virtual desk are 2 faces you know and love. We're talking about Danny, 335-pound slim.
Hi, everybody.
The one and only Costa, also known as Spaghetti Arms.
Yeah, spaghetti arms. I could do 335. You know, it didn't look that difficult, Danny. You'll be honest.
Easy.
Easy.
Just get me in there.
I'll help you. Just using like 1 or 2 days of working out.
Yeah. It'll be easy.
Yeah, he'll be there. I mean, he's just low-key working out. You just never know. He's one of those.
I don't think he is, but yeah.
Damn, he's right.
Way to call him out. Anyway, guys, long time no see. How has your weekend been?
It's been great.
It's been great.
Awesome. Moving on. Let's take a look at our groups. Let's take a look at our group standings as we're heading into week number 2 here in our Pro-Am tournament. Atlanta Reign and Florida Mayhem sit at the very top, as you can see, with London Spitfire and the San Francisco Shock rounding out the teams who already qualified through Group A and B. But that was last week, so let's have a look at today's matches to know what's coming your way. And we got some good ones, I tell you that. Last week we had Atlanta and Florida looking very strong. San Francisco Shock were, I guess, say wobbly at first, but they pulled it out in the end. London was consistent. Weren't completely stomping everyone, but they showed that they had the flexibility to, adapt and pull out the win when necessary. Now, if we're looking at the matches here and at the teams here, I think one thing which really stands out is the Houston Outlaws. On paper, they've been looking incredibly good. A lot of people have them really, really high in their rankings for the season overall, as they're picking up legends such as Fearless, Shu, Violet, you name it. I mean, they're shaping up to be maybe one of the best rosters we have, Danny.
Yeah, no, I definitely think this year is going to be Houston's year because, like Zoe mentioned, they picked up some great players. As we're seeing right now, of course, for the main tech, they got Fearless, our Grand Finals MVP of last year, and great Winston player as well. Pelican is, again, joining the team. He was with the team last year, had a great performance, and he is, again, back with the team to show more. And, of course, we also have, another great hitscan player. Happy is joining the team, and along with Happy, Shu from the Gladiators, who is, I think he is one of the best honors that we have in the league, is also with the team. And lastly, Violet as well. I think he is one of the most versatile players that we have in the league. So this Houston roster is stacked, and they also have Gargoyle joining the team as well. So they're very well-rounded, I feel like.
Indeed. Now, if we're looking at some other teams which are worth mentioning here, one which is, I guess, heavily leaning into sunshine, good vibes, and friendship is the Toronto Defiant, because they got a little bit of an American Tornado reunion going on with this roster this year, Costa.
Yeah, we've got the reunion of American Tornado. A great contenders team has finally come together, and they've gathered in Toronto of all places. But hey, we'll allow it to happen. But yes, after 1 year of all these rookies finally making it to the Overwatch League, they've reconvened, they've learnt their lessons, and they've come together to rebuild this American Tornado squad. And if you don't know these guys, you should check out some of the Team USA World Cup trials that they've been doing. We've seen a lot of these guys in the type of form that they've been playing in. They look good. They are a great American team, and it's going to be curious to see how good they're actually going to be. Do they have that same level of synergy they had in the past when they were in contenders, and have their mechanics leveled up to a point that they can compete in the Overwatch League?
Let's see if that old synergy will help them out or not as they're flying the Toronto Defiant colors. Speaking of which, as you can see on your screen right now, team support bundles, they are on sale through April 11th. So make sure to get your Kiriko, Anna, Baptiste, and a fancy schmancy weapon charm in your favorite team skins. All of that will be yours for just 350 League tokens. That's right. Make sure to grab them if you're a Defiant fan. Of course, we have them for every other team as well. I personally already grabbed a few. Mayhem is always an easy cup for me just because of the colors.
Yeah.
I don't even care for the team. I mean, I do, but like, I'm not a super fan.
I didn't even like Florida when I bought their skins.
No. Much love to Florida Mayhem, obviously. But, you know, the colors look so good in game. Yeah. What can you do? Anyway, back to Toronto Defiant. I have to somehow wiggle myself out of that grave I just dug. We have a real treat for you because joining us now is none other than the coach of the Toronto Defiant, Casares. Welcome to Watchpoint. How are you doing?
1, 2, 3. Oh. How's it
there
going?
He is. He can count.
Casares!
That's great. and he's joining us for a quick chat. Now, Casares, you've been analyst as well as coach for the San Francisco Shock since, 2020, I think. This season, you will be with the Toronto Defiant. New team, new players, but also new title for you as you're now the head coach. What's that transition been like for you personally?
Yeah, we were having some technical difficulties, but I think it's all good now. Yeah, so the transition has been, a great step for me. I think, after 3 years with the Shock, getting second last year, learning so much under Krusty and 9K both, I think, this was a really good year for me to step into the head coach role and, take leadership of my own team.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're excited to see you pick that one up. So you have to build your first roster. You've gone with a lot of these American Tornado guys. How did this roster come together in this offseason?
Right, so this offseason, I had a couple of options, right? And Toronto was really great, and they gave me full authority on how to build the roster and what to build. So I was considering, going a mixed team because I do speak quite a bit of Korean after learning for 3 years. But I saw this opportunity, and all these guys had signed one-year contracts with the teams they were on. And, they wanted to be picked up as a package. I worked with Collusion Sam before, and, talking with them and going into, the nitty-gritty details with them, it seemed like them and me would be like a really good fit because they really like almost a player-led team, and I've always come from structured teams. So we almost made the expectations where we can like come together and make a 50-50 team that's player and coach led, where discussions can be open. And I think the magic about American Tornado and now Toronto Defiant is that they can say anything to each other. So after every loss scrim, we sit down and we have heated discussions and arguments, but because they're such good friends, you load into the lobby the next day and they're all good friends again.
That's awesome.
Yeah, awesome. As the head coach of the Toronto Defiant, Casares, what do you think is your coaching approach for the new Toronto Defiant team this season?
So I heavily believe in coach-led, but open to player structure teams. So if you have like a 10 for this is a dictatorship, this is a fully coach-led team, and a 1 for a player-led team. I'd say I'm right in the middle. I'm about a 6'5" for coach-led team, and I've got assistant coaches with me, Wheats and No Hill, and they also like fully go up that scale because No Hill loves really like coach-led teams where he picks the comms for the team, and Wheats is more on the player side. So I get a little bit of input from both sides, which is why I think working with them is so great.
That's fantastic. It sounds like you're going to have the best of both worlds. Let's see how it will all come together for the season. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat ahead of your game.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Casares.
Of course. Best of luck to you and your team in the Pro-Am, but of course also in the regular season. So interesting to pick coaches' brains, so it's always great to hear from them. Now, if you watching have just joined us for the fun here and are wondering how the Pro-Am sausage is made, well, let me take you backstage. Let's take a look at the format and talk about it. We have a whooping 20 Western teams participating in our Pro-Am. 7 of those teams are from the EMEA and NA contender scene. They qualified through some qualifying tournaments, and they will join our 13 OWL teams for the festivities. They will be split into 4 groups with 5 teams each, and they will be facing off against one another in a round robins. Everyone will play against everyone in best of 3, with top 2 teams of each group advancing into our single elimination bracket play. And as we said at the top of the show already, 2 groups have already been concluded with 2 more to go. But of course, there's also some cash up for grabs. $100,000 prize pool. You can see the split on your screens right now. 50K go to the first, 20 to the second, and third and fourth will walk away with 10,000 each. And of course, the contenders placement here is important as well, because if the contenders teams which don't make it into the first 4 places, the first of those will be getting 7.5 and the second will be 2.5. So that is some extra cash up for grab, but no double dipping. If the contenders teams makes it into the top 4, then of course they will get the money allocated for that very spot. Now, week 2 is here, gents, and what better way to get things started than some, really good old-fashioned hot takes. Ooh. That's right.
We love hot takes.
We do love hot takes. Usually they don't turn out super hot, so
they never do.
My expectations are low, but please surprise me. Danny, what's your hot take?
Hot take. For me, all right, you guys ready for this? I'm gonna go with Houston Outlaws are not going to go undefeated in the group stages. They are going to drop a game or 2. And, I say this because, historically, everything is Houstonable, right? We've seen there are times where, when Houston, they shouldn't have lost a certain game, but they still did. And it happened quite often sometimes. So Houston fans, it's always Houstonable. Always Houstonable. Aside from that, another big question for me is their tank lineup. Can Fearless really play everything, right? And if he cannot, then can Gargoyle, fill in those holes that Fearless can't? So, unless we're gonna have to watch and find out if that, if Fearless really could play everything, or if Gargoyle is a good replacement. But until then, I think there is a good chance that a lot of different teams can, sort of use that as their advantage as well.
Wow.
Right. That was Danny Lukewarm Lim. Moving on.
How's it lukewarm?
It's pretty lukewarm.
Every year, Danny, you just chose the Houston Outlaws, one of the most common franchises to throw away a match is going to throw away a match. Danny, big one there for you this year.
Okay, Scott, can you do better?
I am going to go better. And I even got my oven mitts on for this because it's going to be so scorching, because my hot take is that the European contenders teams, Twisted Mind or Team Peps, one of them is going to make it out of the groups, which is hot because they are some stacked groups right now. But I believe that their unorthodox style of playing this like Pharah and Echo shooting from the sky, the Overwatch League teams and the people in their groups might not be ready for it. The European style is just so different to any other Overwatch played in the world. They love to play their brawl. They love to do exactly this. And they have some of the best mechanical players on those heroes as well. So for me, it's going to be that European Overwatch is about to take over this Pro-Am. And I think someone is going to get upset because it's only best of 3s. Anything can happen.
Someone is in Florida.
All right.
Oh, come on. Don't, Danny. Hey,
please.
You know what? Wait, was that hot? So wait, was that hot enough?
Yes, that was hot.
That was hot.
You know what? I'm gonna change mine too then. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Houston is gonna lose every single game, and they're not gonna make it.
Too hot.
They're not gonna make it out of the group stage here. Is that hot enough? Does that make you happy, Scott?
We broke Danny.
That was, there's a fine middle ground somewhere in there, Danny. You just literally climbed into the oven with this one. Anyway, spicy. I like it. Thank you so much. Another announcement which gave me that warm and fuzzy feeling that I was looking for in our hot takes was last week's announcement of Calling All Heroes. The program in 2023 is going to step it up. That's right. The Challenger series as well as the Speaker series have a lot more changes coming to them. We discussed it at great length together with Lemon Kiwi here on our stream. And if you missed that and are looking for more information, head on over to callingallheroes.gg. There you can find out how to register for the next tournament, as well as how to join the Discord community. And we very much hope to see you there very soon. And now, when we come back after a short break, we will be talking about the Toronto Defiant. Will they start their season off with a bang, or will Twisted Minds have an upset in store? According to Costa, it's very possible. We'll break down all of the action for the first matchup after this. Welcome back, everyone. Nothing gets us as hyped than penguins. I honestly love to see them.
How do penguins
That's
cry?
right. What?
Cry? What, are you good, Daddy?
Why did you take it there? Okay, well, okay.
They don't make noises?
Probably. Wait, what a downer to start us
Damn,
off
I
after
don't
a
wanna
break.
see penguins
Okay, let's
anymore.
pick it back up with some positivity. I think because our first match just started just a little bit, I carved out some time, Costa, for you, for a little show and tell for the class.
Yes.
What do you have?
All right, here we go.
So all of last week you were talking about how people can submit art, so I thought I would doodle my own, and this is what I've come up with. I think this is some of the best work I've ever made. This is Zoe. This is that's Danny. This is Zoe, and then Johnny's obviously down here in the corner. So yeah, I think you guys can do better than this. Maybe, probably not. But if you can, make sure to submit your art. Sorry, I'll get it off the screen for you.
Wow.
What did I just? What was that?
You
I don't know, that's one for the fridge
Danny's
for
drawing
sure.
tomorrow. I want to see Danny draw tomorrow then.
Oh,
True.
you'll be surprised. I'm a great
He's gonna
artist.
spend all night. He's gonna spend all night on this. Anyway, yeah, treasures such as this one, or even better, can you believe that, will be on full display in our fan art gallery. A more flexible viewing experience and new tools to highlight work from specific tournaments, as well as events, await you this season. And that's my favorite part, an enhanced full-scale view of every piece so you can really get in there and look at all those fine details in Costa's work. Wow, that's going to be great. But make sure to share your art with us, Costa, as well as Mr. X. Last few seasons, they set the bar real low, so you really don't have to be intimidated by what they've produced so far. And you might be featured on social media and on broadcast. Huzzah! You love to see it. Now, another thing I love to see is, of course, our match schedule. It's time to look at the matches we have coming your way today. And we're starting off with a banger. Toronto Defiant, Twisted Minds. Who's going to come out on top? Let's start with that Toronto roster. We already talked a little bit about it heading into this.
Yeah, so we're going to see Hydron and Speedily starting in the roster, which is interesting. We sort of talked about this roster a lot of who is going to be their Tracer player, so who's going to be the one to pick it up. Rumors are that it might be Speedily, so that might be why he's in this roster. But we could also see Speedily, you know, they've claimed big things about how good Speedily's Echo is. They might try and take that aerial battle against Twisted Minds, which would be very interesting to see. But also we got Kaluj coming in as well as the solo main tank. Some people have their concerns. Can he play those main tanks? He's going to have to put those concerns to rest in this match.
Yeah, and on the opposing side, we got the Twisted Minds, and you know, Costa, you talked about aerial battle, and I think LBB on Twisted Mind is definitely the one to look out for. His Echo is really, really good, and along with LBB, a player to look out for, Slay, on Flex support. He's a crazy player as well. He slays. He definitely slays.
Oh, okay.
And just Twisted Mind is such an interesting team, and I'm very excited to see them. You know, for the starting lineup, we're not seeing him yet, but I'm expecting to see maybe Quartz come in as well. Another great hit scan player for the Twisted Mind.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting one because we don't really know what to expect. And that's what gives me even more pleasure to force my analysts to make predictions for, games where we haven't seen either team play, really. So I'm just going to, I'm taking the easy one here. I got to go with Toronto Defiant. I think they are the favorite coming into this, but Twisted Minds might throw them a curveball. You don't know. But for now, for me, it's going to be the Toronto Defiant until they prove me otherwise. What about you, Dan?
I also went with the Toronto Defiant because, you know, if it was anyone else, I think Twisted Mind had the better chance of winning. But against Toronto, like you said, Costa, you were mentioning Speedly and how he's a great Echo player as well. So when it comes to aerial battle, I think Toronto has something up their sleeves as well. So I just went with the safer pick as well.
I also went the safety Sally route, unfortunately. I know, Boomy, that's fair. Here's the thing. I think if anyone in their own play style, but Toronto is a team we have not seen much from. They probably haven't practiced against much of this Echo Farah. Twisted Minds do have a much better chance than we would usually give them credit for against this Toronto squad.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But we'd love to be surprised. So let's see what both of those teams are bringing to the table. This is, however, who we are cheering for in our first match. And you, my dearest viewer, you get to have a whole new way to engage and cheer for your favorite OWL favorites. Yeah, double favorites. Why not? Because we're allowing creators to bring awesome match action to their communities. Watch parties begin now. Like right now. On YouTube. So make sure to share in on all of the action. But enough talk. Week 2 matches begin right after this break.
What's going on, everybody? It's myself, Dustin, joined by Moxie, and we are here now with the Pro-Am, and it's so exciting to be here with you, Moxie, casting some Overwatch League matches for the very first time for both of us. And I think both of these teams, what a better way to come into Pro-Am, into the second week, to see so many of these new contenders teams come through and compete against Overwatch League lineups.
Yeah, and we're probably going to get to see something entirely different to what everyone got to see in the first week, because as Costa has said, it's European time, baby! I'm so excited. I just ripped out one of my headphones. This is a team that we know, that we love. We've got to follow the likes of Twisted Minds and O1 all the way through their contenders journey last year, and as a lot of teams and players will know who have seen that experience, have seen those players come through either inside the E-Leagues or in their contender stints, they like to run aerials. They like to run dogfights. They like to rely on the Pharah and the Echo, and that is potentially going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for some teams that Twisted Minds run into later down the line. Today, however, it's a little bit different, right? Costa was saying that Speedly is known for his Echo. He was extremely prevalent on Echo when the team was playing all the way for American Tornado. But Sir Majed is another one that could potentially provide a little bit of an insight, given the fact that he has done time both with Falcons and O1 in the Saudi E-Leagues. He is used to playing to the tempo of these Pharah and Echo compositions and speed and pacing that we bring from the European region. As we can head into Antarctic Peninsula, a map which typically does see a lot of either Pharah or Echo. If we move into somewhere like Icebreaker, they can be a little bit harder to pull off because sub-level, as everyone knows, unfortunately has a ceiling. And ceiling fans next to Cassidy's are still Pharah's biggest weakness.
For sure. I mean, that's going to be a thing we have to watch out for Labda on the other side. And, you know, you mentioned Sir Majed on the side of Toronto Defiant. He has so much experience playing with Twisted Minds like players with the Saudi Arabian players. But Ultraviolet coming in for Toronto Defiant kind of gives them that Ana presence that they, you know, potentially would need, right? I mean, Toronto Defiant, like you mentioned, kind of playing around speedily, having maybe that Echo. But we know, Moxie, Twisted Minds love to play that Pharah.
Yeah, it does seem like Hydron is going to be the main counter to that Pharah, given that he's going to be starting off on the Cassidy. Cassidy does have a lot of buffs now to him that allows him to be more potent counter to the Pharah, given, you know, he has 25 extra health. The fact that that distance fall off has now been increased, so he continues to be able to deal out 140 damage per headshot, which is typically going to actually be bigger concern for the Mercy. Given that we've seen the changes to Mercy come through, she doesn't get that passive healing anymore. You only heal yourself off of the player that you're currently healing. And when you're pocketing a Pharah, that does limit a lot of the options that are there for the Mercy survivability. So against the Cassie who can hit his shots, it's going to be a little bit harder to keep that Pharah up in the sky.
Yeah, that's definitely a big debate in general, just to see if that Mercy is still like actually good or if that was like a buff or a nerf, right? And, you know, I guess another big debate that a lot of people have been having since the Pro-Am has started is, do these contenders teams really, like, can they stand up versus a lot of these Overwatch League teams, right? Where in the past, maybe people have thought otherwise, where when you mentioned teams like Twisted Minds or like last week with the North American teams, really a lot of these teams are kind of underrated coming into this tournament. But I think myself and you, Moxie, we both understand the power level that is Twisted Minds.
Yeah, KSI starting off in the D.Va as well. This is something that Twisted Minds do like to do. Slay not running on the Ana, but instead fielding onto that Kiriko. Survivability is going to be there, given that Kaluja is going to be looking for a dive target. But already you can see Twisted Minds just pressuring so much into this choke with that Pharah, getting so much poke damage and getting a lot of intel as well of where Toronto Defiant are, cutting off the space that the Winston has, marking his presence, so he doesn't get the opportunity to control that space and look for the dive into the back line.
I loved it, just sitting above the point. There goes the entire team of Toronto Defiant to kind of control this point. Kaluj, and nobody dying so far to this Pharah, so really nice job disengaging them, and they actually take care of KSA's mech. Elabda does trade back Ultraviolet, so you're down your Ana on the opposite side. This Mercy goes really low. This is what you're talking about, Moxie, but the avoidance of Nutella, that Mercy gameplay coming through, but with Kaluj still on this point, with your main tank, with your tank players still alive, it's going to be incredibly hard for Twisted Minds to capture this point first for Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, it is a sort of trade that comes out from Defiant and Twisted Minds. KSA acts as a big old decoy and goes into Defiant, and that allows Lubda to come in and find that pick onto Ultraviolet. Without the Ana, Kaluj should go down, but there's some really good peel that comes out from OG. The bubble is there from the Winston as well. And Twisted Minds, because they don't have control of that point, they don't really have the space that the Pharah is looking for. That point acts as a sort of umbrella for all of the damage that Lubda is looking to put onto the Winston to take him out. So the Ana pick doesn't have the same importance as if Defiant were playing around the sidelines, which is what that concussive is looking to do. Isolate a member of Defiant out, the Cassidy is gone, and this unleashes the space for the Pharah.
Yeah, nice job by Levda just to hover on the top of this point. Yubi, another star player, which we really haven't talked about too much for this Twisted Mind teams. They come through, capture that point. Pretty smooth tank for them. Then move it over to now 43% for Toronto Defiant. This is so far so close.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, however, they do have a barrage to try and control this point. They don't normally have what they would do to keep the Pharah in play when that comes through, though. Slay would normally be on the Ana, the Nana would normally go on to the Pharah. KSA on the D.Va has been known to use just Defense Matrix behind him to make sure that he survives it, but Hydron having this Deadeye is a little bit more problematic for the team to have to worry about. Concussive goes straight in, Lifted goes actually straight for the pick. They go in before Ultraviolence even use the sleep, looking for the element of surprise, but there's Hydron and the Cassidy, there's that survivability with the Deadeye, takes down the Mercy, takes down the Pharah, and the barrage has absolutely lost any of its back.
Fantastic disengage for Toronto Defiant. Flip back the point. Fantastic re-engage. Now to also hold on to beat drop is huge. Leading this next fight, and there's that replay, obviously, with Hydron. With that nano, I mean, just gives him so much damage reduction, so much extra damage on his own. And also to get those shots on the Yubi onto the Tracers, also equally huge. Now, Moxie on the recontest, Twisted Minds are coming through. And it's always hard with this Pharah composition. They have the Valkyrie, they have a D.Va Bomb and a Pulse Bomb. They set up Libda on the top side just to spam, but that beat drop, it allows Toronto to find that space to come back towards this point. They drop the D.Va Bomb on the side of Twisted Minds, but speedily trades it back with a Pulse Bomb. Immediately, Yubi is trying to trade things back from Defiant side, but they disengage, heal up Kaluj, and they're all still healthy. So now Twisted Minds, they're going to get staggered here, and it's the 1-fight territory for them now.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have always relied on their DPS, right? The stars are always the DPS. Everyone else on this roster is looking to set those DPSs up. There's a reason that we don't typically tend to see just Pharah players or just Echo players in Overwatch League or signed onto Overwatch League contracts, because you hit that mechanical skill where Cassidy's can just take your Mercy Pocket out of the mix, and that Pharah immediately diminishes in threat value. And Twisted Minds, without that engagement, without that normal anchor to their composition, are looking a little bit lost, as we can see Hydron now getting that nano boost, and this Cassidy is on an absolute roll. Electric Cowboy is in the server, and he's just getting to zone everyone from Twisted Minds out. They're in overtime, so they have to just keep throwing themselves into his crosshairs. There's nothing they can do to just throw themselves on that point and keep this timer ticking, but that means that there is no target focus, and Twisted Minds will lose Icebreaker.
Yeah, and you pointed it out, Moxie, with a lot of these Cassidys in Overwatch League being able to hit their shots. I think that it's not really something Twisted Minds, this is something that me and you've talked about, where we haven't really seen them compete against a team with a Cassidy that is, you know, Overwatch League caliber, besides maybe Shockwave in past. But now, I mean, Moxie, how do they look versus, you know, Hydron on Cassidy and Toronto Defiance composition?
Well, we saw Hydron was able to keep Lipter in check. Right, it wasn't just Hydron as well, the fact that he was keeping both the Pharah in check, but a lot of the time Nutella was the target. Especially when those barrages were about to come through. KSA tries, he goes in with the defense matrix, we saw it in the replay. He's actually able to matrix out the Magnate stick from Hydron, but because Nutella's gone down, the damage boost isn't there from the Pharah, so the barrage doesn't actually find the picks. Nutella does go onto the Lucio, it's just going to be temporary for that little initial speed boost, so that Twisted Minds can try and match Toronto Defiant, as both of these teams are going to be scrapping over high ground. Twisted Minds so they can keep Hydron off it, and Defiant so they can keep Hydron on it.
Yeah, and this is something we've always talked about with people who have not seen Twisted Minds before. Really, they play a lot of this Pharah comp. They're going to play it pretty much everywhere. KSA now comes up to the top to create some space for Libda, but Hydron decides to go forward and take that duel with Libda on the opposite side. Now he has to deal with Speedily on Tracer, who has been popping off, by the way. Kaluj with the fall through damage. All three members hunting down that Pharah. They do trade him back, but Hydron trades back Slay. The Resurrect comes through, but a magnetic grenade lands onto that Mercy before that defensive matrix was even there. Now KSA towards the point, running low onto that matrix. They cannot take care of Hydron. The peel is too good, and his damage output is too much for Twisted Minds to deal with.
Yeah, I would say honestly, sub-level is one of the most punishing maps when you lose that first fight to keep a Pharah in play. You saw it there, Labda actually gets pushed off of that high ground. He gets relegated to the low ground, and that low ground has a ceiling. He tries to use the shift, he tries to use the boost, but he still gets caught out by Hydron, and even Speedily on the Tracer, being able to take him down. Tracer is not a natural Pharah counter. That Labda was playing that close to the Tracer goes to show what Defiant are doing to mitigate the space that Twisted Minds have control for this Pharah to take.
Now speedily looking for that Tracer duel. Meanwhile, onto the point, both teams kind of fighting each other in a 4v4. Speedily gets anti-grenaded actually by a fantastic anti-grenade from Slay after the recall. Now UV has the pulse bomb, but doesn't see anybody towards this point. But OG does take down LB, and Hydra with that nano boost, doing a good job playing his life, but the pulse bomb by UV connects. So that does give him that man advantage, but used in ultimate in that situation. And Toronto Defiant, they don't really have a lot of ultimates to sustain here, but Kaluj finds Slay, speedily gets Nutella, and although it was a little bit dicey, Defiant hold pretty strongly on this point so far.
This is why we saw Slay initially come out on the Kiriko on the first map, because he knows if he goes for the Ana, he is so vulnerable to Kaluj. Nutella is always going to be pocketing the Pharah, and Yubi is always going to be trying to mark out Defiant's backline and look for that pick onto Ultraviolet, and that allows Kaluj to go into that backline because KSA is not going to be there to peel. He's there to protect the Pharah. Ooh!
What?
Gorgeous turn to manage to actually matrix out that pulse bomb coming through from Speedily. And there's the nano boost. This is the engagement we typically tend to see come through because you don't need the barrage to actually find the picks. You're not left in that vulnerable position where a Cassie can just two-tap you. Instead, you're still mobile, but you still have that massive damage output that is there for this power composition.
Okay, they're finally whittling down Defiant, but that Primal Rage was committed by Kaluj onto this point. He wants to contest for a bit longer, even though they're down speedily. Kaluj actually finds KSA, forcing LB to use the brush, but he slept! It lands on top of a weird part of the high ground! Ultraviolet hits him with a grenade. They do flip the point from Nutella, but nobody else is here. In Defiant, they're surely going to come back. At this point, they find Slay. Kaluj does get slept, a little bit of nappy time for him, but I'm sure that energy is just going to be saved for the next map because Toronto Defiant looked absolutely killer on Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, Defiant, you really can see, have that synergy that they've carried over from the time when this roster was together, right? It's very ironic that it is under the umbrella of Toronto Defiant, not quite American Tornado, or even not American Tornado, but it is like that synergy is still being carried over, and that plays super perfectly into the composition that they're playing. When you're playing dive, you need to be able to coordinate. More so, you need to be able to trust all of your players to be able to fulfill their roles. If Kaluj doesn't manage to go into the backline and find that pick on the Ana, then the Winston is gone, then the bubble is removed, and a lot of the time we were actually seeing that Winston bubble being used to peel for the concussives that came through from Lambda. Right, have a look at some of the engagements that they had when they were playing on Icebreaker. It was always a concussive trying to isolate one of those players in towards the waiting jaws of the rest of the team. Hydron, however, was such a problem for Twisted Minds, and this was my main concern. Whenever I was talking to anyone about how I expected Twisted Minds to be able to perform, I would always say, well, they're a great Pharah team, they're a great Echo team, but what happens when they meet a team that has the mechanical prowess of playing around the tank that you throw in to create space for the Pharah, the Mercy Pocket, the Ana Nano Boost, because we saw what happened if one of those players was left alive, that Pharah was gone.
Well, you know who kind of has been a hidden MVP? Yes, Hydran, by the way. I was kind of surprised by him, but also, you know, we've heard behind the scenes that Speedily has been playing well, and, you know, for Toronto Defiant, he's been a mainstay for them, but it was kind of, I guess, surprising to see him do as well as he was on the Tracer role when, you know, previously he was much more of like a flex player.
Yeah. I think moving ahead, though, Twisted Minds obviously have a couple of concerns that they're going to have to work out for. Right, the good news for Twisted Minds, however, and this is why sometimes they do look a little bit stronger than 01 Esports, who was one of the other Pharah comps that was running in the contender scene, was that they have the ability to sub in Quartz, and Quartz is a monster Sojourn. And I'm sure after the break on that second map, we are going to see the adjustment, we are going to see that sub come through, as Twisted Minds have just seen. If a casty like Hydron is in the server, that Pharah comp is just not up to standard.
No. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you on the other side. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for that map number 2. Welcome back, everyone, and we are in the Pro-Am, in the thick of it. Now we're going to Kings Row, the next map between Twisted Minds and Toronto Defiant, which, if you missed the first map, Antarctic Peninsula, Defiant won in pretty dominant fashion, 2-0, and now Moxie leading into Kings Row. What does Twisted Minds do differently to kind of deal with Defiant and their dominance at the moment?
I mean, apparently not what, honestly, I would prefer to see coming through from this team, given that there's no subs coming through, apparently, which does mean that Twisted Minds are going to be sticking with the composition that they ran out with on Antarctic Peninsula. They're going to be sticking with the players. The adjustment that we might see coming out from them is that Lambda might go onto the Echo rather than the Farah. It has a slightly better rate of survivability, I would say, just because of the ultimate. Like, you can use that duplicate, you can immediately refresh your health bar. Yes, the amount of health that you have when you transform into a tank has been cut down a little bit, because otherwise the Echo was nigh killable. But it's still going to be something that provides you that little bit of refresh moment if you are being hounded down. But Twisted Minds being on defense, they get to throw out their composition. They will be sticking with this composition, and Labda is once again going to be running that Farah. Slay, however, once again running the Ana rather than the Kiriko. Definitely a target for dive, but with the nano boost, we already saw the Farah finds the most value in the Ana's ultimate rather than the barrage.
And now, for Twisted Minds on this defensive side, like you mentioned, we pointed this out with KSA, Moxie, where he just doesn't play a lot of those main tank roles, but, neither does Kalush, right? Besides potentially this Winston now.
Yeah. Well, one thing that we talked about was Speedily potentially going for the Echo. Hydron can actually just sit here on the Widow because they're expecting. They know that Labda is in the server. They know that Afara is potentially going to be running out, or an Echo, which is why we do see that Widow temporarily come through before swapping onto the Cassidy. But Kalush going to be sticking on the Winston, so they are still going to be looking for that counter dive onto Slay in the back line, and as a result, UV is actually the one that's a little bit out of position.
Really fast rotation from Toronto Defiant towards that top side, and Hydrant gets dove on, but the peel is there from Ultraviolet. However, because he committed so hard to it, Yubi is actually the one to find Ultraviolet. The magnetic grenade comes through to try to find that Tracer, but can't find him at all. LBD goes up top, now trying to get his Mercy, who is on the low ground, and Hydrant finds Yubi on there as well. So now Defiant come through, cap this point down. Twisted Minds kind of waiting for a recontest. Surely it's going to come. They now have 50% of the board, but LBD, how did he get that pickoff? Found the Cassidy on that point, so now they don't have their Cassidy, and without your main tank,
KSA doesn't have mech though.
No,
that's the thing. KSA still does not have mech back. He's still in Baby Diva form, so instead it's going to be down to Labda to actually have to act as the pseudo tank right now. And we can see now KSA is in that mech. They can chase back onto Defiant, but Defiant almost got the full 3 ticks because they stored KSA out in Baby Diva form. It's only off of the Farah and the aggression that the Farah was able to output onto the front line that they even stopped Defiant from actually being able to full push.
And Ultraviolet came back onto that Kariko as well. He did trade back LBD, who was using that barrage in that moment from that Suzu. And Defiant, they afforded themselves the opportunity to now push towards this point. And Twisted Minds, they want to wait. They want to nano boost somebody here, preferably KSA, in which they do so. They look for that Lucio. Can't find him. That Suzu is forced though. So Kalush goes to that choke point zone back now that High Noon come through. And I'm not sure how you can delay much longer. You're trying to get to this Diva Bomb, and he does so. So he pops that Diva Bomb. Hydron does trade back one, but the Pulse Bomb lands onto that Baby Diva, who was just about to get that mech, and Defiant capture point A.
They play it so smart. Defiant, they see that KSA is the one that gets the nano, not Lavada, and they know that the Diva's job is going to be to anchor that point. You know what that does, Dustin? That removes your avenue of peel for the backline. And Nutella's health bar dives because Defiant dive the backline. The Mercy goes down, the Ana follows very quickly afterwards, and without those two supports, the Farah just doesn't have any sustainability to be able to try and push back onto Defiant. With the legs taken out of the composition, you take the mech out from KSA, and it just becomes a very easy way of grabbing the full tick. And they've even been able to negate that choke control, where the Farah finds a lot of poke value in building up these barrages quickly.
He's looking for it, but they have no ultimates now. They committed a lot on first point. Slay, by the way, swapped over to that Kariko as well, and Speedily finds him on that backline. What a great player Speedily has been on Tracer so far. Kind of unexpected for that Tracer to be such a prevalent hero for him that he's so dang good on. And now Twisted Minds, they're kind of falling apart at the seams, Moxie. They didn't even really get a hole in this second phase.
Nutella's focus is being split. You hit the nail right on the head. It's not the seams that are falling apart, it's the support for Twisted Minds. Because Slayer's having to run on the Kiriko to be able to just play survivability and have that swift step in Suzu when Kalush dives, it forces Nutella into not just being able to pocket Labda 24/7. And you can see that's twice now that he's actually been caught out without that GA, with it being on 3 seconds now. He's separated from his Pharah, he doesn't have the avenue of escape, and the Mercy's immediately gone down just to Kalush.
Yeah, now they just kind of play slow on this front side. Toronto Defiant moving towards now this second part of the third phase. KSA kind of just playing the choke, goes up to the high ground. Defiant, they make their move. They go for that engage with Ultraviolet's ultimate. Hydran's the one to find UV early on as well, so that's an early pick. Then the high noon to get LBBD. Rip goes KSA's mech. Speedily finds that Baby Diva as well, and now you just have a Valkyrie Mercy on this point to delay. But Moxie, I mean, that's another pretty clean push with only 2 ultimates for Defiant.
Yeah, Deadeye, however, would have been a great zoning tool to keep Twisted Mind stalled up in their spawn points. And Lapta does have a barrage. The problem is the Pharah actually going to have the space to be able to get out to use it. Speedily does go down. Defiant not running that Mercy does mean that they're going to be missing that pick. The concussive almost blasted Hydron into the pit. Doesn't actually manage to find the connection that he's looking for, however, as Lapta now comes in with that barrage, catches on to the Cassidy. There's KSA with the defense matrix behind him, and that does allow the survivability of the Pharah to keep Twisted Minds in the server. They've done what they needed. They needed to just win one fight on King's Row Point C, because this is where this composition excels. Poke fates. The Pharah can just continuously poke and prod Defiant down and look for a pick with Nutella there with the damage boost. That's why we're seeing Ultraviolet potentially go to that Baptiste, because it's not just Immortality build, but another avenue of hitscan to deal with the Pharah, but Ultraviolet will go back to the Anim instead.
Yeah, they want to build up that nano boost for that kind of engagement for them, that win condition now onto this next fight. They just build up that boost. In comes KSA to the backline to harass. The actual dive comes through. Very early engaged from Twisted Minds. They give up that point control for a second to get OG and Hydran out of the fight, and pretty successful push for them. They do lose Nutella, but they find speedily on the that rest of that fight. Toronto Defiant, they're gonna have to build some ultimates leading into this next one.
Yeah, and again, Labda is going in with that poke phase. Speedily might actually swap on something like the Tracer and maybe try and go for something a little bit more like the Echo to try and match the aerial dominance that's coming up from Twisted Minds at the moment with that Diva. But the mech does go down. KSA does have self-destruct. It will be contained by the Winston bubble. He will be able to get back into the mech, however. And defense matrix in this composition is more valuable than self-destruct.
Pulse bomb available. Hydron does get sticky. Does trade it back, though. Does get the high noon off in time. Nutella's there with the resurrect with the Valkyrie, but look how many people were just looking at him. The sleep dart actually comes through onto that high ground where that Pharaoh was. Speedily gets rid of Baby Diva as well, so no more KSA in this fight. LBBD is sure to fall. Maybe he'll be able to live with the support that he has, in which he does so. Slay just being an absolute menace in this backline the entire time. Kalush towards that point, trying to maintain control. 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock. Toronto Defiant opt for a short reset.
Yeah, Kalush has to jump out. Labda's going to have that barrage, and he needs that cooldown to be back online because it is Defiant's biggest counter to it at the moment. Ultraviolet does have the sleep, but KSA with defense matrix can immediately mitigate that. And now we can see the dive come through. The Winston bubble is good, however, and the barrage finds nothing.
No, and Slay's traded back after he committed that ultimate as well, and Hydran does not stop missing either, just continually pumping in that damage. LBD does manage to get out of there with that refresh of his concussion, but goes underneath the map. Can he actually live? Nope. Kalush is there with the sniper. Winton on the low ground. KSA's Baby Diva is found as well. Now we are below a minute on the clock, so that means if Twisted Minds goes to offense, they'll have a chance if there's time left to come back through yet again. Kalush now towards this point is getting this cart pushing forward. Speedily finds UB as well. Now there's 3 on this point for Twisted Minds, but Nutella loses his life, so now they're down 1 more. KSA comes to touch, has some support from the backline, but Slay is pressured back into the spawn where Kalush pops that Primal Rage and finds that Kiriko back into his own spawn. Hydran pops the high noon to get LBD. KSA down as well, and they're going to cap out with 33 seconds left.
Like I said, Defiant are just playing very, very smart. Their target focus is pretty perfect, actually, in the entirety of that last fight. Nutella is always the one being marked, and Speedily or Kalush are always the ones capitalizing. Like, Nutella coming out of spawn just trying to put themselves back on that point, goes down before they actually have the option of going aerial with Labda, because they know that the Pharah has been picked off by the Winton. Winton jump, Winton zap, Winton make sure that the Pharah can't pop up at your back. Kalush does absolutely everything in his power to make sure that Labda and that win condition that anchors Twisted Minds. Every single time Twisted Minds go into a fight, they're always thinking, how do we set this Pharah up? Are we going to use a nano boost? Are we going to create space with the Mercy pocket? Is KSA going to be at the defense matrix? And now we're seeing this team face a question that they haven't had to ask themselves since facing old school EXO when they had Shockwave and Psycho. What do we do when we run into a team that doesn't put up with anything that a Pharah can put into them?
And we're going to discuss the Sleep Dart follow through from Speedily on that Tracer as well. I mean, Moxie, we talk about Toronto Defiant being such a coordinated team. This is what we're talking about, because really the difference that has been the, contenders teams versus Overwatch League teams is that, target focus, that coordination at a high level, and really Toronto Defiant kind of firing on all cylinders. And now for Twisted Minds, Moxie, what's their win condition here with this Pharah on first point?
Take point fast. It's honestly going to have to be something that Twisted Minds need to do, because Hydron is got to go, and you can see they are able to find him. He goes down in hotel, and as a result, Twisted Minds now can really let loose with this Pharah. Labda going all the way around that high ground, pops up behind the Ana, catches onto the Lucio, so he can't really even use the speed amp to make sure the Ultraviolet is peeled for. Instead, Twisted Minds just see those members converging, and they deal with them one by one. This is the power of the pharmacy. Two tapping targets. The Cassie becomes a little bit more problematic with that extra 25 health, but when he doesn't have a Deadeye, and you know that you're playing in a space where you have a Diva to mech with Defense Matrix, you can mitigate that Magnade, you can play as close up as you want.
Yeah, I think what's funny, Moxie, is that we're going to have people being like, oh, why'd Hydra get picked there? But it's just, Labda's just one of those players that just finds those picks onto that Pharah, really just continually proving
it's not even a bad angle for the Cass, right? In practice, like, you have that angle into choke, so you can try and catch onto either KSA or Natel before they're up there with Labda. And if you get pressured, you might be able to fall back onto Ultraviolet and OG. That was the plan. The problem was it just left them as stepping stones for Labda to move one from the next until the entire team was dead.
And now he's behind them onto this top side of the pub. Does have that support. No nano boost available to keep him alive, though, however, if they do get dove on, but they can go back towards their team. They're pressured out now. Toronto Defiant is backing up into the midway point of this second point towards the pub. Labda just playing over the top side. Has that barrage. There's the nano boost and lands on the Ultraviolet. Does he find anything more? Yes, he actually finds Kalush, but speedily does trade him back. Yubi, though, does find Hydron, and finding 2 kills already with that barrage is enough for Twisted Minds to continue on through, as a pulse bomb was committed by Speedily late there.
Speedily just trying to pulse bomb KSA's mech to catch onto either Slay or Nutella, hoping that this was playing just a little bit too close to that Diva, and the fact that KSA didn't have enough time going out of mech and then back into mech does mean that you don't have Defense Matrix, and Speedily does manage to find the frame where Defense Matrix isn't up to attach the pulse, doesn't find the stick that they're looking for, however, and Speedily was doing his best to try and trade absence of numbers for absence of ultimates, because Ultraviolet invested nano to try and deal with that barrage, and as a result, Defiant only have a Deadeye and Primal to rely on this fight.
Oh, perfect disengage actually through both of those, Moxie. They managed to back all the way up, avoid both ultimates, and now the win condition either being that pulse bomb or that Diva bomb. They do use that Valkyrie. However, Yubi on the backside drops the pulse bomb. It does not connect now. It's going to be on KSA, who goes aggressive, forces that Winston bubble, so that's pretty big. Now they have nothing to disengage, so just going to have to back up, but nobody dies. And in fact, Speedily again finds KSA before he has time to remech. He's been doing it time and time again. KSA has had no breathing room to get that mech back, and now without your tank player, I mean, Twisted Mind's going to have to back up. It seems like, Moxie, they're really only winning when they have that nano barrage play.
Yeah, and this is the problem for this composition, right? You rely on that nano. It's a lot less of a crutch than Nano Blade because you don't have 2 ultimates to line up. A lot of the time they do just use the nano when Labda doesn't have that barrage, and they use it to bolt into barrage. However, they are keeping pace now, and so Slay might actually use that nano a little bit earlier for Labda to build that last 10% to hit the barrage, and you can see that they are looking for that space, looking for when they want to nano the barrage. But this is predictable, and it's predictable for Defiant. The bubble comes through, the sound barrier is there, but it's not in time to save Hydron. And as a result, Defiant now just have to scatter so they don't all get targeted by the forest. That's something a little bit petty, a little bit personal about barraging onto a slept Kalude, but he still doesn't go down because Ultraviolet's got another nano. And now the Winston, he's chunky. He's going to be staying right up there. And Twisted Minds, they tried so hard to crack that point open. They're shut out.
That's just textbook and a gameplay right there from Ultraviolet. I mean, just flanking around backside. This is why this guy came in, started on Atlanta Rain, took my position, get that sleep start on that Pharah, perfect anti-grenade, the nano boost. I mean, that's just prime gameplay. There's a reason why this guy is going to be on Team ESA more than likely. But now they disengage, back up. Twisted Minds want to get a fast fight in, Moxie, so they can build some ultimate. Hydran, though, does find one. Yubi does land that pulse bomb, but speedily trades back Slay. And this is what keeps happening time and time again. Nutella not afforded that opportunity to maybe look for the resurrect where he could versus your typical contenders team, and everybody has to disengage. That's another lost fight for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds unfortunately just have to throw themselves to respawn as quickly as possible. You can actually see that KSA goes for that option instead of giving ult charge to Defiant, or worse, getting staggered out of that mech even longer. So we can see how this fight is going to be set up for a lot of these teams. Speedily is just waiting. He's playing up towards that high ground. He's 5% away from a pulse bomb. I am concerned. Slayer's gone on to that Kiriko now rather than the Ana. However, they've seen that again. He is becoming a target for those dives for Kalude when he finds the backline. And they want to use Suzu to be able to either stave off the damage from the initial jump in, or to just stop the pulse bomb from connecting at all. But Labda goes down and Hydron finds that pick. KSA has to use the self-destruct just to keep this mech for a little bit longer. They were able to use it, but unfortunately it doesn't buy them the space to actually get the Pharah back up.
Now, 1 minute and 5 seconds left. Now, Twisted Minds are going to be down one of the members as well, and KSA loses the mech delayed. Will they stagger the Baby Diva? It looks like they do so for a bit on this right side. I mean, 54 seconds. They don't really have to kill KSA. They're not giving him that mech back. He's getting the heals on the front line, so they're committed to keeping him alive. And LBBD, what? Where did he find that pick? Got speedily on this backside, so KSA, they're going to have to kill him quick, and they do so to stop this push, and they find Yubi as well, so maybe a bit of a false narrative that we're trying to push there. The Ultraviolet did get that nano boost onto Hydran as well. 30 seconds left now. Twisted Minds regroup for one last push, Moxie.
This is devastating for Twisted Minds because it is, like you said, going to be final push, and Hydran, off of the damage that he's able to output with that nano boost, is about to come into Deadeye. KSA needs to have defense matrix and needs to be playing with the team. Nutella can't even go that high because he doesn't want to get caught out by the Deadeye, as we can actually see Twisted Minds looking for that flank angle. They're looking to win the fight before the Deadeye comes through, and they're going to be punished for it. Deadeye comes out, Hydran just uses it to take the Mercy down, and that means that the Pharah, so much bite has been diminished to the damage that this Pharah can do. As you can see, Defiant are absolutely nonplussed. They're just going to stare that Pharah down.
Yeah, that was just great work from Hydran and the side of Toronto Defiant. And I mean, that's a pretty clean 2-0 victory for Toronto Defiant over Twisted Minds. And it was expected, I would say. However, we thought that maybe Twisted Minds could throw a spanner in the works with a, potential Pharah comp to maybe throw, Toronto Defiant through a loop. But we've seen, Moxie, time and time again, a lot of these Overwatch teams just do too good of a job adapting on the fly when need be.
I mean, I have to wonder whether or not it would be just as unevenly matched if we hadn't seen the Mercy changes come through. Because a lot of it wasn't down to Nutella's fault. Like, this is a thing that Mercy players are going to have to get used to, and this is something that has left them a lot more vulnerable. The biggest problem with the Pharah competition has always been that you literally just pocket the Pharah with that Mercy, and it eats into the resources that are left for the rest of the team. The fact that Nutella, with that 3-second cooldown on GA, isn't able to fly perfectly between the Pharah and all of the other players on the team is something that Defiant picked up on, and it was something that they punished relentlessly.
I think that overall for Toronto Defiant now coming in, I mean, people probably had some question marks, right? How good was this former American Tornadoes team to come into Toronto Defiant, right? A year late after they were already spread across Overwatch teams doing their own thing, now to come together. Is this the, American super team that we've been waiting for? Obviously, Sir Midget on the roster, so shout out to the Saudis. But, on the opposite side, right, this is a fully American team. How far do you think this team's going to go when we lead into that full-on regular season?
It's going to be interesting for sure. Like, we've seen them deal with off meta. Like you said, we're still to see them deal with on meta. And I think that's going to be a bigger question that we have to worry about, right? Given the fact that the meta that we've seen Twisted Minds from is not going to be in line with anything else that anyone plays. Custa even said there was a team that teased Pharah in King's Row Attack. I was like, there's no way they actually run with this. Twisted Minds actually run with the Pharah. You know what you're getting into when you go against Twisted Minds. These other teams, they've been running things like the Ram, they've been running things like the Reinhardt. We've been seeing a lot more Sombra recently. Sojourn is still one of the better picks in terms of DPS slots. Tracer is something that Toronto were able to deal with really well. Yubi unfortunately wasn't really able to find that space. But speaking about Tracers, Speedily is going to be the MVP of the match, and you can absolutely see why. The guy output 8.4k damage, he had 24 eliminations, and Dustin, he died 4 times.
Yeah, this was very unexpected for me, at least. I mean, I've heard from behind the scenes from plenty of people that Speedily has been absolutely cracked out of his freaking eye sockets. This guy has been popping the heck off so far. I mean, it's only been one match, but like you mentioned, 4 deaths, 8,400 hero damage. I mean, I'm not one to really focus on stats all that much. It's always about the eye test for me as an old head. But realistically, Speedily has been absolutely insane and deserves that player of the match. And Toronto Defiant, they look good, guys. So if you're a Toronto fan, I'm sure you're happy, looking forward to the season. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have more matches. That was just match number 1 of the Pro-Am, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Watch Point Game Break. Zoe here, joined by Danny and Costa. We got our first match to break down. This one went all the way for the Toronto Defiance. That's a convincing victory, which is really what we have been expecting from them. So let's talk about how they got it done. I think team synergy was something we alluded to heading into this first match, and that's exactly what we saw on the server.
Yeah, OG, I was just seeing he made a tweet saying, we don't let that kind of style fly here in the Overwatch League. And you can see why, you know, that Mercy Pharah style, it works in contenders, but when you have the quality of players of the Atlanta Reign in there, everyone was making plays. But the one thing that I wanted to highlight, and I want to keep my eyes on throughout this entire Pro-Am, is both Kaluge and Speedily. Kaluge obviously had a little bit of work with the Winston on the San Francisco Shock last year, so I was keeping my eye to see if he still has that confidence and was playing well, and he did a great job of knowing when to go aggressive, when to play passive, shutting down this Pharah style by constantly putting on pressure onto the Mercy. He was hitting a couple of spicy right clicks here as well on this map, so it was good to see for Kaluge, and the other one is Speedily. He is the big question heading into this year, right? He's such a good player, but last year he didn't play Tracer for the Atlanta Reign. Venom was on that roster, so how good is Speedily going to be at the Tracer? And I think he put a lot of our concerns to rest in this match.
He did indeed, and we actually have the opportunity to hear it from him himself, as Speedily is joining us for a quick winner's interview. Speedily, congratulations on the victory, and welcome to Watchpoint.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so I just want to kick this one off, Speedily. Obviously, you expected Twisted Minds to play this Pharah aerial style. Were you guys confident heading into this match that you were going to be able to dispatch it as quickly as you did?
Yeah, definitely. We don't think Pharah is a very good character, and they only play it, so we were very confident going into this match.
I actually want to follow another question up with that then. You put a lot of pressure on Nutella on that Mercy. Was that one of the big things you were focusing on? The Mercy's so susceptible to death, you were just hunting her constantly.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Mercy is definitely the main target for the Tracer in that matchup, because I'm not going to be able to mark their Tracer very often because she has a Kiriko with her. So the Mercy is really easy to kill.
Okay. I want to ask you about your Tracer, Speedily, because you absolutely went crazy today in today's match. Would you say that Tracer was one of the heroes that you were focusing on to improve during the off season?
Yeah, definitely. Tracer is like the character I really want to get. I want to become one of the best Tracers in the league. So I think Tracer is definitely my main focus for this season.
I love to see it, and you made a great first impression on that Tracer, as we've seen today. Now, prior to this match, we did get to chat with your head coach, and he talked about, you know, the cohesion, team synergy, which is all based on the previous history of the players from your team having played together in American Tornadoes. Do you think this is going to give your team the edge this very season?
Yeah, I do think so, because we're all friends, we've all played together. Our cohesion is really good. It feels really good to play on a team like this.
We'd love to hear it, and we'd love to see it. It definitely showed on the server, though. Thank you so much, Speedily, for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Finally, we can unironically say, with the power of friendship, the team is going to pull through. This one's actually going to ring true. We're not just making it up.
The thing about that, Speedily, most players are usually like, I just want to be the best Tracer in the league. And you're like, okay, man, whatever you say. But Speedily says it, and I'm like, I kind of believe that he's going to pull it off. So I'm excited to see that evolution throughout the year.
Then also, I'm kind of becoming a fan of the new Toronto, because like when we asked about like, you know, this friendship thing, Speedily had like the biggest smile on his face. He was like you could tell that he's like enjoying this so much. So I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, and I love that translated into their play. So I am excited to see more of that, not just in Pro-Am, but also throughout the season. Now, we want you to join us in celebrating the Pro-Am with this limited edition Pro-Am tournament tee. Those are only available during the Overwatch League Pro-Am, so make sure to head on over to our shop and grab yours now. Now, let's take a look once again onto our schedule to see which maps are coming, or rather matches are coming up next. Washington Justice will go up against Team Peps. And if I were the Justice, I'd be a little intimidated because Team Peps not only rocks up with their lineup, they have herds, masses of fans cheering them on, and they are loud in chat, I tell you that. So Washington Justice has their work cut out for them, and one of the men we have to look at in this matchup is Ben Best.
Yeah, Ben Best coming back. Zoe, he's your favorite player. He's finally back in the league with the Washington Justice. And this is interesting because Ben Best, FD God, and their head coach, Get Amaze, were on Team Peps last season, and they're on Washington Justice now. So it's like kind of like, hey, like fighting their
Grudge
own
match? Is it happening?
And another thing, other than Ben Best and those players, they also have great Korean players as well. So this is going to be an interesting mixed roster. I wonder how they're going to do against Team Peps.
I just got some PTSD looking at some 6v6 Overwatch 1 gameplay of when Ben Best was in this league. And, you know, he was on the Paris Eternal back then, and he had a great performance. He's finally made his way back into the league, but he's coming from this very team of Team Peps. Team Peps losing FD God, Ben Best, and Get Amaze as the head coach. No problem. They crushed through this European qualifiers, coming second only to Twisted Minds. And they play a very similar style. They like to play this rush, but also they like to play Naga, who has been in the league in the past as well, who plays that Echo and Pharah themselves. So will this Team Peps have a better success playing this style against I would say a weaker team in the Washington Justice than we saw in the last series?
But this is concerning, right? Because Ben Best and FD God, up until they were recently played with that team, so they have first-hand knowledge of what Team Peps is going to throw their way.
Yeah, they've kind of got the playbook, which becomes a problem when you're like, you know everything that they're probably going to try to throw at you, and you have the experience. The one concern a lot of us have for Washington Justice is, how is this roster going to mesh together? They have a hodgepodge of Overwatch League players from the past, from the present, and there's multiple, you know, different nationalities coming in here. We got Korean, we got Western, we got European. So I don't know about you, Danny, but I'm not sold on this Justice roster just yet.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. Like, yeah, they could Get Amaze and everyone could know what Team Peps is gonna do, but you know, what are they gonna do about the comp situation? Like, is that team synergy? We saw how important team synergy is from from Finn's interview. He even said that, you know, Shock, they have a great roster, but if you don't have the team synergy, it just might not work. So how is that gonna work? That's a big question mark for the Washington Justice right now.
And I want to really like that hit scan. He didn't have a great season with the New York Excelsior last year. You know, their hit scan is going to need to play as well. The Tracer, we saw how much synergy the Toronto Defiant had for that roster and how that shut it down so easily. Washington Justice is going to need to push that same level of narrative of working together, playing with one another, because the way these Pharah and Echo comps pick you apart is when you try and play individual Overwatch. Has this Washington Justice roster been able to scrim and get enough experience with each other to be able to play at that level? But one player I want to highlight on this screen that unfortunately you cannot see his face is Alpha Yi. Alpha Yi was sick on the Hangzhou Spark last year. That Tracer especially, he's such an aggressive player. Keep your eyes on him to do exactly what Speedily just did against the Pharah compositions.
Just based on the players you're seeing on your screen right now, what kind of compositions do you think are going to be the strong suit of the Washington Justice? What kind of style are they going to lean into? Is this a brawl team, you think? Or would you think they will be just as great on a dive?
Whenever you look at Ben Best and FD God in a lineup, you have to assume brawl might come out at any moment, right? But Ben Best has been, you know, trying to move himself away from just that identity of just a Reinhardt player, right? He is a good Winston. He has the opportunity to show it right here. I think they'll have a lot more flexibility than some people will give them credit for. I wouldn't expect them to just come out on this brawl style. I expect the Winston. I expect the dive. I expect them to play an aggressive up-tempo style.
Well, it is now time to take a look at our predictions for this match. This one, I think, honestly, this one is a 50-50 for me. Je suis très désolé to all the French fans. I am sorry, but I had to go with the Washington Justice. Just because what we know Team Peps playing, I do not think that's going to fly with some of the star caliber players from the Washington Justice. I think they will be able to shut that down, but I'd love to be surprised. I'd love to be proven otherwise. Danny, how about you?
I'm on the other side of what Zoe said. I'm going with Team Peps. Because, like, you know, like we said, we just talked about, they could know whatever Team Peps is doing, but if they don't have the team synergy, then it's not going to work. And I think for team synergy-wise and teamwork-wise, Team Peps does have the upper hand right now.
I'm going for Team Peps as well. I'm with Danny. I called my hot take that I think a European team, contenders team, will make their way through and out of the bracket. I genuinely believe that. It's so difficult. Feel the justice with how little run-up time you have to this Pro-Am, plus playing against that Barra Echo style. Without the power of friendship that they don't have, I don't think it's going to be as easy against Team Pep, so I'm going for them.
I do regret my pick.
No, you never know. I think Justice has a good chance.
Washington have a good chance. It really is 50-50.
Honestly, Alpha E could just go crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for making me feel better about this one. Now, we do have a few minutes to, let that sink in, reconsider the choices made in our predictions, and then afterwards, we will be back with all the action between the Washington Justice and Team Peps. Don't go anywhere.
Everyone, and welcome back to the Pro-Am in the second match of this week, and we have an exciting matchup coming your way. The first one, obviously, Defiant 2-0 victory, but now we got the matchup between Team Peps and Washington Justice, Moxie, and the first match is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. But can you explain to me why this matchup is such a big deal to the people in the community?
I mean, I think Disc's already covered a lot of it, right? It is essentially Pep squared in the server at the moment. And there is going to be a lot of, not like hardcore rivalry, but definitely friendly banter between both of these teams, given that the core rosters of both are French and have both been very proactive in terms of getting support from chat with the arms. I'm just looking forward to getting to see Antarctic again, because with, like we said, Benbast and Krandop used to be known for a lot of his Winston, Benbast used to be known for a lot of his Reinhardt. Krandop has since worked to improve on his Reinhardt, Benbast has since improved on his Winston. But on Antarctic, there's only one way that these teams are going to be playing. It's going to be grab a Lucio, grab a Mei, grab a Reinhardt, try to wall off the other team, but always try and play that wall second so you can play a little bit smarter. You never want to be the Mei that goes for the wall first, because that allows the second Mei to have a lot more power. It's very similar to when we see supports use their ultimates. Whoever uses that resource last tends to be the one that comes out on top. And that's a mentality that transfers to every single resource available for every single one of these heroes. This comp is all about management of cooldowns.
Yeah, that's a great way to explain Overwatch in general, right? Like Roadhog, same thing with whoever hooks first. But one of the first instances of rush v rush, except Flores onto that Hanzo and Hybrid onto that Cassidy. Team Peps are the first ones to rotate over towards that point. However, now rotate around, drop that wall off first. Do they get value out of it? It doesn't look like max value, although a little bit of resources are pumped into the side of Benbest onto that back side. They actually push back through and force the side of Peps to rotate towards that point, but they actually get the point first. So now Justice, they're in a bit of a weird spot where they're waiting for the picks. They do force that Mei ice block. The counter wall comes through. In comes that lamp as well to keep their team healthy. Both Baps use immortality fields onto opposite sides. No deaths just yet, by the way. This is kind of how it goes with these rush v rush Baptiste compositions. And the points flipped without any deaths. Now Flora trades back Hybrid on the opposite side. So that's one kill in the favor of Justice, but Zerion finds his counterpart in Teru onto the backside. So now no heals. Zerion pops the window, and the French Prodigy absolutely goes ham, giving that point flip back to Team Peps, not Team Peps squared.
Yeah, so the first pick maybe against Team Peps, but Team Peps come in with the more important pick, and that's Teru. When Teru goes down, Zerion gets to pop that Ant Matrix first, and Peps get to sit on it. Washington Justice do not get to actually try and hold themselves in that point. All they can do is try and stagger for as long as possible. Zerion getting that kill, by the way, onto the Bap mid-exo boot jump. Zerion was known for his Zen. He is lethal when it comes to landing those shots, and that has transferred over to his scans for the Bap, as we can have a look at Flora taking an off angle. They're going to use Dragon Strike to actually zone Team Peps away, trying to find that point flip, and they will actually find the flip. The Ant Matrix even being invested so that Team Peps can't actually contest this, and that sets up the pin onto Hybrid.
And Krondop still towards this point. Benbest not into this fight. B-Drop committed to keep Krondop healthy. The Mei ultimate from Alpha E committed towards that point. Here comes that shadow from Krondop. Does he get the kill? No, it's moved away. Now he does, though. Mid-air does find the slam, but Flora on the opposite side does get Krondop as well. But no matter what, Naga doesn't have much support on this point, just Kelix. So now Justice move towards that point. No Krondop available to continue this point flip. And now Justice, they're going to secure it again and take that point lead.
Well, remember, Justice for the entirety of that fight, when Naga goes for that ice block to try and stall on point, Team Peps didn't have that point because, once again, Justice had zoned them away by the Dragon, by the Ant Matrix, and sat on it to allow the flip to come through. Team Peps not going to have to sacrifice the Deadeye for zoning material, but they lose Naga in the rotation. Ant Matrix does come through. They still think they can win this fight because Flora went down, and that means the shield right for the Reinhardt is removed. Krondop now has to be able to use that shield to block the shadow, and that's exactly what he does. Without the pressure from the Hanzo, he's able to keep the shield's health intact and just allow Hybrid on the Cassidy in the backline to line up the shots and go absolute ham.
I don't know if that was just like a confidence play there from Benbest to try to shatter Krondop, maybe assuming his shield was down or something. But Peps with this point back. This has been a competitive map so far, Moxie, and now Flora finds the opening pick onto Hanzo. This is why Hanzo is such a strong character, right? Can find those logs across the map, get that opening pick onto Hybrid. You know, Peps, what do you do without Hybrid?
Yeah, they have to back out. Crown Top is taking a lot of pressure. Bembest is also taking pressure, though, in this chase. And Immortality Fields are going to be invested for both of these baps, but Zerion actually goes down. Washington Justice now catching Team Peps on the backside of this point. They can't try and rotate any further. Calyx does get knocked, but will be able to wall ride to be able to save his life. It was only the Lucio who got pushed off, but Naga does actually go down alongside him. And that does mean that Team Peps now, as we head into final fight territory, are going to have to throw themselves onto this point to actually contest this into overtime. And that means that the Dragon Strike catches 2 of them. Kranzov and Calyx were looking to cycle their position on that point to keep it in place so that Naga could come back in with that Blizzard and zone Justice off of the point. But the Dragon Strike, it's absolutely tragic. Shakespeare can't actually write a better tragedy than that one. It catches both of them. And that means that Team Peps, that cycle that they're looking to set up, you can actually see it here. Maywell comes through to keep them in check. You know that they're going to be stuck in that choke, and that just allows for to send the Dragon Strike straight down main and catch both. And Team Peps from there, they just don't have anyone to keep the point contested.
Yeah, and Justice, from what we've heard behind the scenes, like to play a lot of that rush. I mean, that should be obviously blatant from this team, how it was built from the ground up. But now Justice, Moxie, they're putting Bembest on the Winston?
Alfie is on the Tracer. This isn't actually that surprising. Like, Des talked about how Alfie was just a really standout Tracer for the Spark. Before he was on the Spark, he was on Billy Gaming. If you were a fan of Contenders China 2021, you recognize this name and you fear it when he pops up either on Tracer or Echo. He is going to be looking to infiltrate the backline. He's going to be looking to pressure Zerion into dropping that lamp too early, and that's when Krandup is going to be vulnerable. There's that pressure, there's that lamp, and Justice just wait it out.
Yeah, but they're also a bit low. They need to get healed up by Teru onto that backside, and Zerion taking a very aggressive position with Hybrid. Hybrid's gonna get his head ripped off by Flora, who built up that railgun shot, and no more Cassidy in this fight means that Team Peps lost a ton of damage. Krondop trying to get out with his life, but I'm sure he's not going to be able to. And now Justice, they're gonna go for the spawn camp a little bit here and just try to get pickoffs while they can as they have that point under their control.
Yeah, Flora on the Sojourn to back Alfie up is so strong. This is a DPS duo just tag teaming. Alfie goes in, applies a little bit of pressure necessary to pull out Immortality Field, and then Team Peps, they get stuck in a hostage situation where they either die to the Tracer or they try and move away from the Tracer, move away from the Winston, and they walk straight into Flora. Speaking about walking into things, Alfie is just hiding. He has the pulse bomb. He knows exactly where they are. He's seeing that they're split away from that. Bap doesn't want to use it just yet. Goes for the stick, but doesn't manage to find it. As the lamp does come through in time, Zerion panics and invested it, and that is a cooldown that Team Peps are not going to have when they try and push into this fight. And as a result, they're just playing for a pick from Hybrid until they actually engage.
And now they push in towards that point. Hybrid goes over the top, does hit both shots against Flora onto that top. So now he's gone out of the fight, but Justice have some ultimates if they want to draw this out. Hybrid gets those heals through the window and actually hitting pretty much every shot. Alpha Yi, Bembest, who's next? Okay, never mind, himself. He's going down to Teru onto that backside, but, you know, they did commit beat drop. Justice did, thinking they had a chance to win that fight. That could be detrimental because now they don't have both support ults and the point flipped.
Yeah, not just beat, but also rush. That's going to be a problem. More problematic for Justice, however, is that Team Peps now have that space to be able to play around where this Tracer and Sojourn pop up. So they've lost a lot of value in terms of that engagement. Bembest, especially on this Winston, if he gets marked out before the dive can fully commit, he's not going to be able to find the target and create the space for these DPS to do that job.
Yeah, and now they back up towards the main side to give Justice a bit of that space, maybe give him a bit of breathing room here so they don't get a great clean dive. And the shot from Naga across the map, Icicle in the brain of Flora, so he's going to fall. He's ragdoll on the ground. Peps still have control at this point, Moxie.
Yeah, a fight won for one Icicle from Naga. No ultimate investment necessary at all, and that's going to really play into Team Peps' hands because they need percentage. They don't need fight wins, they need point percentage to be able to match up against Justice. And Naga has done just that. Unfortunately, however, it's only delayed the problem of the Overwatch, something that Team Peps are going to now have to face down, as Justice just drop onto the point, drop the Winston bubble, and set up shop, trying to bait Team Peps into walking into a Sojourn.
This is tough. It's just Bembest can never get anything set up. Forced to use that Primal Rage. Naga found Alpha Yi again. That Mayo committed to zone. So many ultimates committed for Justice with literally no return. And now Justice are in a situation where they're down one member. 70% now crosses for Team Peps. They have a pretty big advantage. And Krondop drops the Shatter. Finds Teru, but can he get the kill? Yes, he can. Through some perfect flame strikes. Down yet again. One other member. Justice need to get one reset here.
Yeah. Krondop sees that Benbest has expended that Winston bubble. Worse that the Winston has already used that jump, so he's not going to be able to peel back for his backline. Krondop just presses W. This is how the Reinhardt works. Walk past the bubble, walk past any counter for that shatter, find a player as they come up from that stagger animation with the double fire strike, and it's the Kiriko. And again, Justice is sent back. We're in final fight territory, and because these fights have been so one-sided, because Peps have been winning off of picks alone, Justice's ultimate economy still hasn't recovered from when they both used 2 support ultimates in the fight. They only have a rush.
God didn't use it, but Benbest doesn't go anywhere, so he goes down immediately to that window, which was perfectly placed by the Mbappe of Overwatch. They find everybody on the side of Justice to even this series 1-1. And I mean, for Justice, that can't be good, but obviously, you know, we know Justice to be a bit more of a rush team, right?
Yeah. Team Peps, however, taking full advantage of the fact that Justice were trying to play for that dive. The positioning that they had as soon as they were able to actually occupy that point, playing from the high ground isn't necessarily always a good thing for teams that are in control of that point, because it opens you up for being picked out by either the Sojourn or something like a Casti or a Hanzo early, right? But Peps, because they know that they're playing into a Winston, choose to play from this sideline here that we're seeing from Calyx, because if Benbest goes for the dive, he can't easily dive out. He might have the cooldown online, but he's gonna knock his head against the ceiling, and he's going to be concussed, and he's not going to be able to escape back to his team. That Winston's mobility is effectively cut in half. And this is only going to be even more problematic as we head towards sub-level.
For sure. And, you know, Calyx a really underrated player. I feel like in general, Zerion, the anti-grenade came through, forces immortality early. So great anti-grenade from Teru across the map, but nothing really comes of it. It seems like Peps is trying to take this aggressive positioning over the top side. Justice are aware of this, continue to run this Winston composition instead of taking that dual mono-a-mono Krondop versus Benbest on the Rhine. The point slowly going in favor of Justice, but they actually commit towards a dive where they don't find anybody. It was disengaged by Peps except for Hybrid, so Zerion has to go a bit aggressive. Alfie is on his tail, forced to recall out of there. Benbest not finding any damage actually, and Peps are the ones that find the point first. Hybrid rotates across this top side to get Flora, who was sniping from the back, and Icicles and Flame Strikes lands into the face of Teru, who does land the anti-grenade. Is that enough? Yes, it is, even though he lost his life. Benbest and Alfie capitalize onto Hybrid and Calyx, and now Alfie is onto this point. Peps over to the top. They can't really do much in this position. They don't have a lot of heals, but neither does Benbest. Is he gonna fall here somehow? No, he doesn't. Okay, and they flip the point and get heals yet again, but that was such a strange first fight.
Yeah, Team Peps see that no one can really walk onto Krondop, so they decide to allow Peps control of that point in favor of going after the backline and taking the positioning above the Reinhardt, effectively punishing the one thing Rein doesn't have, verticality. Flora's back on the Hanzo so that he can look for those vertical angles and land them over the Reinhardt shield, applying even more pressure onto Zerion and Calyx to using those resources even when the Rein's still standing, just to save themselves to not get one shot. Nano comes on to Benbest. This is the engagement that we're going to be seeing now come through from Washington Justice, and it leads into the Primal. He's already super aggressively forward because of the Nano and the space that it created, and as a result, even though Zerion tries to use that field to just burn this Winston down, all of the players from Peps are just strung around like ragdolls.
It's just so tough because it feels like Hybrid's consistently trying to make plays, in Zerion just knows the dive is coming, so they're always a little bit out of sync here, Moxie. You know, 53% now for Justice. They have that pulse bomb, they have Beat, they have Hanzo. Peps has that Mail, but a lot of these fights are so hard, right? Versus Justice, who over the top side, Alpha G is waiting for that pulse bomb, waiting for that immortality field to be popped. The rotation comes through from Peps towards the back side of the point, but Zerion, there's the dive target onto that Baptiste, forced to use some of those self heals over the top. He's really the #1 priority, forced to use the immortality field, so every cooldown out, pulse bomb comes through. Calyx beat drop a bit too late. They eventually find him. That Mail does get Benbest, but it might be too little too late for Peps, who are down pretty much everybody. And Moxie, there's like no time to recontest. It's looking awfully like round #1.
Yeah, Krondop does have that shatter, but we're just going to run into the exact same problem that we saw from that Blizzard. Justice have the time, the point that they're controlling, and the ability to just position themselves so that only one, maximum of 2 players is going to be hit by the shatter. Krondop looks for that charge, doesn't manage to find a player, cancels it early. There's the shatter, he finds it onto Benbest, but there's just no follow-up. As Team Peps are just falling apart by the backline, as Teru all the way towards the back of this point, safe from that shatter, sits there with the nano boost, so Benbest, even though he's the one that went down to the Reinhardt's hammer, is still standing to be able to push back onto Peps.
Very good job from the side of Justice, and I'm sure there's some friendly bants happening in the chat between the French players, and obviously a fantastic map between Justice and Peps and Moxie. I mean, I don't know if we expected a little bit of that Winston comp to come through from Best. I think you talked about it previously, but to see them actually succeed on the round number 3 where 2 was a bit rough, but then coming in with that Winston with Alfie and that Tracer that really popped off there.
Yeah, that's the difference when we look at all of these sub-maps in terms of Antarctic Peninsula. It's a lot easier for Tracers to find flank routes on sub-level than it is on labs. And we saw it from Alfie, right? That's why they stuck with the Winston. They didn't go back to the Reinhardt playing into that Rhine Rush, because they knew that Alfie would be able to infiltrate that backline and find the back of that BAP. And really, Zeren did everything that he could. He was using those exo boots on cooldown to play around that Tracer and not throw in that lamp, because as soon as lamp is gone, that is green light, go, go, go for the pulse bomb to come out from Alfie and connect onto the BAP, who cannot go down. If the BAP goes down, the Reinhardt has absolutely no sustainability in terms of being able to stand in the front line. And that's how Ryan counters Winston. He walks into a front line, he brawls through the Winston bubble, he swings on the Winston, and he punishes the fact that if there's a player behind that Winston bubble playing with the Winston, like FD God looking to use the Lucio and that speed amp to keep this Winston safe, he's just adding to the Reinhardt's cleave and building that shatter up faster.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point with that, the fact that the Baptiste is always so focused. And this is the great thing, and the bad thing with a lot of these Overwatch League teams is that a lot of these teams are so good at just actually acting on the hypotheticals, right? Like, hypothetically, this rush comp shouldn't do a lot of work if you're perfect. And next map, by the way, guys, is going to be King's Row, so we potentially will see rush become another prevalent composition for Team Peps, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back for that number 2 because map number was close, so we'll be right back.
Nike. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose. Kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Kings Row will be our next match between Justice and Team Peps. And I mean, that highlight intro for the Justice was quite something. I think if Ben Bench was running for senator or something, I could see myself voting for him, right, Mox?
I mean, my shoulders were going like that's the sign of a bop for me, like when my shoulders just like start going a little bit left, a little bit right. But I mean, my heart is starting to just increase in a rate at the moment, Dustin, because we were looking at this matchup between these two teams. We thought, okay, for sure we're going to get Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. We got to see it one map.
Yeah, it's surprising.
But I think if it's anywhere that we get to see this Rhino mirror come through, it's going to be here. I think there's obviously going to be very slight wrinkles in terms of what DPS go alongside it. Hybrid is obviously more comfortable on the Cassidy. Flora is more comfortable on the Hanzo. In terms of power to those DPS, I actually veer towards the Hanzo myself, just because there's a lot of verticality and off angles that you can take on King's Row. You can put additional pressure on the players standing behind that Reinhardt, which does mean that the Mei is potentially a little bit more susceptible, as is that Baptiste. But more importantly, your biggest counter as a Hanzo used to be being dove upon, and Reinhardt, unless he gets a ladder out or climbs the stairs, he doesn't get access to those high grounds. So it's a little bit safer for the Hanzo to be able to operate.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably something that Justice are going to lean towards, but maybe they run this Pharah competition with an Echo. That's something that we've seen on King's Row, right? A lot of Pharah, a lot of Echo just on first point, but no, yeah, Moxie, you called it.
You want a spoon, Dustin? A bowl too, so you can eat those words?
Yeah, I've already eaten them. It's done. And now, Peps already drop off that high ground. Justice now rotate all the way around, leave Flora on that main side, and he's going to be a threat, like you mentioned, Moxie, just through this main side. And now, Peps are aware of that. They want to go through that fight, but Justice, they take full advantage of it. They rotate back to the point, but kind of bait and switch it through this backside. And now Flora spamming through the main, looking for Naga, but it's actually Krondop, who's incredibly low and will fall without that immortality field. And so does Hybrid. So very fast point A, and that Hanzo came into fruition, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, it came into fruition because the setup is there from Justice. That Maywolf from Alfie, yeah, it's to make sure that Bambas can try and catch on to those members in Team Peps and keep them locked up in the close quarters fight. It's also to make sure that if the players of Peps try and walk alongside it or around it, Flora can just hit them with the one tap, and that's exactly what happens to Krondop. He goes down. Now, however, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. The Hanzo has the ability to be able to spam damage through the window, which is going to majorly affect how Team Peps get to hold close around choke. And that is going to burn into Krondop's point percentage and ultimate charge. That's why Kelix at the moment is just in charge of keeping this Hanzo away from that high ground, with the boops, with the knockbacks, with the pressure.
And he's doing a great job of it. Flora now going back to that window, noticing he left. They actually popped that field on that front side, but at the same time, it's disengaged by Peps. Nice job avoiding that Baptiste ultimate all the way towards the library. I'm sure they're going to come in with their own ultimates, but they don't have anything yet. So if Team Peps trying to build up to something, create some space, nobody's built that ultimate just yet. Now B is going to come up in this May ultimate. He's about to pop it, but Benbest, they don't even need it. They already took down Krondop, just diffed Krondop on that front side. Hybrid did trade back FD God, though, so no beat drop will be built, but without that Reinhardt, I mean, there's going to be no ultimates committed now for Justice. They can just keep walking forward. Peps commit that Baptiste ultimate, but it might be too little too late because they already lost their Rhine.
Yeah, Peps committing that Amp Matrix because they wanted to try and find a pick onto Justice to either force Justice into throwing an ultimate in to make advantage of an absence, or just force Justice back, because this is what Team Peps are worried about, right? 4 is already super aggressively in position. That Sonic is going to be getting a lot of information as well on where Team Peps are going to be coming from, and that's going to bite into the time that they have to be able to push back onto this payload. And it means that Justice can just sit back, wait for Peps to walk up, and then drop a Dragon Strike.
Well, there's that Dragon Dragon Strike onto that front line. Shatters come through. May ultimate as well. Benbest is surely going to get frozen, and he does. Nor Mortality Field to save him. Peps are going to stop them right before they can come through. Late beat drop from FD God again. This keeps kind of happening for Justice. These beat drops a bit too late, but at the same time, you know, Kellex had to use his too, so it's not that big of a deal. And obviously, Krondop displaying a bit of dominance on Flora's dead Ragdoll.
Naga is just such a smart mate. They know that a Dragon Strike is coming through. They know that a Shatter is going to be disguised alongside it, so that Krondop has a little bit of a lower chance of being able to block it or go for a counter Shatter. So Naga plays the most safest card that Team Peps have, and that's the Blizzard. If the Shatter connects onto Peps, Justice can't walk forward and capitalize because they walk into the Blizzard. That, however, is not a great way to start a fight. Flora comes in with the one shot, and this is why you run the Hanzo instead of the Cassidy. The off angle's the one tap potential to just win a fight out without having to burn a single ultimate. This is going brilliantly for Justice.
I mean, that's 3 kills won it for Flora there, Moxie. I mean, that's just disgusting. That Hanzo play coming through on King's Row. It's really a signature map for that Hanzo in general now. 4 minutes and 14 seconds, Moxie, for Justice, and they've built up a pretty solid ult charge.
Yeah, Alfie is going to have that Blizzard. Zerion is going to be pretty close to that Ant Matrix, but Teru already has his. And Team Peps was sitting into King's Row Point C. They're going to start running out of room to give up when they want to disengage things like the Blizzard, things like the Ant Matrix. This is just going to allow Justice free cart presence.
Yeah, Benbest then pushes forward now onto this left side, allowing Alfie to look for that May ultimate on to that front line of Krondop, and he actually finds it. Krondop can't even get his Shatter off. No Immortality Field to save him either, because Zerion used it on the high ground to keep himself alive, and because he was a bit greedy there, he lost his life as well, and now you have to rely on Hybrid on this Hanzo. He has to go insane. He does find Alpha Yi, though, and right before Naga falls, he was able to use that Ice Block to stay alive, but he will eventually fall to FD God and Flora on this front line, but there's not a lot of support that Justice have here to close out. You know, they maybe need one more kill from Flora here with this Dragon Strike.
Alfie is coming back on the Bastion. This isn't even like that far out of field for these teams. Bastion against Reinhardt does so brutally well because you burn through that shield so quickly. Krondop goes down, Ant Matrix and Fire Strike combination is just absolutely brutal. As we see Peps just trying to keep this card in play for as long as possible. Naga with the stall, first the wall, then the cube is going to go down to the concussive coming through from the Bastion, and Krondop can only try and shatter into a shield as Justice at an absolute blistering tempo on King's Row. They did not really slow down once. They locked themselves into King's Row C, and a lot of it, honestly, was off of the back of FD God. This Lucio, when he saw that Hybrid went for that change up onto the Hanzo and tried to take back that high ground control for Team Peps, went for the knockoffs, applied that pressure onto Hybrid, and meant that Hybrid didn't get that opportunity like Flora was getting to finish off the fights before they even begin.
That's a very good point. I mean, that's what separates a lot of these top talent from each other is just, you know, people talk about win conditions, very straightforward ones like ultimates, but, you know, there's on top of that even more win conditions when you have, you know, a Hanzo as good as Flora. The win condition is just him getting that first pick. And when he could do it so consistently with FD God to control that high ground like you mentioned versus Peps, I mean, that's what Justice need to continue in this series, whereas, you know, Peps Krondop was calling for that Rhine duel and honestly just straight up lost it.
Well, he wasn't really getting the fair 1v1 though. Every single time he tried to go for that duel against Benbest, he was also competing with Alpha Yi, who would be saving things like the Maywall. When the Blizzard comes down, the Reinhardt's way of countering it is to immediately 180 and charge. And we've seen the adaptation come through of May players to hold onto that wall so they can block that charge off and still isolate the Reinhardt, either in the middle of that May ultimate or by just the wall keeping him away from his team. And every single time Krondop got caught in the Blizzards, it was off of Alpha Yi.
And Justice going to lock towards that Ana Winston composition onto the defense. Still running that Hanzo, swapping over Alfie to that Tracer. Quick rotate by Peps into the backside towards that point. Krondop then comes around, but they want to keep playing it slow. Anti-grenade came out, so that's already one cooldown for Justice used as Terror relies on the self-healing passive of support. They then move towards the point. Peps is kind of biding their time. Krondop goes and touches the point as the Maywall came through onto Teru, but Teru just waiting over the top, gets the anti-grenade. I mean, Krondop, they're going to to have to use their mortality field, but Naga with the icicle yet again. Right-clicks Flora across the map. Hybrid finds FD God as well, and that's some great opening picks from Naga and Hybrid to allow Peps to move towards this point and potentially come back in this series where Justice, they're going to have to swap off this Winston composition more than likely, Moxie, because it's not very good into that second and third point. Alpha E goes down, Teru trades back Zirion, but Hybrid a bit out of position. Teru finds him as well. The DPS Ana doing a great job from this high ground. Teru's building up that nano boost as well, and he might have just kept things alive. Nano boost to Hanzo on top of it. Why not? Flora's been doing as much as he has been. You might as well. And they actually come back when I thought all was potentially lost. And by the way, Moxie, Alpha E's on Genji.
Yeah, honestly, the big thing for Team Peps there is the positioning. They see that there's an Ana in play and Crowndop does get anti-nated, but they split their players. They try and bait Washington Justice into walking into the Reinhardt brawl, and that isolates them out and invites the dive. That's why we're seeing Alfie come back onto the Genji, because they've seen that Peps are going to isolate themselves. That leaves them even more of a target. If Alfie comes in with the Genji and is able to capitalize off of Bembes isolating one of those targets by Team Peps' own hand, they're going to be able to find a pick. There's the dive. FD God is the one that actually follows it up as he tries to find a pick with the Lucio, but the Blizzard is good from Team Peps, and it does mean that the dive isn't able to fully commit onto a member, and as a result, all 5 players of Team Peps are still going to stand, and now they can apply pressure. The Primal Rage is brilliant for stalling out a point, but against the Cassidy, all it does is make yourself a bigger target, as Alfie can still come through with the Genji. He's super close to Blade. He can absolutely try and burn a sound barrier out from Calyx, but he goes down to Naga, thankfully, before he can try.
That was so wild that Alpha E actually did trade back Hybrid, like you said, on that deflection. Unfortunately, him kind of a mouthful situation. Calyx does find Teru on that delay, but you know, not a bad hold for Justice, was it, Moxie?
Yeah, and they can keep Alpha E on this Genji, by the way. Like, Justice are not going to be swapping up with this composition until we see the Nanoblade come through. Because it's going to force Team Peps into playing with the mindset that you're playing into a team that has a Nanoblade. And that is going to make Calyx so concerned about getting the timing of Sound Barrier right. Because if as a Lucio, you get cut into with that Genji dash with a nano on top of it, you don't survive actually hitting the ground and activating the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, he might be, you know, pressured to use it even early here, so we're gonna have to keep watching Calyx from that B drop incoming for that Nano Blade play over to the top side. Alfie kind of waiting for it. Crondop low on the front side, but has the support. They're still getting cart push, but you're gonna enter this choke point where it's not really gonna go any farther. You're gonna have to make a move. You have 4 ultimates going on to 5 with Naga having that Mei ultimate very, very soon. The rotation comes through from them over to the backside. They commit a window on the flank, actually, so Zirion's forced to use every cooldown for himself. Cannot get any beat drop to keep himself alive. Naga does get Teru. The shatter comes through from Crondop as well, but doesn't connect. The high noon eventually doesn't find much. Just a little bit of damage. Now Hybrid is sitting on this backside, but Justice still with some interesting positioning. They got Mei ulted from Naga over to the backside, forcing them to go down to Hybrid on this Cassidy. And now Peps, with a really awkward fight, can manage to close out on this second point.
Yeah, Team Peps commit so much because they want control of that long angle. That's where Hybrid is going to be able to best keep Teru in check, so the Ana can't peek Alpha Yi, because if he does, he eats a mouthful of a 2-tap from a Cassidy. So he can't actually set that Nanoblade up. That's why we saw the dive and the Winston bubble. Now we see the Nanoblade! And here it comes! He's found 1, he's found 2! Lamp comes down, but that's just going to save you temporarily, as Alpha Yi is going for a full team kill. Flora denies him by getting the kill onto Calyx, but surely we're going to see the emote come through from Alfie. I feel like I just got a time machine all the way back to 2021, Dustin. I feel brilliant.
Yeah, Alpha Yi, absolutely insane in general, like you mentioned, from the Chinese contenders. And, you know, great job for them to recontest through there, right? I thought it was all but one for them, but they came through, they came back, and they actually stopped Peps before they could capitalize. And now Peps, they're in a rough spot, so they swap Zirion to Ana, Crondop to Winston, and they're kind of going for an awkward mirror composition with both Winston and Ana.
Yeah, it's going to be dive for counter dive, but Flora's on that Sombra and he's already so close to that EMP. Crowndop has to go immediately for the dive and drop the bubble almost instantly as soon as he touches the ground. They will be able to have to get a lot of cleave with that Winston Tesla coil to connect onto Teru. Hybrid finds FD God as well, and Justice, even though they do have that primal, it just means that the Winston bubble was removed to peel for the backline. And Team Peps, they see that window of opportunity, they take it, they eject the backline, they deal with the Winston afterwards, and they don't even allow Flora the space to use the EMP. Team Team Peps have broken through the stalemate that was B for so long.
Yeah, Justice do look very good, but at times they just kind of falter with either setting up their play, like you mentioned, that primal rage, or something else. And Peps are kind of taking advantage of it. They're building towards that Nana boost, but against an EMP from Flora, who's just waiting towards the cart. Now they know he's there, so they're aware of this EMP coming through. Kellick's maybe going to spy check for it, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to stop them from getting a massive 3-man EMP. Ben Best comes through with that jump as well, and even though they had ultimates, they couldn't get him off.
Yeah, the good news for Kellick's, however, is that he saved Sound Barrier. Normally, we do see Somers get just a little bit patient and wait into that game of Ultimate Chicken where if the Lucio Sound Barrier is first, then the EMP comes out. But likewise, if the EMP comes first, if it doesn't hit the Lucio, the Sound Barrier just saves everybody. But Flora makes sure that he hits that Lucio dead on, and now in that stealth form, he can just get all of the intel so that the anti-nade setup from Terror, who's been pushed on Catwalk for so long, waiting for Peps to walk into him, is absolutely brilliant. Hybrid gets the Nano, however, and that does mean that he's not likely to go down. But the second Nano comes through, and in the vein that we see in Overwatch, if you use a resource after your opponent, you tend to win just a fight of sustainability.
Yeah, now Ben Best gets stickied on the front line, so he's gonna fall, and Peps does come back in that fight, and it's always a bit messy, but Peps are managing to come back through pretty much every single time. At least second point and third. Krondorf was forced to use that Prima, however, so now he's gonna have to back up and build Zerion, who swapped to Kariko, by the way, up to that Kitsune Rush. They do have a hybrid with that High Noon, but against Alpha E, FD God and Ben Best ultimates, 50 seconds left. The beat drop committed early from FD God. For that early engage, they find Kellick's off of Alpha E. The High Noon does trade back Ben Best, though, so now you're down your Winston, but Krondorf is incredibly low. Can he get the heals in time? No, he cannot. FD God was the one to capitalize, but Naga trades back Alpha E on this front line, and now it's just a bunch of DPS and supports versus DPS and supports. Somehow Teru, yet again, by the way, aggressive Ana plays from him, keeps Justice stable.
Terra is just absolutely bloodthirsty on the Ana, and because of it, he's building so quickly into these nanos, and it's going to be so hard to actually be able to push on to Ben. We're heading into final fight territory, and Hybrid doesn't have a Deadeye to create that safe space for Team Peps to push into, like we saw in that last fight. Worse, Flora has EMP, Kellick's has no one in his Sound Barrier. It's going to have to be a Suzu that comes from Zero to save the team.
Well, here comes that EMP. Potentially Naga finds Teru. He does get that EMP after he lost his teammate, but he does get traded out. But that's still 3 kills. Pulse bomb lands from Alpha E as well. And Kellick's, I'm not sure there's much you could do, buddy. Now Justice are going to tank that to a victory over Team Peps when, Peps had a lot of the fans. They had a lot of the French fans. Maybe Justice has stolen them on this day.
Terror was just an absolute standout though on that map. Like sometimes we would cut across and he would just be in the weirdest positions, just sort of playing a game of hide and seek Ana and just waiting with those anti-nades, knowing that if you manage to land an anti onto multiple players, you force the immortality field out like super early, and it means that that massive resource that is a lot of time the one thing that stops these dives from being able to heavy commit. It's sort of a rubber band, very similar to how we see teams play Ramattra, where you have to rubber band with that aggression. You play in enough to bait them into using Lamp, and then you have to be able to disengage cleanly enough that you can wait the cooldown out but keep all of your players intact so the dive afterwards can actually properly be committed. Teru coming in just means that he's able to immediately sidestep waiting for that lamp to come out and allows this team to get a lot more aggressive. But I mean, Alfie, come on, what more can we say? The guy was a monster.
Yeah, Alpha Yi going to be your player of the match for a very good reason. I mean, you talked about him, Moxie. If you can sing his praises for us, I think we kind of witnessed his Tracer gameplay just patiently on that first map and then to consistently help his team, Flora, by the way, to support them on this backside. I wouldn't say that Alpha Yi is just the star player on this team. It seems like Washington Justice from the ground up are such a well-built roster that, it kind of enables Alpha Yi to do what he did on May and do what he did on Tracer.
Yeah, speaking about Tracer, like there were some moments, well, I mean, we have to talk about it. He comes in with
the Genji too, yeah.
a nano blade. Like, what? How long has it been since we got to see Genji having value in Overwatch League? It really is just a hit of nostalgia.
I'll tell you what, Moxie, we haven't seen that since, never mind, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say something about Vegas Eternal, but I think we don't have to say anything. Alfie, obviously.
Cuss is getting a trip down nostalgia lane. I'm getting a trip down nostalgia lane. You're getting a trip down nostalgia lane.
Yeah, playing Genji metas are always so fun, at least as an Ana player, having the opportunity to sleep those Genjis. But obviously, Alpha Yi in that situation didn't really struggle too much. Only 4 deaths in that situation, 7.4 thousand damage. I mean, the guy was an absolute monster in general for the Justice, and they absolutely need that leading into the regular season. But for this Pro-Am, guys, we'll be going to game number 3 after a short break, so don't go anywhere. That map number 3 is going to have 2 Overwatch League teams up against each other, so we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back one and all to our Watchpoint game break. Washington Justice looking well-rounded and take their first W of the Pro-Am tournament. So maybe, just maybe, they've now convinced some doubters. Looking at you here, Danny and Costa, and since you are now officially super fans, I highly suggest you're going for those revamped 2023 team jerseys. You can take a look at the Washington Justice one right here on your screen. So make sure to grab your favorite team's Pro Kit jersey to start the 2023 Overwatch League season off the right way. That's right. I am actually really impressed. I loved what I saw from the Washington Justice. It looked a lot more cohesive than some might have expected from this hodgepodge of a roster, as you said, heading into this one, Costa. Like their comms seem to be on point. They seem to be on like the same page for that game. And honestly, to see the opposition trying so hard to force that brawl mirror, was that the play?
Well, for Team Peps, they're a team that likes to play that brawl, or they like to play that, air style with the Pharah and Echo. Recognizing maybe that the Pharah Echo style might not work at this level, they wanted to play this matchup. You have to play, at the end of the day, your comfort, even if you know what you're going to go up against is going to be that Ryan brawl as well. And Washington showing on the front of, Ben Best and FD God that they can play that style, but we even got a couple of different looks coming out from them, playing that Winston. We got Alpha Yi Genji. When Alpha Yi plays Genji, I don't get as mad. I'm going to be honest. I don't get as mad when I see Alpha Yi Genji as I have last weekend. But overall, as you said, Zoe, I think Washington looking solid. I'm not going to jump on the hype train and buy a jersey as you just tried to sell me on just yet. But it was a good first look by the Washington Justice.
Definitely, and also I quickly want to say, I really like the Alpha E Flora DPS duo. I think they had the upper hand when it came to the DPS duel for this matchup. Yeah, Alpha E.
Yeah.
Crazy,
pretty
dude.
Good.
He's pretty good.
Pretty darn good. Flora getting those crucial picks on that Hanzo, especially on the beginning there of King's Row, making it a blistering attack round for the Washington Justice. Now, Alpha Yi, the man who actually walked away with the player of the match, and rightfully so. He impressed all of us on his Genji, on the Mei, on the Tracer, and he's now standing by with a quick chat with Danny.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Alpha E, can you hear me? 들리시나요? 마이크 체크 한번 해보겠습니다.
들려요.
All right, thankfully Alpha E could hear me. All right, Alpha E, congratulations on the win. So I think the first big question that I have for you is, of course, your new teammates like FD got Bembest and your head coach as well, Get Amazed. They were with Team Peps, the team that you guys just beat. So do you think having them as your teammates sort of helped you get the win today? 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 너무나도 축하드리면서 알파이 선수 오랜만이기도 하고요. 오늘 경기에 대해서 아무래도 새로운 팀에 들어와서 어떻게 보면 지금 탱크 플레이어의 뭐 벤베스트 또 뭐 FT가 선수도 그렇고 또 이제 감독인 게르메이스 님도 어떻게 보면 지금 방금 이긴 팀펩스에서 오신 분들이잖아요. 좀 그런 분들 덕분에 좀 오늘 경기가 조금 더 수월했다고 보시나요?
사실 그거는 잘 모르겠고 그냥 팀 다 같이 열심히 해서 된 것 같아요.
Honestly, I can't really say much about that. I think more than them being on Team Peps before, I think it was because we won because we were the better team. We played a lot better, and I think that is the key to our victory today. Talking about your other teammates, I do also want to talk about the comp situation because we haven't seen you in a mixed roster. I think this is the first time. So how is the comp situation going? Are there any difficulties and are there that you sort of want to talk about? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 당연히 이제 소통에 대해서 좀 말씀을 여쭤보고 싶어요. 왜냐면은 항저 스파크에 있었을 때는 다 거의 조금 더 쉬웠을 것 같은데 소통 같은 게 이번 어떻게 보면은 워싱턴으로 오면서 한국인들이 좀 더 적은 팀이기 때문에 좀 이런 소통 문제나 게임에서 이렇게 얘기를 할 때 좀 이렇게 좀 어려움이나 뭐 이런 건 없나요?
이제 좀 어려움이 있는 것 같아요. 영어다 보니까 확실히 좀 전 팀보다 훨씬 어려운 것 같긴 해요. 그래서 뭔가 소통적인 문제만 많이 해결하면 더 발전할 것 같습니다.
Okay. All right. It is definitely true that I am having a little bit of difficulties when it comes to comms because previous to last year, there's more non-Korean players in the Washington Justice team. So if we could flush out the communications issues, I think we will be on a better foot moving forward. All right, Alpha E, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
There we hear it from Alpha Yi. Super interesting to hear that there are some hiccups in the comms. I don't necessarily feel like that really showed in the game, but good to know that that is something they're working on, and maybe also something that they are currently challenged by. It's going to be a great excuse for any future mishaps happening, for sure. I was also half expecting him to just go complete darkness to match his picture in the lineup. Just, you know, remain mysterious, like, I like it. Now I am giddy, I am excited, I am
Let's go.
I am hyped. This is going to be Houston Outlaws and Toronto Defiant. Houston Outlaws, definitely one of those teams everyone wants to see. We want to know what shape they are currently at. And of course, also, if they're going full steam ahead in the Pro-Am tournament, or if they're going to hold back a little bit, maybe for the actual season. Either way, let's take a look at the lineup they are starting with today.
Costa, you should go first.
Okay, I'll tell you. You talked about them in the pre-show. I'll give them a run, okay? Wait, what do we even say about this roster? Where do you begin? Okay, let's start with the tank. Fearless as the Overwatch Finals 2022 Grand Finals MVP coming in. Incredible tank player. We know him for his Winston. Is he going to have that flexibility onto the other tanks? Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter in the problem, honestly, to me. He can play absolutely anything. The backline, you got Shu and Violet, considered at different eras to be the best flex support in the game. Violet has a lot of flexibility in his wheelhouse now that he can play the Lucio. They should be able to dominate this entire time. Then we haven't even talked about Pelican, a Rookie of the Year in 2021, I believe. And then we have, Happy, who's been considered, historically a top 3 hit scan whenever he's existed in the league. So, I don't know. This roster's just so stacked. Is this going to be the first time that Houston has this expectation to be able to win a chip?
They do look stacked, but hey, we saw what Toronto could do in their first match, and they looked pretty good as well. Kluge on the Winston was really good. Speedly, like we talked to him during the post-match interview, he's been on that Tracer grind for a long time, and it's showing. So, of course, Houston Outlaws, they're stacked, but I think Toronto Defiant is definitely going to put up a fight.
Yeah, but I think... Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I think it's going to be an interesting matchup of the Winstons because Toulouse had a pretty easy time with it, same with Speedily. Talking about another player who's going to be in the server that we need to keep our eyes on, Pelican. Last year, he said himself he wasn't comfortable playing that Tracer, but we've seen it so far. He said in multiple interviews, I've been focusing on practicing my Tracer so that I can bring it to this Houston Outlaws. Speedily versus Pelican, two incredible players who are picking up a hero they're not known for. We will see that head-to-head in this match.
We will indeed. But honestly, this is the first time we're now going to see the real Toronto Defiant, as the Houston Outlaws will for sure test them to their limits in their first match today against Twisted Minds. I mean, frankly, I don't really think it was too hard just because it was a compositional mismatch. I think Toronto Defiant had an easier time there, but the Houston Outlaws, well, they're certainly not going to come out with some wonky cheese comms, I don't think. So we're going to see the real Toronto Defiant going up against a first look at the Houston Outlaws. For the predictions, Outlaws all the way. Yeehaw! I am in on this team for this season, and I so hope that they don't just implode on themselves. But we'll see. Danny, who you got?
Zoe, everything is Houstonable. But not this time around. Hey, I don't know. We gotta watch and we gotta see. But hey, like right now, Houston looks a little too good on paper.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. We can talk praises to Toronto Defiant about how they did against the Twisted Minds, but just you look at these players on paper of the Houston Outlaws, we don't know what to expect, but it's got to be pretty good. So I'm going with the Houston Outlaws as well. I'm excited to see both of these teams go head-to-head because this will be our first top-end premier battle heading into this prime.
Yeah, I am as excited as can be, and so is everyone else on the desk. But of course, we are now going to bring in our phenomenal casters. Moxie and Dustin will bring you all the action.
Well, thank you for that transition, Zoe. And obviously, I'm kind of disappointed in the desk here, Moxie. They all going for Outlaws, huh? Danny was saying they look good on paper. Okay, that everything's on paper until it comes into frickin' fruition. So we need to see Outlaws come into this match versus Toronto, who, by the way, let me remind you, look pretty dang good in map number 1, Moxie. So I don't know if you're with me. Do you think this game's really going to be?
I'm against you, Dustin. I'm with Desk here.
Are you kidding me, dude? It's okay.
Hey, look, you put Fearless on a team, and instantly, when we're in a meta where Monkey is just super valuable, I'm gonna go with ye old Shanghai Dragons Winston.
It's fair.
Come on. The guy is pretty much just the best Winston in the world. Like, Gushui and Fearless just tie for world best Winston at the moment for me.
On Nepal, I mean, he'll be able to show that, right? He'll be able to play that Winston, kind of lock it. And, you know, we have to talk about maybe our predictions a little here. I think that I'm going to be the one guy to go for Defiant, okay? Everybody else going for Outlaws, but Defiant looked good. And, you know, the old American favored Defiant, I guess it's just like, you know... it's kind of the reason why I retired Moxie. The Koreans are too good, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, America's had their time, you know, back when like Surefour was playing, but I think now Outlaw is just a dominant roster on paper.
Not even going for the ego check of like when I was playing.
No, I was terrible. I mean, I was a bad player, to be honest with you. But, you know, like now moving into the future, you know, that's why we got Ultraviolet in the game, right?
Yeah, Violet gonna be sitting there on the Zen, a role that you're very much familiar with. Like, this is something that you have to worry about, though. When you run that Zen over the Lucio, you are effectively a glass cannon. Fearless, however, going to be smacking a couple of other things. He's not going to be running around on the Winston. He's going to be coming out on the Doomfist, and I'm a little bit concerned about this because Hydron on that Casty with that extra health and the Magnate to punish when the Doomfist gets too close is going to be such a prime target to take the Doomfist down. But Kaluge is actually the one that Outlaws go after, and this is really unexpected. So unexpected that Defiant really went ready for it because he gets hacked. He immediately just gets to sit there as Phyllis comes in with that punch, and instantly Defiant without a tank can do nothing as Outlaws just send Pelican to pick a point.
Yeah, I didn't even see if he was discorded either. I mean, I probably was considering how fast he died there.
He evaporated.
Yeah, it was so quick. And Ultraviolet, like you mentioned, now over to that Kariko, you know, Defiant are in a weird spot. They're going to come into this point happy, looking for the hack in the backline. Nice anti-grenade lands. OG and Hydron already low. I mean, how do you live versus that? Shu taken down, eventually will fall, but the disengage now comes through from Fearless to keep his Zenyatta alive. And with that Discord, I'm not sure if Luge can do too much, but Shu's still out of the fight, right? And Houston now can rotate towards this main side. Toronto Defiant, half their group get some heals, but they're now regrouped as 5 and as are Outlaws.
Yeah, this is the problem now that Outlaws have to face. They haven't been able to pick off one of the members of Defiant, but Ultraviolet does get hacked. We'll be able to cleanse it with that CZ. And still, this is just buying space for Violet to stay alive and not get dove upon by Defiant, allowing him to come in with those Zenobs and absolutely hurtle through Speedley's health.
And Fearless gets the punch off the map on the Ultraviolet too before he could even use the Swift Step. Now Hydron and Kaluge are gone, and I can see, okay, maybe I was doubting Outlaws a little bit too much for no reason, right? This is the reason why people even, you know, not about just Fearless, but people call Violet the GOAT of Overwatch just because of how successful he's been. In this Outlaws team, now with ultimates, Defiant are in a huge hole.
I mean, it's not just Violet, either it's Shu as well. This whole backline is just pumping damage constantly. And when you add on things like the Antinate and the Discord, Phyllis just gets coming for like 3 seconds and job is done. Speaking about job is done, Defiant's push is done. Meteor Strike even. A cherry on top to take Kaluge down. And Outlaws just finished the fight off so quickly. Defiant, they swapped composition like 2 fights before this. Hydron is yet to hit the overclock.
Oh god, he's 85, 86. It's a Hydron overclock situation now. Defiant now rotate towards the main. Outlaws now back towards the point. They still have Violet in a very safe position. They have that nano boost. They commit it onto the Doomfist, who's looking for a target, but it might have been just a bait to force that Kitsune rush out. So now Fearless comes back for the peel, and Kaluge is already dead. So no more Winston on the side of Defiant. You don't have a tank at all. Outlaws are still very healthy. Fearless is low, but just backs on under there. Has the Transcendence. They hold the W key with it. Overtime is halfway ticked down. Can anybody touch? They do so, but not after Hydron's dead while overclocking. Kaluge is back with the Primal Rage, but he's being juggled around by a Doomfist. And now Violet could just play that Jonak style. Outlaws will win round number 1.
Outlaws with a glass cannon that is effectively just reinforced glass. The only thing that matters for that composition from Outlaws is the cannon aspect, because they just blitzed a hole through Defiant's forces every single time a fight began, to the point that we saw Defiant have like 1 ultimate per player. Shu, by the way, just getting to see his POV. Look at what he was doing. He gets to nano Fearless and then just deal with Kalush looking for that dive. And then here comes Violet. They know that the Winston bubble's been used. There's the Discord. He's already sleeping. You're not missing that headshot. Pelican even lending a little bit of a hand, just tossing up a false bomb. It really is a group effort from Outlaws, and they just come together, all 5 players, to just blitz the member of Defiant down and then move on to the next. Here, however, though, is where the Doomfist doesn't really work. Phyllis comes out onto that Winston. Already is going to jump straight onto Defiant, but Defiant are running the Reinhardt, and they're actually negating the cons of running a Reinhardt composition, not having access to that high ground traditionally, by keeping Hydra on the Symmetra, so the TP can allow Kalush to rotate around and catch Outlaws before the Lucio can out-rotate this round composition.
Yeah, now they drop to the point, and by the way, if you're wondering, Outlaws have only had 1 death on the entire first round. Defiant do get that point swap. No deaths, no second death, I should say, happens just yet for them. They kind of surround the point, leave Happy on this high ground to find some damage into the backline. That TP now available for Hydron to keep his team safe. Anti-Grenade does land on the Speedily, but it's nobody else to connect onto for Outlaws, so they're just playing on this outside. Good job by Defiant to just keep themselves alive, keep healthy, and avoid Outlaws' dive. They're just going to keep walling them off, and Outlaws, they can't really find the engage here, sadly for them, and Defiant are continually just racking up points. They're at 30% now here. The dive comes through from Fearless onto the backline, but it's only on the Speedily, who has a ton of health. However, that lamp was forced. Pelican gets Speedily after the Immortality Field runs out, and now it's just Kaluj on this point. He has some heals, but surely he's going to fall, and yes, he does. Now they come in for a little bit of delay, but now 44-45%. That's a lot of ticks for Defiant, but Outlaws get the 4.
Yeah, this is a stall composition. This isn't traditional Brawl. This is, we sit ourselves on the point as quickly as possible, using things like the Symmetra TP to just TP straight onto point, and then we drop a May wall. And we buy ourselves 47% and upwards on the point. Now, Defiant, because they have ultimates built up, they can go straight to point, drop the Blizzard, find the flip, and if Outlaws want to contest this, it's going to be off of a pick before the rotation can come through.
Wait, they TP to high ground. They actually come aggressive into Outlaws over to the top side, but do they find the value? Yes, they do. They get Shu. The beat drop was a bit too late to save him, but Fearless and Pelican combine on the opposite side for 2 more kills, and now the juggles come through. The beat drop's a bit too late to save Ultraviolet and Speedily. However, Hydron gets Fearless, so they do trade it back, and you still have your tank on this point. As long as you have those Lucio heals, Kaluj might be okay, but Pelican desperately wants that kill. The high nuke comes through. Kaluj takes his shield down at the wrong point, and that's why you should stick to off tanks, I guess, buddy, because Kaluj falls. They didn't get the point flip, and everything is sort of collapsing now for Defiant. However, Ultraviolet does get Pelican, drops the window. They're trying to clutch it up, though. Fearless goes in with an Nano Boost and just immediately negates any value Ultraviolet could have found from his ultimate, and he has to back up. They're waiting for Kaluj to come back, and now he is. Still has that shatter. Does he land a big one? He's going to have to wait for that Winston dive. Now it is. He goes for the solo shatter and actually gets the damage kill from Fearless as well. They flip the point at 69%, and now Outlaws, they're going to have to back up.
Yeah, really smart focus. Yes, you use one ultimate for one player to be removed, but it's Fearless. And that Winston, when you take him out of the picture, he's not going for your backline. So Defiant can just keep control of that point, and the Winston can't stall it. Now we're seeing the swap, though. Fearless is off of the Winston. He's going for the Ram. So he's looking to punish the fact that Defiant are anchoring around this Reinhardt. When he gets close enough, those pummels are going to connect onto every single player sitting behind Kaluj's shield.
All right, 72%. They're now in the lead, though. But like you mentioned, Fearless coming in, going to do a lot of work more than likely on this front line. Forces Kaluj back, so that pressure already coming into play. And Happy onto the Hanzo. Immediate impact after swapping to that hero to find Hydron on the backside. Now speedily trying to look for that duel. Let's see if he can live up to his claim of trying to be the best tracer in the world. Kaluj now is taken very low. He goes down too, and it seems like Defiant is slowly getting bled out here. They're going to have to go for a reset and maybe get one more fight.
Yeah, it is going to be a reset, but Defiant are going to have Sound Barrier, and they're going to have Amplification Matrix. And because it's Final Fight territory, if Defiant get to sit themselves on the point, and they're keeping Hydron on the Symmetra, so they're going to go straight to point. Speedly's even going back onto the mate to try and wall off a target from Outlaws, and even be able to wall off the Annihilation coming through from Fearless. Defiant have all of the sustainability in the world, and Outlaws do not have the point percentage to sacrifice to stay away from an Amp Matrix.
There's that TP, but they're immediately into a Hanzo Dragon Strike, so Ultraviolet falls. The beat drop cannot save him. They do have Symmetra window, though, so they're given a bit more shields to work with. Kaluja gets a charge onto Pelican. Fearless is nano boosted, but unfortunately for him, it doesn't seem like he can do too much with that Ramattra. He's gonna barely stay alive and find 2 after committing the ultimate, so made me eat my words. Allowed Happy to get speedily 2, so just Hydroid on this point in a 1v or 2v2 with Ultraviolet. They could still win this versus this Hanzo. Has to use his TPs perfectly. Make sure he can get Violet. He does so after Violet just gets killed at the very end there, so they're in the advantage for this point, but the point flips because Pelican there is there to touch it and gives that Houston Outlaws point flip, but Pelican, after the recall, is fully healthy. Now Defiant comes back through. They 2-touch that point. Kaluja is onto the Doomfist. So is Fearless onto the point, but Happy on Hanzo continually pumping in those arrows into the back line. It's Fearless to go down low first. Defiant still have full point control and are trying to build that Hydroid ultimate. They do get Violet again, so that's 2 picks in a row onto Violet. That gives Defiant the advantage. They still have the point under the control. Hydroid goes down to Happy, but OG gets Pelican. And now without your Tracer, you don't have a lot of heals either from your supports, tying the rounds 1-1. We're going to a round number 3.
Oh my goodness, what an overtime.
That was crazy.
What an absolute stunner of an overtime. Toronto Defiant, what a stunner of a display on how to contest an overtime with a Symmetra coming through from Hydron. Playing around those TPs, making sure that he has enough time to just dip in and out of range of Outlaws who can't step off of that point, and being able to play around the primary but also the secondary as well, to apply even more pressure onto Outlaws. The fact that Violet gets picked off back-to-back as well does mean that there's not that sustainability. Outlaws, typically the looter, is the one that wants to keep that point in play, and as a result, Defiant are able to just deal with the members that Outlaw throw themselves onto the point with. But now we're going to see an entirely different composition come through from Defiant. They really do like to mix things up, as Speedly's onto the Echo. There's the Echo that we expected to see, not from Series 1, it's going to be in Series 3 that it comes out, and Kaluj onto that Sigma, as the BAP and Zen is going to be coming out from Ultraviolet and OG, the glass cannon that Outlaws were trying to run. Not quite as glass, not quite as see-through, given that Ultraviolet does have the immortality field. If you are the Ana and the Zen, you have the anti-nade, but you do have a little bit more vulnerability if Speedly is able to death drop right down on you.
You know, or Kaluj goes to touch that point just to delay things. We've seen this composition be ran on this map, and we could see why. I mean, Kaluj doing a great job just sustaining on this point, allowing Hydron to find that opening pick onto Violet, onto that pick, because, you know, they just have so much point pressure and nobody can even touch. Fearless goes to touch, but the space is just there for Hydron and the rest of their team. Kaluj just too healthy with those shields, and now they're just building up that tick percentage, Moxie.
Yeah, Hydron building up 70% of a Dragon Strike in one fight. Speedly just sort of acting as bait in that front line, inviting Outlaws into peeking. They know that Violet and Shu are very aggressive support players, so if they peek towards taking out the Echo, who doesn't have a Mercy Pocket, they put themselves into sight of Hydron, and that's why the Hanzo's doing so much damage at the moment. But Fearless has a nano boost. He's absolutely blitzing through Kaluj's health, and the Sigma have to take a big old step backwards. That's the anchor on point for Defiant's composition, so as a result, Outlaws have been able to bait the flip.
But they're onto the back, onto the OG. Luckily, Hydron's there with the peel. I mean, that's just some great storm arrows. Now gets Fearless as well. There goes your favorite Winston player, Moxie. Now that Dragon Strike comes through to zone. Pelican finds the kill. Hydron, by the way, just been a standout player. However, Violet does get collusion now. Without your tank player, how much can you do, Hydron? Show me one more, buddy. Hit another shot. Why not? You get 3. You already hit a body shot and a shoe to force him back, and now he comes through, finds even more value as they flip that point.
Remember as well, Winston Bubble's health has been nerfed. So Storm Arrow is something that Fearless is very conscious of when he goes for those dives. Happy does have a Dragon Strike himself, and Outlaws might be able to use it to bait the flip, buy themselves that space to be able to walk back onto that point again and push Kaluj away. But Kaluj is actually playing off of the point at the moment. He's playing on that back corner, so it's going to be even harder for this dive to commit into the back line. It's all going to be down to Pelican.
Yeah, now Speedily goes around that back looking for that value onto Happy, but he has that support from both heroes. Now Fearless goes deep onto Ultraviolet with Pelican and allows them that opening pick. Now Happy just trying to create some space on the point while Fearless goes deep onto the Zenyatta with that nano boost. I mean, there's not much OG could do besides pop the trance, and he's going to opt to save it, which is a pretty intelligent play from him as they flip that point back in Outlaw's favor.
Yeah, speaking about saving ultimates, Pelican saves onto that Pulse Bomb. And it's because the threat of the Pulse Bomb outweighs the usage of the Pulse Bomb on that dive. Pelican going with Fearless forces Ultraviolet to split from Kaluj and leaves him vulnerable. The Sigma can't actually connect the rock onto Fearless when the dive comes through, so Ultraviolet goes down. And without that BAP, the Sigma has to just back away. Now, however, they still have to worry about the Pulse Bomb. They still have to worry about the Dragon Strike, but all that's done is just force Defiant back into this corner for a little bit longer.
It's just signature from a great dive team, though, right? Outlaws just immediately going for that early dive to force OG and Ultraviolet back. Fearless goes in with that Primal Rage. Now comes Kalush with that ultimate, but it gets hit by Transcendence, so everybody is nice and healthy. And now Kalush has to back up. They lost speedily. You don't have a lot of the damage. This is entering last fight territory now for Defiant.
And how do they engage? This is the problem for this team. They lose Ultraviolet on the tail end of it. Kalush is going to be a little bit stuck. He won't go down. The problem for Defiant is that Ultraviolet was the one closest in the composition to getting an ultimate up. And Pelican can just wait for him to walk back towards his team and come in with the Pulse Bomb.
Oh,
but not if Hydran hits that shot! Hello, Pelican, goodbye!
Leaping Hydran, what a shot from him. Allows Defiant to now push through. Now Ultraviolet has that window, uses it to get onto Fearless, who doesn't have Primal Rage, by the way. There goes that bubble. Does manage to get with his life. Points in overtime. OG does end up finding him as well. And Outlaws, they're going to have to back up. This series has been way closer than I think anybody could have predicted.
Hydran keeps Ultraviolet safe and allows him to come back, sit up on that corner, and drop Amp Matrix. And because these Nightlaws haven't been playing around the point, they're a tight composition. They've been playing on sideline. They get stuck right in the middle of that Amp Matrix, and Defiant are able to find that flip and continue on. As it is going to be one more fight. Happy's actually swapping onto the Sombra, but speedily is the one now that Outlaws have to worry about. Violet gets stunned. He's not there for the Tracer to be able to connect the Pulse Bomb on, though, and now it's going to be a race of time. Can Outlaws buy the space and time for Violet to build into the Transcendence, or is Speedly going to come in and connect with the Pulse Bomb? He goes for the Ana, but he misses!
Yeah, nice movement from Shu. Now Happy on this backside. They're talking about to dive. OG's very close to that Transcendence. Can he build in time? Violet finds the opening pick onto Speedily. Oh my god! But he does get traded off by Ultraviolet. Somehow goes down. Kalush committed the Gravitic Flux onto literally nobody because Violet's already dead. He tried to find him, but nice Transcendence from OG. Keeps Kalush healthy. The Pulse Bomb doesn't land or doesn't do damage either, so now Kalush gets juggled into the backside, but Fearless with Discord Orb on him does get Nano boosted, but he's still shredded by Hydran and Zenyatta from OG. He is hit by the anti-grenade, but he's immediately saved from Ultraviolet, the Immortality Field. They have the point, nobody can touch, and Houston Outlaws will be going down map number 1 to Toronto Defiant.
You know what? It may be early doors. It may be map number 1, but I think someone owes Hydron a very shiny MVP medal.
Jesus, man.
Oh my goodness. The things that the Hanzo was doing, just making sure that the Tracer didn't get the run of the backline, that you get to save Immortality Field, that you get to save that back corner as well. Like, that was the main target focus coming through from Houston Outlaws. Every single time a dive was orchestrated, it was always onto that back corner. And you could actually see the adaptation coming through from Defiant in that they started not leaving Ultraviolet alone on the back. They started positioning Kalush there on that backline, and then we saw Hydran sitting up with that back corner in his side as well, knowing that eventually the Winston's gonna run into him, the Tracer's gonna run into him, and all he has to do is keep that angle. Insane play coming through from Defiant after a really rocky start. This round just looked so one-sided with this glass cannon breaking before they can even set up composition that came out from Houston. Like, grab me the cowboy boots. I'm a Houston fan after seeing this.
I would love to see that. I just see a picture of Moxie just Photoshop with some giant boots or something like that. That'd be great. But, you know, on the upside, I mean, that's just great composure from Defiant, right, Moxie? I mean, to just come back through and stop Outlaws before they could find anything, because Outlaws were playing well. I think you both agree on that, right? That's what you mentioned. Outlaws played phenomenal in that round number 1.
Yeah, it's honestly, there's a knife edge moment where Hydran literally turns the entire map around, and it's when Pelican is looking for that back flank with the Pulse Bomb to connect onto a respawning Ultraviolet. Because even if Pulse Bomb doesn't find the bat, you're still going to get in close enough before his team is around. You're still going to force that Immortality Field, and you're still going to deny Ant Matrix sitting up on that back corner. But Hydran lands that shot onto Pelican, denying the opportunity for the Tracer to push onto a bat who's vulnerable because he's mid-rotate.
And yeah, you don't usually see a lot of Hanzos be able to peel as well as Hydran has for his team. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, Blizzard World is going to be next. And obviously Outlaws are in a bit of a hole. Let's see if they can...
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
At Houston Outlaws, gotta make it interesting. You know what? That's pretty fair, I guess. I mean, they've been making it interesting, right? On paper, they've been making it interesting, and in person, they've making it interesting either. I guess it wasn't supposed to be interesting. You know, maybe Outlaws were supposed to be the ones that were absolute dominant, but in this fashion, I mean, this has been a very close series, and Defiant are the ones to win that map number 1. But going into map number 2, Moxie, it looks like they're making some substitutions.
Yeah, I think that map number 1 was a big old curveball, especially when we saw how the first sub-map went, and it seems like Defiant want to keep mixing things up again. Summerjet is actually going to be coming in instead of OG, and this to me speaks that they want to move away from the Lucio, because Summerjet and Ultraviolet, there is a lot of power in both of these two rosters when it comes to their support lineups. They're very proud of how flexible their support lineups can be. Summerjet can typically play both the Zen and the Kiriko, and so too can Ultraviolet. Both of the players very good as well on the Baptiste, so there's going to be a lot of, I think, head scratching for Outlaws to try and figure out what exactly they're going to be playing into.
Yeah, and we don't know much about the full rosters when they eventually will come out for the World Cup teams, but I would say Surmajet obviously going to more than likely be one of the support players for Team Saudi Arabia, and on the opposite side, right, they have a lot of American talent that is more than likely going to be on Team USA as well. But against the star-studded lineup like Outlaws, what does Defiant do differently on this map to continue their map 1 win?
So I think Defiant have worked out that a lot of Outlaws' damage and pressure in terms of controlling those angles is off of how aggressive their backline can get, right? Running Violet on that Zen, Shu on the Ana. These are two plays that their reputation precedes them in terms of the damage that they output. And by having Summerjet come in and play that Kiriko and Ultraviolet play the Ana, Defiant are still going to be able to match that same level of threat in terms of backline. More so, it's going to set Majet on that Kiriko with those Afudas to keep pace with Speedily. So Defiant don't have to sacrifice and play a Mercy, which puts a lot less resources in terms of how the tank is going to play, whether or not your second support is going to get peel from them. All of that pressure is entirely alleviated, while your Echo still gets that support from players on the ground.
Well, Happy looking for that first shot with the TP. I mean, trying to go for that classic play. It's hard to do more than once, as we've seen in the past as Outlaws, Moxie. It looks like they're playing the Ana Zen, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Fearless going to be running on that Winston, looking to initiate onto that dive. But Kalush, he's not actually on the Winston, he's on the Diva, so he's going to be ready for that dive. He's ready for that peel. You can already see him sacrificing that position on the low ground just to make sure that Ultraviolet isn't pressured out. Speedily is going to be the one to pressure Outlaws if they try and actually just push onto this point.
The Outlaws playing back, now go for that dive. Immediate boop comes through onto Fearless, who tried to create some space, now is going towards that point, but Toronto to find over the top side, drop the anti-grenade, and it's followed up on by Hydrant immediately. Speedily, though, getting shot from Shu from across the map. However, it might be too little too late for Outlaws because they don't have any support. Toronto to find her nice and healthy, and now they can pick off these stragglers over the backside.
Yeah, this is another difference. By running Fearless on the Winston, your dive is a little bit more potent, but Kalush on the Diva has Defense Matrix. And one of Shu's big targets, big ways that Outlaws would initiate a dive and set Fearless up, would be with those anti-nades and those sleep darts. And Defense Matrix deals with both.
Kalush is continually trying to deal or to peel for Fearless's dive. Now comes that nano boost onto Speedily. I mean, we've seen this been done before. We've heard about it, but now we get to see it. Violet Shu deleted immediately by the dive of Kalush, and Speedily in one nano play just allows them that utter stop to Outlaws' push, and now they have to back up again. We're going to that 2-minute timer now, Moxie.
Speedily just rolling that 20 on Disintegrate. Did that actually just happen? It was 1 second to play, next second dust. Speedily coming in with the absolute dumpster onto Outlaw's backline. And Fearless still sticking on this Winston, still trying to build up to that primal. She's going to have a nano for this next fight, and that's the difference maker. Speedily is gone. Speedily has been the one to keep Pelican in check right now. So Ultraviolet is going to look a little bit more vulnerable. But the C5 does connect onto Fearless before the nano boost from Shu actually gets line of sight to keep the Winston up. And so he's not able to build up to the primal, not able to sustain Outlaws in this frontline fight. And instead, the nano boost goes on to Pelican.
Both teams are playing this perfectly, though. I mean, Transcendence now has to come through from Violet. They actually used Defiant using their ults a bit late there on purpose, but Pelican gets speedily, so now he is not in this fight. That's a big damage dealer that you require in this next fight, especially with this EMP now coming through onto your backline. Do they sustain through it? It looks like they do. The sleep dart from Ultraviolet, Happy's dead as well. The support gameplay from Toronto Defiant from Ultraviolet is absolutely insane. They peel off one of the best Winstons in the game. Hydrant finds Violet over the backline. Now Diva Bomb is popped from Kaluj on the point. Hydrant does eventually go down, but now here's that nano boost. That support ultimate that we talked about that was enacted a bit late here on purpose. They do find Fearless to force him back as well, but they don't have entire point control. Outlaws are still in this. They have some presence, but there's no ultimates, and Speedily has that copy. 1 minute left now, Moxie. I mean, Outlaws, they're in a rough spot.
Really good bubble from Fearless to save Shu from getting hit by those Echo Stickies, but Speedy's already got the duplication. He goes for the Tracer copy to just try and build up that Pulse Bomb as quickly as possible, and it's relegated Outlaws into the side building. They can't come out, otherwise they'd be playing into that Tracer, and we do see the Pulse Bomb doesn't connect, however, as Fearless with a nano boost from Shu, who'd survived. Outlaws, by playing that position, by playing away from the Tracer, giving up presence on the point to play from the side, build up the nano and send Fearless into the back line. And by the time the duplicate from Speedly runs out, Outlaws have already been able to find the picks onto the backline. Speedly isn't able to peel. He's already playing aggressive. He's already pushing onto Outlaws' front line. And they know that Defiant, that leaves that backline susceptible. Outlaws play it perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was just great work from them to shut down Speedily and the rest of Defiant. And this is what we talk about when, you know, casters or anybody in the community talks about a high-level Overwatch. Guys, you are seeing some of the best teams in the entire world compete against each other at this current moment, and it's painfully obvious how good both teams are. But Surmajet gonna have that Kitsune rush in this fight, but Pelican and Happy with that EMP Tracer Bomb play, you can't count Outlaws out of it yet.
Kaluj might be able as well to find impact with that self-destruct when he built it up, given that Phyllis's bubble is pretty telegraphed. And Outlaws not running that Kiriko, don't have that Susie to try and iframe it either. Defiant trying to use that to just keep control of this high ground. By running that Kiriko, they have the ability as well with the Diva to jump between the high and the low, but it does, if they bundle up on the high ground, they're gonna get hit by EMP. Sure, it doesn't find the full teamfight win that Outlaws are looking for, but it finds some spiral picks which can stagger into a fight win if they're able to sustain long enough. But Hydra's able to find Happy, and that Sombra's presence immediately allows Kalush to move a lot more free.
I mean, Ultraviolet has just been an absolute thorn in this side of Outlaws. Hydrant as well with that peel gets Fearless. I mean, we need to sing this guy's praises as well, who's been doing phenomenal on Tracer, but the overall good, like the peel that Defiant has for each other, for their backline, is amazing to shut out that, which was surely going to be a fight win versus any other team for Outlaws.
Yeah, both of these Annas really pulling their weight when it comes to just keeping those players out of commission and allowing that frontline to sit a lot more comfortably. Kalush does have that self-destruct right now. Phyllis is primal, but he doesn't want to use it until he sees that self-destruct, because if he primal rages, he removes that bubble. He removes waiting for the cooldown for Kalush, as the bubble has to come from now. They're even dropping Soundfire on top to try and keep pace, as Speedly was the one that got nano boosted. Outlaws have seen that when the Echo gets nano boosted, that's Defiant's go time. And they actually play really smart. They play underneath the awning of the high ground so that the Echo doesn't have the freedom of movement to drop down and isolate a player out.
Yeah, nice job from them to peel that out, but now Outlaws have a bit of ultimates here, but Defiant gonna have Speedily with the copy. You know, we have to see if Outlaws can pick off Speedily like they have done before. Defiant just playing back. Outlaws come back through to this high ground on top of the bridge. Defiant kind of playing back, allowing Kalush that space. Hydrant almost falls, but recalls just in the nick of time now towards this cart. Fearless goes with that primal rage, and now he's just kind of lost. He's looking for the backline. He's looking for a kill, but can't find it. Now he comes back for Speedily, who is just zoned out, has that copy still. The EMP came through, but is the follow-up damage there? It doesn't look like it. Defiant are still healthy. Speedily finds Shu in the backline. And Fearless, how much value can you find versus this backline combo of Surmagid and Ultraviolet? You're not going to find much. Hydra gets Pelican as well. And now you're down so many members on your team. Defiant against all odds. Overtime taking down. Outlaws have ultimates, but they don't have the members. And unfortunately for Happy, he falls, and Defiant stop Outlaws' push in the second phase.
This is what I was talking about, the survivability of an Echo player when we were in series number 1. Because Speedily knows that his backline is being pressured by a nano-boosted Winston. And he uses the duplicate to heal himself. He goes for the pick, he goes for the copy onto the Tracer as well. So he has the survivability, he has things like the blinks and the recalls to keep himself in play and keep pushing onto members of Outlaws so that when that anti-nade on Fearless runs out, the Winston doesn't have the teammates to be able to push and provide Defiant attention drawn away from the tank to keep the Winston up and build into the Primal, which is the main way that Outlaws are looking to sustain and stagger in an overtime brawl.
Yeah, I mean, that's just amazing work from Defiant. And unfortunately for Outlaws, you know, it's a bit of a weird situation, right? I mean, obviously heavy favorites coming into this, but behind the scenes, we've heard, you know, people sing the praises of Defiant, Mox. I mean, you both heard that they've been doing absolutely amazing in practice and scrims. And I mean, same thing for Outlaws. So, you know, for Outlaws, what's their win condition now on the defense, Moxie?
So for Outlaws, the biggest win condition for them is going to be Happy. Happy is coming out of the gates playing the Sombra. There is one target. Potentially two. You can either go for the backline, right? You can try and just one clip through Ultraviolet or Surmagid before the Pure can come through and then just bop on out. I would like to see Hags come onto Kaluge, because Kaluge just being there in the mech allows Defiant a safety blanket against so much that Outlaws are trying to run into that backline.
Right. Well, let's see if Outlaws can actually stop Defiant on this attack. They move towards that room on the bottom left, towards the health pack to set up their dive. Fearless already jumping back early, maybe a little bit scared of that damage that Defiant had earlier. They're just playing back, allowing Violet to find these right clicks, maybe giving them that opening pick that they need.
There's that first hack. It is onto Kaluge, and as a result, if I'm not really able to move forward and find that space, oh, Violet. This is why the guy is known. This is why he's so famous for as the Zen. You can't just walk up simply to Violet in the backline as a Tracer and not expect to get your head blown off. He hits those shots every single day.
He does, and the rest of Outlaws also to push Hydran towards that side. I mean, that's just great teamwork, and then follow up and execution from Violet. Happy does get the hack, but now is out of the fight because he had to use that translocator. But he's already back now in towards this fight where the entirety of Defiant are kind of grouped up, setting up this dive, but Violet and Shu slowly rotating around this backside. Maybe they could be seen as caught out here, but it doesn't seem like Defiant wants to press the go key until Kaluge is ready, but it might be too late for him because now he just jumps to the high ground. The hack comes through from Happy. As soon as they force Happy out, it's the go time for Defiant because now he's gone. Kaluge finds Fearless as well. They come back for the peel. Kaluge does lose his mech, but they're on to Violet. Surmagid hits the shots as well, so Violet trades back onto Hydran, but as well as Surmagid just doing this damage on the front line. Speedily with the nano boost finds Shu as well. They're going to come back through, get this point. The grenades land onto Happy as well, and Defiant, pretty fast take for them. 2 minutes and 22 seconds left, now moving on to second phase.
Dive never really works well when your team's target focus is split. And that was the problem for Outlaws. Fearless went for the backline, went for Ultraviolet. Meanwhile, Surmagid was dueling Happy, and the Sombra being out of the mix allowed Kaluge to still peel for the Ana. And who does Fearless go down to? Oh, it's Kaluge. And once the Winston's gone, the Ana is going to sit pretty. There's no way that you're going to be able to blitz through that health bar. There's Happy now is looking for those hacks, still trying to find a target that's maybe isolated a little bit further away from the pack. Ultraviolet has been spotted, but Kaluge is super close. Speedily so close as well to that duplication. There's the hack onto Kaluge. No booster is going to be that for the Diva, but the dive just doesn't come through from Outlaws. They don't want to push in because they know that the DPS have already built their ults. Hydron now is the one that has all of the power. It's playing from the side room, forcing Outlaws back even further, and that means that Shu, without the Lucio, to be able to rotate cleanly away, is susceptible to the Echo. We're even seeing Violet throw in the Transcendence to keep Outlaws in a position to hold Defiant at choke.
Yeah, I guess in like the overall terms, I mean, they only used the Transcendence. Defiant didn't use anything. Maybe Defiant expected a little bit more to be used for Outlaws. And now on the defensive side,
It's the perfect play because you need to keep that space that Speedily and Hydron have to work with to as much a minimum as possible. And that's why Outlaws set themselves into using Transcendence. Like, what are they even going to use Transcendence to try and save themselves from? It's not like there's a Sigma. It's not like there's a Reinhardt. You don't really have anything like a Zarya either. That Transcendence going on is nowhere near the death sentence that it should be for other compositions. That, however, might be. Rush comes through from Defiant and immediately with that copy from Speedily onto the Tracer, there's just no way those pulse pistols are going to stop firing.
Great job from Defiant to out-rotate that EMP. Speedily with the copy does find Fearless as well, and Outlaws, they're back against the wall now, Moxie. They have the Nano Boost, they have Pulse Bomb. Defiant have their own Pulse Bomb and Nano, but we've seen Speedily zone out the entirety of Outlaws before. Let's see if that happens again. They're playing it slow on the low ground. 2 minutes and 41 seconds left. Our nade was have to be used. Pulse Bomb lands, but it doesn't find the kill because he's Nano Boosted from Shu. Yeah. Great Nano Boost to keep him alive, but that does force out that Nano from Outlaws, and now Defiant can go back in with their own. They back all the way up, waiting for this dive to come in from Defiant. Defiant, they're playing towards this cart. Fearless has nothing on the cart. There's that Nano Boost from Speedily. He's already half HP, but he has the heals. Discord or bottom. Can he find the value to end this series here and now? Violet backs up. He's totally fine. Pelican with the Pulse Bomb finds Ultraviolet. Fearless gets Speedily, and that disengage was absolutely phenomenal.
Pelican was Rookie of the Year for a reason. He allows Outlaws a get out of jail free card in that fight. And Defiant are going to have to go back and push back onto this payload after they'd invested ultimates thinking that they were going to win, thinking that they were going to finish that map out. And as a result, Outlaws are in the driving seat. They've got Transcendence, they've got EMP, Defiant don't even have that.
They don't. Shu is just ridiculous on the anime. We talk about this guy so many times for a good reason. 1 minute and 30 seconds now. Maybe this is where Outlaws start waking up, right, Moxie? I mean, this is where they got to stop things, and they have the ultimate advantage.
It's the spaces working against Defiant. They have to cross these long distances to get back onto that payload, and Speedily doesn't have that mercy pocket, so if he goes up into the sky and reveals himself to either Shu or Violet, he can literally just get free tap chained by the Ana without any peel from the team.
EMP comes through now onto Surmajed, and they find him early. This keeps happening, unfortunately, for Surmajed. Just that EMP play from Happy just gets at least one of the backline, either Ultraviolet or Surmajed. And now 1 minute left on the clock. Outlaws still have some good ultimates to go through with.
Yeah, every single day of the week, you commit EMP to making sure that the Kiriko does not get to Swift Step out. And it allows Outlaws, once again, to cycle through ultimates. EMP was committed to win that fight, and they won it. Now they get to sit with a Pulse Bomb, a Nano Boost, and a Transcendence. Hydron has a Pulse Bomb, but we've already seen Shu use it to save a Squishy, as they're going to use it proactively. Fearless goes in with the Nano Boosted Winston to push onto the members of Defiant, looking to use that rush as a leg up to build ultimates. As a result, they haven't found the damage. They're still going to get staggered out.
The hack came through onto Speedily, and they're there to find the follow-up, but Kaluj does trade back Happy, so that's a good trade, 1 for 1. Do they commit ultimate? 17 seconds left. They have to, but Violet just been crazy on this, and Yada shuts down Hydron before they can even come in. 10 seconds left. Fearless pops the primal way to stay alive. The Nano Boost was committed onto Kaluj because they have to start throwing things out there. Hero plays are going to have to come now for Toronto Defiant. They're waiting for Hydron to come back. Happy and then drops for that hack on the backline to find the pick. The copy comes through onto Speedily, who then 1v1s Pelican. In the meantime, the front line is just fighting on the cart, fighting for position here. Pelican a little bit caught up, but has that orb. And Ultraviolet finds Happy on the backside, so he is the better Violet today. But Shu does trade back Speedily's copy, so that's a 1 down for them. And now Pelican is trying to find the backline desperately, but the double pocket is there. Surmajed and Ultraviolet doing a great job healing each other. Meanwhile, on the cart, Hydron goes for the pulse bomb play, does trade back Fearless, but Violet gets Kaluj. Is anybody in the cart? It's just Pelican now. No take here. Happy comes back for the hack onto Speedily, but here comes that cleanse, and Pelican has the Nano Boost. Nobody can touch on the side of Defiant, and somehow, someway, Outlaws tie it 1-1.
Oh my, we're in for a series, Dustin.
I'll get chills,
we're in for
dude.
a nail biter of a series. I was about to fall off of my chair when Violet came in and landed that shot onto Hydron, because once again, it's just a knife turn immediately. You land that shot onto the Tracer, instantly the game entirely changes. In another universe right now, Toronto Defiant take it 2-0. But we're in this universe, and I think Outlaw fans are going to be very happy that they're in that universe where both Shu and Violet can land the shots that they did on that match, because, oh boy!
It
This DPS lineup.
You can't undersell Defiant either, right? In this situation, you know, maybe obviously, I think we could both agree, Moxie, that both teams have been playing amazing, but this is why Outlaws has the pedigree that they do, right? To have that player, to have the player's experience in the playoffs, you know, in deep in tournaments. The Outlaws really just continue to shine very frequently versus a team like Defiant.
Yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not Happy just sticks with the Sombra, because we were talking about it for a lot of round one, like Kalush being there on the Diva and being able to defense Magix and Peel, while also contesting both the high ground and the low ground, was just such a massive boon. For Defiant to always be able to work with it meant that so much pressure as well, and focus was taken off of Speedly and Hydron, so they were able to get up away with so many different flanks. That all changed when we saw that second round come through. Kalush was kept in check. He wasn't able to find that same space that he was looking for because Happy just kept checking him, kept hacking him, kept denying the boosters, kept denying the availability of the Peel for the Diva, and that ate into the resources and setup for the DPS lineup and allowed Houston Outlaws to be able to turn a pretty rough start around.
Yep, and we'll see if they could do so on that map number 3, guys. So don't go anywhere. We're going to a short break. When we come back, that map number 3, we'll be right back.
I still need to recover from this shot. Justin,
He didn't even mean to.
smacking Hydrant straight in the head into that letter number. It's been 0 days. Like, Overtime had been burning for so long. You can forgive them for not walking onto that payload. Already we can see adaptation coming through, but do you know what else we can see? Something truly magical, Dustin. Something that puts a brilliant smile on my face. First up, we're going to a third map, which is the first time that we're getting to cast more than 2 maps, as it is going to be Push and it is going to be Esperanza, which should mean that things like the Fire and the Echo can come into play a little bit more, which I'm hoping to maybe see. I wonder if we're going to see Kalush maybe run out on something a little bit different, because that diva was getting pretty hard counted by Sombra. But I mean, we just have to just bask in the glory of what's about to come up, because your wish was granted. And I can say now, this drawing is to scale.
Them artists work quick. I mean, that's why we have the artist corner, right? I mean, at the same time, great tweet from Angela Ziegler. I can't believe they actually did that, man. It's just so funny looking. I wanted to stop looking at it because I was just so surprised that somebody actually managed to draw you with giant boots.
Too, like the attention to detail. I need a matching cowboy hat now.
Can you please get those huge boots too? Like, can you buy some like massive thick boots that are that big?
I'm tiny. Boots look massive on me no matter what I wear.
That's fair, but I'm probably as short as you, to be honest. But we got some subs coming through now for the Toronto Defiant guys. We got obviously Sam now coming in and OG back for the Toronto Defiant. I mean, I don't even think Majed played bad. Neither did Hydrant by any means so far. I mean, this has been a close series, but now we get to see the side of Sam. We saw OG map number 1, but now we get to see Sam come through, who was previously on the Shock, now on to this Toronto Defiant squad. Let's see if he can really show up on this push map.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what composition Defiant want to run this out with. I wonder if we're going to see that flex from Sam onto something like the Echo, so that Speedily can focus on the Tracer. Because we were seeing that the backline was the thing that hit Defiant hard in that last map, and just being able to put more resources into dealing with that backline, so that something like an Echo, if you want to run it on a map which has really big skyboxes, could be something that Defiant want to put into play, just because it gives Kalush a lot more breathing room too. Shu and Vile being so DPS orientated puts a lot of pressure onto all of the members of Defiant when that fight is yet to break out. That's why Outlaws were continuing to just press and push it Defiant. Every single time there was a little bit of a lull, Outlaws would always just try and push Defiant into taking a fight that they weren't quite prepared for, off of base damage set into motion by Shu and Violet.
And I mean, leading into this map, Moxie, who has the advantage even between if we're going to see Happy on the Cass and Sam on the Cassidy, right? Where this is like going to be a fresh matchup that we haven't seen in this last map, right? It's always about who takes the payload or takes the robot first. Who do you think does that immediately?
I mean, it's a coin flip, right? It's going to be whoever finds the first pick. And both of these casters are going to be looking to control the same off angles, and that's going to really impact how these Winstons actually decide to play. Like, both the Tracers are looking to play off of the Winston. The Winston dives in and sets the Tracer up for that one clip, but the Cassidy is the one that's looking to punish a disengagement that's rough.
Happy on the front line, just kind of dealing that damage out to Defiant, who opt to rotate around this backside to look for that Ana. Fearless already goes aggressive, forced to use that bubble. Kalush just playing back, just peeling for Fearless, and Sam kind of just trying to look for those shots over to the backside. Goes down to 60 health and finds Happy. So there's the opening pick you talked about, Moxie, but they had that positioning. They had the rotator on the backside. Outlaws, you're down 1 member now. You're going to have to back up.
Yeah, this is the positioning that I was talking about, right? The Winston and the Tracer initiate that dive. They actually wait as well for Fearless to commit into the backline so that the Winston bubble has been used. And when Happy gets caught out of position away from the rest of the team, stuck in main underneath that arch, Winston bubble isn't back in cooldown. So Sam just pokes forward, finds the tap onto Happy, and from there, Outlaws have lost so much brunt damage. They can't really hold that position, and they just get torn to pieces one by one when Defiant decides to push forward.
And A grenade comes through from Ultraviolet towards that health or that pack at the backside. Kalush goes down though so quick. Unfortunately, while a reload was coming through for Ultraviolet, now the counter engage comes through for Outlaws too. And without any ultimates, how does Defiant win? It's through a magnetic grenade connecting him to Fearless with an anti-grenade from Violet, who lives, by the way, with suboptimal HP. Pulse bomb comes through from Speedily to zone, but eventually Ultraviolet falls to the Cassidy of Happy on that low ground. And now they just keep pushing forward as Outlaws does. Pelican gets Sam as well.
No. Yeah, Pelican getting Sam is the worst thing for Defiant because it happens staggered out. And they're going to be looking to, well, they were looking to leverage the fact that Sam was 20% ahead of Happy in terms of Deadeye, and that means 20% ahead of zoning Outlaws off of control of this robot. That distance is now evaporating as we talk. Happy is already going to be closing onto that Deadeye. He has control of that poke phase. He's going to find the last couple of shots needed to be able to match up with Sam. And Defiant have lost the one way of isolating Outlaws when a dive comes through. They've lost Ultraviolet because the cast wasn't there to create that space. And Fearless is absolutely fearless. He doesn't have to worry about punishment. He can just look for the Ana, look for the backline, and Defiant burns a Nano trying to match shoes off of that fight. That's going to spiral into the next fight's ultimate economy.
And that was all on Shu there, by the way, who got that sleep dart onto Kalush, who was nano boosted, and also managed to just from Outlaws so far. They got that car control back in their favor, 46 meters to 36 on the side of Defiant. They go towards that car. Kalush has to jump early. He's going to have power range here. Nano boost comes through, and it seems like Happy can just absolutely Gatling gun this front line. Speedily and Sam are already gone, and another sleep dart comes through onto Kalush, so they're not going to find any value in now. It feels like you've almost woken up the beast of Outlaws as they continue on forward and get that checkpoint.
Don't poke the bear. Is it an oxen that Outlaws logo forms together to make? I'm sure sleeping oxen are pretty much something you also don't want to poke.
No.
Defiant now are going to have to deal with coming into this next fight. They do have a Deadeye. They have to worry about the pulse bomb from Pelican, though, as Ultraviolet is not yet there with that nano boost, and Ultraviolet has been a target that Outlaws have relentlessly pursued. And this time is to shut their Deadeye down. Hyper Arm is only going to buy you a little bit of time once the pulse bomb wears out, and instantly Outlaws just pull the Cassidy apart. And Defiant, that was the one way that they were looking to stop the movement of Outlaws further yet further forward. It's been denied entirely.
So clean from Fearless to boop that sticky target from Sam into the Lucio, and now Outlaws have that nano boost. So does Ultraviolet. They can have some breathing room here, but they're not afforded it. It seems like Defiant are just continually having too much pressure on this back line. Ultraviolet goes super low, gets sniped from Fearless. 180 flick behind the back. Winston no scope. I mean, that was kind of sick. Ultraviolet down yet again, even though they committed the same amount of ultimates, and Outlaws look so clean on push so far.
Speedily is going to have to be the one player that Defiant look to. OG with the Sign Barrier can buy himself the time to build his team towards that pulse bomb, but it's going to have to be big. It's going to have to get into the back line before Violet hits the Sound Barrier, and that anti coming through is just going to force Defiant to wait even longer.
I mean, this is an Ana's dream in Overwatch 2 compared to 1 where you can just get these nades off completely for free. And now on the opposite side, Speedily goes very aggressive, looking for that front line of Fearless, has to back up out of there, knowing they don't have a lot of ultimates. Now with that beat drop, Violet is committing it, and it forces OG's beat drop on the side. Now the High Noon lands the sleep dart, and then pulse bomb wombo combo from Ultraviolet and Speedily, but Ultraviolet goes very aggressive. OG finds Fearless, and finally, the breathing room is now afforded to Defiant. They get that robot back under the control.
Yeah, Ultraviolet goes aggressive because he knows that Speedily is pulling apart Outlaws' backline. So even though you do trade your Ana for it, you still win the fight out overall, and that's the trade you want to take every day of the week. Because now they're the ones pushing, they're the ones picking up momentum, they're the ones pushing towards ultimates that they can cycle through. They just have to survive this next engagement. This is the true test. When the nano boost from Shu comes onto Fearless, Defiant cannot go down.
Kalush now on the cart trying to control it, but both Tracer and Winston doing a lot of that work now. Shu with the nano boost realizes Defiant they're in a bit of a vulnerable position, but actually it's Fearless who was in because he's poked all the way back. Has to use a cooldown. Incoming nano boost from Kalush. The Outlaws decide to commit theirs. It doesn't look like it just said now they committed, but it might be too late. They already lost Happy. Sleep Dart does land on the Kalush. Maybe it buys some time for Pelican. High Noon came through. Pelican finds Sam yet again. It keeps happening every time he commits to High Noon, but Speedily finds Pelican in the trade. So it's an even fight, but it's Fearless with that Primal Rage. It's Monkey v Monkey, but it's actually Shu yet again. Sleep Dart on the Kalush. It feels like off cooldowns. Kalush is taking a nappy poo, and now it looks like Defiant have to regroup. They don't have a lot of members here. Speedily has to find something with maybe a big pulse bomb, but they only have OG Kalush, and Speedily they drop the pulse bomb. It doesn't land. They get staggered. Robot back in Outlaws control.
And Defiant, by the way, had to burn Deadeye. as well to try to deal with Outlaws just with the nano before the primal even came through. Defiant should have been the one in control, but rather Shu is able to control so much of that engagement by landing those antis onto Sam, by keeping him in check that Pelican can just immediately follow through, and as a result, Defiant are offset in terms of ultimate economy in this next engagement. And Outlaws, they know this.
Speedily finds Violet, though, even though it feels like they're disengaging very well. Not in that situation. Speedily gets Fearless as well. The robot back under the control. But this is, a tough part we have with push for a lot of these teams, right? Moxie just feels like you get control of that robot, but Outlaws now have time to set up in a very good position for them.
Yeah, Defiant, very good game sense, knowing that Violet already has that Sound Bear built up. The Lucio isn't going to be playing in a forward aggressive position because that puts him at a loggerhead with the cast. Instead, he's going to be playing a little bit closer to the side lanes, and as a result, Defiant just sent a tag team with OG and Speedily to deal with him, but Speedily has been removed. Shu finds the tap with the Ana. The Tracer has vanished, and Defiant now lacking that main target of keeping this Winston in check. Just have to pull back.
Shu coming alive, and we can see why Gladiators fans in the past has always said this man is a MVP caliber player. Now looks for that backline on the end. Yet again, this guy's just playing so aggressive. They're afforded this the ability to do this in Overwatch 2 with the 5 versus 5, right? Not as much pressure onto those supports just yet until Defiant set it up. They're playing it slow, letting themselves set up. They have the B drop engaged, but Moxie, look at Outlaws. They have so many ultimates. I mean, their nano boost comes through. They dive on, but Violet pops that B drop to sustain and another sleep dart. I mean, how many times is Shu gonna hit that sleep dart on the collusion? It feels like every single freaking fight. Fearless is left on the other side. Pelican, however, gets the pulse bomb again onto the high nooning Sam yet again. I mean, you see the storylines continue to play out. Collusion, though, trades back Shu, but at the opposite side, Fearless finds Ultraviolet, but speedily finds Happy and Violet to finally win the fight they need to, but it doesn't look like they can because Collusion's so low.
Yeah, but Outlaws, they used what? Pulse Bomb and a Deadeye. Defiant, they used a lot more.
Right.
They used a Primal, they used a Sound Bar, they used a Nano, they used a Deadeye. They only have Pulse Bomb heading into this next fight. And look at the distance, look at the difference of distances between these two teams. Outlaws are more than happy to sacrifice just one Deadeye to bait out so much from Defiant's side because they have distance. They can literally just play this timer down into overtime, sit on the Primal, sit on the Nano Boost, knowing that Defiant don't really have the means to be able to zone them away now that Deadeye has been removed.
Boost onto Happy to keep him healthy versus Kalush dives and he's booped away by Violet, but Speedily does get Shu in the backline. However, down your tank player, Fearless pops that Primal Rage to sustain on that front line. Happy gets Speedily, and there's really nothing Defiant can do. Now 30 seconds left. They're going to have to regroup. They do get Fearless, but they'll be back in time, and maybe even a stagger comes through now into Defiant.
Yeah, Push is a map type that is one on momentum, and Outlaws are probably going to win this map just off of the momentum that they were able to pick up really early on, off of aggressive plays coming from Shu and Violet and baiting Defiant into throwing too many ultimates into these fights. They had Defiant hard committing in, and as a result, Defiant are going to have to hard commit ultimates to keep this potential play continuing to occur. Outlaws, on the other hand, they can just sit back and wait. They can burn ultimates from Defiant, and then they can hold on, knowing in the next fight they're going to come out on top.
8-8 comes through on the Ultraviolet and Sam onto the backline. Pelican looks for that front line, is pressuring Kalush, who has no healing. Unfortunately, will fall. And off of that, I'm not sure if Defiant can actually sustain. They do pop the head boost on Speedily, but Sam High Noons again, just a zone. At the same time, Happy does get the kill on a Speedily with his own High Noon, now beat drop to re-engage. Down 2 members versus 5. Outlaws use their own beat drop. Nobody could touch, and I don't know if we can classify that one as a Charlie Niner, but it seems like the players like to classify everything as a Charlie Niner. So, we have Outlaws winning that series 2-1 versus Defiant.
I mean, there's one thing to take away from that push map, Dustin, and that's when Shu was alive in the server, everyone else's DPS players turn up dead. That Ana was on absolute fire for the entirety of the match. Just hitting those sleep darts, keeping Collusion check. Even when the Winston tried to use things like the bubble, like a lot of the time, Winston and Ana players are sort of on a stalemate, right? Because if the Ana is able to land that sleep dart onto the Winston, he becomes a lot more vulnerable. But likewise, if the Winston is able to put the bubble down before the sleep dart connects, he can just go for that shield dance around it. Every single time Kalush tried to drop that bubble to save himself, the sleep had already connected onto him. He had that timing down absolute pat. And every single time we cut to Kalush's perspective, like, you're not playing that diva, you can't defense matrix it. If the bubble timing missile lands with the sleep dart, the Winston is going night-night.
It might be too early predictions, Moxie, but I mean, I think it's fair to say that she was the best Ana. This is your too early predictions leading into the overall, look of Houston Outlaws. But obviously, your player of the match is going to be Violet, which is because he just played amazing onto that Lucio to flex over to that right. Obviously known previously for his flex support. After the previous years, have kind of made that transition to that more main support role, and I think he's done so phenomenally.
I mean, we're gonna see like 5 seconds of Blizzard World, and immediately he gets MVP for this.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm never going to tire of seeing that shot land onto Hydra. I don't think Violet is ever gonna tire. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna clip it, I'm gonna watch that every single time before I queue in to my own matches. I'm gonna be like, okay, channel Violet. We're gonna dumpster some traces today. And hopefully, fingers crossed, I can play a 90th of the better way that Violet is able to pull off some of these support plays, because oh my goodness, healing down massive, but it's the damage that you have to focus on, the deaths as well. When you're playing Zen, you're like a walking target, especially if you're playing Zen without something like a Brigida or a Kiriko or a Lucio to be able to rotate you away from those threats. That Violet was able to survive as often as he did when Shu was alongside him on Ana just speaks to how potent and synergized this backline for Houston is going to be.
And they're already getting there, right? I mean, we didn't expect them to have to go to map number 3 with Defiant, but Defiant did bring them to the map number 3 where, like you mentioned, they just popped the heck off. I mean, they just did everything they had to do. And guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have the desk to actually talk about those kind of things. That's gonna be myself and Moxie signing off for Nekra and Vicky Kitty coming up next. You're not gonna miss those casting matches, guys. We still have 2 more games of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, friends. What an entertaining series this was. What a great showing from the Houston Outlaws, but also, of course, the Toronto Defiant. Not in small part because Hydron went absolutely bonkers. I think a lot of us would not have expected to see this match going this close, going the distance all the way onto map number 3. But let's break down the action to see how they got it done.
Yeah, that was just a treat all round. Like, both backlines going absolutely crazy. You know, Violet gets player of the match, and you can understand why when you watch this series. How much he offers to this team. He can play that Zenyatta at literally the highest level while also being able to switch over to the Lucio, which is something that not a lot of players in that role can do. But you know, there was so much back and forth. You know, Hydron on this exact point really brought Toronto Defiant that map on Sanctum. He just playing great on that Hanzo. And then this map went the distance. A cheeky little C9 towards the very end, but we got to look at Speedily's Echo. Kalush has hyped it up. He says it was even better than Fletter's in 2020 when Fletter won MVP. That's how much they believe in the Speedily Echo, and it showed. He is just so strong in it. But the Winston dive of the Houston Outlaws is just too good. Like, Fearless is just different, especially when you have Violet getting lucky like this every now and then. Fearless's aggressive play, it was just too much for the Toronto Defiant to handle. But both of these teams, you should be excited for these guys moving forward because they put on a world-class performance of just how good they are going to be this year in the Overwatch League.
Yeah. And I think another big thing is, I was very impressed with Pelican's Tracer as well, because Custom, before going into the match, we were talking about, you know, Pelican saying that he wasn't too comfortable on Tracer, and we were thinking, you know, how good is he now? But he is just amazing.
He's been popping off, but here's a fun little play for you that we isolated as well. Ultraviolet gets hacked by Happy, and then Fearless with the 1-2 punch gets Ultraviolet off because of the hack, can't TP to his teammates. So a nice little fun synergy thing here coming from the Houston Outlaws. And I was surprised to see the Doomfist come out by Fearless as well. We knew he had it in his wheelhouse, but with how good he is at Winston, I wasn't expecting to see it, but it worked out very well for them.
You know, this should get everyone out there excited to see more of both of those two teams. Now, of course, we do have a winner's interview ready, and one half of the Deadly Outlaws backline will be joining the
match for the post-match interview. Violet, can you hear me? 들리시나요?
네네, 들립니다.
Alright, before we start, do you want to just say hello to all of your fans? 자, 시작하기 전에 간단하게 자기소개 한번 하면서 인터뷰 한번 시작해보도록 하겠습니다.
네. Hello, my name is Minky Park. I play flex support in the Houston Outlaws. Nice to meet you guys.
Round of applause. Perfect. Great English. Hey, Violet, can I do everything in English then? I think your English is really good.
No. I need to translate.
No.
No.
Let's try. Question number one. Question number one. Okay. You guys lost map number 1, and then after you guys won the whole match. So what changed? What changed after map 1?
We just. I can speak English. I can understand.
Okay, wait, let's go with Korean. We try. Good try. 자, 한국말 하셔도 됩니다. 장난이었어요.
첫 맵 지고 나서 그냥 너무 약간 조금 상대는 이제 약간 웜업이 되어 있는 상태고, 왜냐면 걔네는 이미 경기를 한 것도 있고 저희는 이제 진짜 몇 개월 만에 첫 대회를 하는 거라 조금 그런 이슈가 있었다고 생각해요. 약간 좀 첫 맵을 너무 쉽게 이기다 보니까, 그러니까 첫 쟁탈의 첫 맵을 너무 쉽게 이기다 보니까 약간 조금 풀어진 감이 없지 않아 있었던 것 같아서, 그래서 좀 그걸 다시 멘탈 다 잡고 이제 이거 두 번째 맵부터 다시 했던 것 같습니다.
All right, so I think definitely one of the biggest thing was Toronto Defiant. They, I think, had the upper hand because coming into the match, because they were already warmed up. They already played a match coming in. Contrary to that, for our team, Houston Outlaws, this was our first match in the Overwatch League in months. We haven't played before, so getting warmed up was a big thing. And also, I think after winning the first round of the first map, I think we became a little bit too loose. We were, so we needed to clean that up. And then I think it just took
plays, and that's how we sort of went back into shape and won the whole match as well. All right, my last question for you, Violet, is of course, you've been with the San Francisco Shock for I think a very long time since you came into the Overwatch League, and this is your first time moving to a different team. So how does that feel? You're joined by so many great players as well. 자, 마지막 질문으로 바이올렛 선수, 제가 알기로는 이번 오버워치 리그를 들어오시면서 센쇼에서 쭉 있다가 이번에 처음으로 이적을 하신 것 같은데, 이렇게 좀 굉장한 선수들과 같이 새로운 팀으로 이적을 하신 거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
이제 좀 항상 있던 곳에만 있다가 이제 좀 뭔가 계속 집에만 있다가 이제 막 사회생활 처음 하러 나가는 그런 기분이 살짝 들더라고요. 아무래도 좀 오래 있다 보니까. 근데 뭐 지금 여기 있는 멤버들도 다 친한 애들이어가지고 막 그렇게 이질감이 들진 않고, 그리고 또 이제 아무래도 정뻑 형도 원래 쇼크 코치였던 형이었는데 그 형도 이제 여기 있고 하다 보니까 막 그렇게 막 뭔가 어색한 느낌은 별로 없는 것 같습니다.
I'm getting accustomed to the new team very well, quite honestly, because it's sort of when I first moved to Houston Outlet, it sort of felt like when someone becomes an adult and moves out of the house and finds a new job. It sort of felt like that because I was with one team for such a long time. Now I'm finding a new team, but everything is going fine. I'm really close with all the players. Not only that, our head coach Jung Bok was also on the same team as well on the San Francisco Shock, so that definitely helped me transitioning to a new team as well. All right, Violet, I'm gonna end the interview right here. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
So much, Violet. Good job, Danny, trying to bait out the English interview there.
Danny's such a bully. He was like, "Nah, do it in English. Come on, just do it."
Hey, some players want to try it. Some people want to try it. I know Violet's
also,
good. Yeah.
Their English is a lot better than they give themselves credit for, but of course it is a little intimidating to do it in an interview, especially if you weren't able to prepare for it and Danny just puts you on the spot.
I'm close with Violet. I love it. He knows. It's
we all love him. Great to hear from him, Danny. Thank you so much for once again helping us getting some insight. Now we have another match coming your way, and that one will be fought out between the LA Gladiators and the Contenders team Wisp. Those are the two teams we're going to see next. This is a first look for both of those, as we do not know currently what to expect from this new Gladiators roster.
I mean, we do know some of these players, like big names. Dante from Houston Outlets is joining Gladiators. Kai on there, a heavy hitter DPS player. Kevster, again, with the Gladiators as well. A new face, though, I think Babel was on the O2 Blast Korean Contenders team. And I heard a lot of great things about him, so I'm looking forward to him perform as well. But I think overall, Gladiators is another very hyped team. The big question, though, just like I think it was Toronto Defiant, they only have one tank. They have Dante as their sole tank. Is that going to be enough for the Pro-Am and for the season coming up? That's a big question.
Especially because he's new to just being the only tank player. So, we'll see if he has the ability to play all these different looks. If you go with Scrimbucks, it might not look that good. But Team Wisp on the other side, this is the Contenders team that just snuck into the Pro-Am, winning in the tiebreaker match. And this is an interesting team because they've been in Contenders for a while, but they've never been that high-end team that's been winning against, the big staples of North American contenders like American Tornado. But they have really solid players. Unfortunately, when they qualified, they had Croy, who has since moved on to the Los Angeles Valiant. But there's some really unique players you should keep your eyes on. For me, it's Rocket on that Tracer. He's known for this hero. It's probably been his bread and butter for a very long time. And that is the player that if they are going to start getting some wins, if they are going to take it to these Overwatch League teams, keep your eye on him as a player.
And that leads us now to our predictions. I do feel like this one has a clear favorite coming into it. And of course, Wisp not being able to play with your tank in this one, that might actually end up hurting him. However, I do feel like, due to the fact that those players, the rest of that squad has been playing with each other for such a long time, that might help them out here and there. But I doubt it's going to be giving them more than maybe the opportunity to steal the map from the Gladiators. I do think just the pure power of the individuals from the Gladiators, that they just they're going to go the distance, whether or not they've been playing with each other for a long time. I do think that there's a lot of talent on that Glad squad, so I went with Gladiators. How about you, Danny?
I went with Gladiators as well. I've heard some stuff that Gladiators were struggling, but I don't buy into Scrimbucks and Kevster Kai.
Can't be bought.
They have Kevster Kai as your DPS duo. Like, what else? What else can you say about that? Like, dude, there's no way. I have to go with Gladiators.
All right, I can be bought with Scrimbucks. Let's make that clear. But unfortunately, I don't think Team Wisp have it in their wheelhouse to be able to take it to the caliber of players that the Los Angeles Gladiators have. I'm curious to see how good the Gladiators are going to be, but if this is not a walk in the park for them, that is a very worrying sign. So first looks at this new Gladiators and Team Wisp. If you are ever going to get an opportunity to beat these level of players, this is the time.
Yeah, Gladiators, absolutely, as you said, Costa, that would be putting them in a really tough spot if this match is going to be anything but one-sided. But let's see if Wisp can maybe pull an upset here or surprise some people out there, some doubters, such as the three of us here on the desk. Now I have the utmost pleasure of handing it over to yet another casting duo. It's going to be Necra and Vicky Kitty.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I missed you guys. It's been so long. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joining Necra for the first time of this year's broadcast. I'm so excited to be alongside you, Necra. And we got a good match on our hands. We got the LA Glads versus Wisp. I know we were looking at Wisp together earlier on, so I'm excited to see how this plays out. But you know what? I have to agree with the desk here. Despite what the Scrimbucks are saying, I don't like to pay attention to that. Maybe Custa can get bought out, but I can't. I don't know. The Glads, there's been some time. I think they got something cooking out here.
I think you're absolutely right, Vicky, and I am so excited to be back and to be able to kick off our stay in the Pro-Am with this incredible matchup. I feel like there's a lot on the table here for both of these teams to really showcase what they have to offer, and so Wisp being able to qualify through the Pro-Am qualifiers, and of course the Los Angeles Gladiators trying to put some of those Scrimbuck rumors to rest. I feel like Gladiators do have this, though, just from the amount of experience that they have, but I can't wait to see what Wisp do have to offer.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I want to, follow up on Wisp specifically because we don't get to see these contenders teams very often. I want to highlight them a lot. We take a little trip over to Village for our first round. Wisp, they did something different. Despite, qualifying and having a difficult time to do so, I think they had to come through a tiebreaker match versus Hive. So they barely scraped by that top 5 in the NA qualifier. They have Jkaru here on their main tank, and I think he's playing on ping as well. So while this newer tank makes his way into Wisp roster, Jkaru is no stranger to what we've experienced in the contender scene. We've seen him pop off in the good old Tier 2 days, back with Young and Beautiful when British Hurricane was dominating. He took him to like a match 5 series, Karasuno, Uprising Academy. This player is super talented. Wisp, we've seen a lot of their other individual players too. Rocket is an insane young legend on this Tracer who's been able to work really well together with Chopper.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Rocket and Chopper actually play the Tracer and the Cassidy respectively, as Jkaru was looking for a position to really help to try to disrupt some of this DPS pressure coming out here from Kevster and Kai on the Los Angeles Gladiators. So that Winston is going to be really impactful for Wisp to try to get into this one. But Dante's already taking control of the point here with the Ramatra.
I love the fact that we're seeing Dante on this Ram right now, because obviously when you take a look at Ramatra, he enables that flex tank so well here, that off tank, and he already takes care of a peak in the process too. He's running it down into their backline, and he's doing what he could do best with this Ram already. Taking care of the backline from Wisp. It's time for a reset, but Glad's already looking fantastic with 20% on the point.
Yeah, I mean, the quick capture right away, and just to be able to try to control the choke point, that's really the power of what Ramatra has to offer. And you can see that Dante is showcasing so many different skills in this Ramatra kit, being able to go for the Nemesis form and make sure that you're really getting those strong punches in there. That's going to be really helpful to keep denying this incoming damage. I mean, look at this. Dante's playing Gatekeeper. Nobody on Wisp is able to get through right now.
Yeah, you can put down the Vortex right there through that choke point. Here comes the dive from Jkaru right on top of the high ground with that nano boost. Fantastic way to clear up the high ground here too. Now that Glads doesn't have Babel and Kai goes down, only 3 players left for the Glads. And that was a great opportunity now for Wisp to turn the point right back in their favor. They needed that, but they did have to burn the nano in the process, but they did not need to burn the primal. So that's fantastic since they didn't need to go for the reset.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that was such wonderful timing there by Wisp. Jakaru really waiting for that Nano to come online, and you can see the call and response there. A peek goes for the Nano onto Jakaru. Jakaru is able to jump up onto the high ground and get some really quick picks there onto the DPS line of the Los Angeles Gladiators. They're back in here, though, in the pulse bomb!
Rocket was in such a good position, but they trade support for support here. Here comes the Primal, booping Kai out of the window real quick. No Deadeye here coming in. Jakaru's gonna be able to back up, but no health coming in here too. He needs to literally go for the health pack. He's won, and he manages to survive for right now with still having control over this point.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of a reset here for the Gladiators. They're waiting for the rest of the team to be able to come back. But look, they're still putting on the pressure here. The DPS on the high ground. Kai is able to get some really nice shots there onto Wisp, but does have to back away, waiting for the rest of the team.
I like this disengagement here. Oh, and he still finds Rocky in the process. Chopper's got that Deadeye to clear some space, but he needs to back up now that Peak is low. Grapes is gone. Wisp are going to have to reset. Glad's managed to retake this point. Nice mortality field, too, from Babel. Little expensive out here, but they were able to flip the point right back in their favor.
Yeah, I think you're okay, though, if you're the Gladiators, to utilize that amplification matrix there. It was such a nice way to be able to zone Wisp back away from that choke point to allow the rest of the Gladiators to actually get in there and try to get some work done. So a quick team kill there, and now they're going to be setting up on this high ground. Dante's already right there to try to keep everybody from coming in.
Literally was trying to contest him, but was so far off left to the side that Chopper was able to find him in his sights with that Deadeye. Dante not available right here to put in some of the extra pressure. I like this disengagement now from Gladiators. They're going to be able to re-engage with that sound barrier from Astro. Kai goes down without using the Deadeye, and Whisper still finding some of these picks here. They have the number advantage, and they also get the point advantage.
This has been so back and forth, and it's because of the utility that we're seeing come out from Wisp. I mean, Jakaru's been really well known for getting a lot of value out of those Primal Rages, and you can see how he's able to capitalize on that and convert it over to big picks here for Wisp. Even Jakaru just kind of playing a little bit of Minesweeper, you know, where is everybody hiding from? Gladiators just trying to take a moment to, just kind of gather themselves before they go into this one. Vicky, it's final fight territory.
Oh my goodness, the shutdown from Abkeek, the sleep, but he gets punished immediately right afterwards. Rocket tries to go for a cheeky pulse bomb, gets the follow with Jakaru, but the immortality field helps Babel, but not for very long. Now the overtime popped off real quick, right before Wisp was able to make their way onto this point.
No way, just like that though.
Overtime?
Gladiators get pushed off the points!
They need to go right back in. They need to try to flip it out here too. Wisp trying to find the opportunity now as Gladiators. Kevster forced to try to go for this health pack over to the side, trying to get right back in as Dante's trying to clear up the rest of this point right here to put it right back in Glad's favor.
Gladiators might be able to take control of the point now, but there's still a couple of seconds left. Kai gets taken down, even on the Soldier 76 trying to get in, and recontest is coming through here from Wisp. Vicky.
Dante's got Annihilation. He's forced to pop it right now, but they don't have Sound Barrier. Babel doesn't have Rush out here either. Chopper finally finds Funny Astro. He goes down, so both supports are gone for Wisp. This is the opportunity with Dante alone and the Annihilation to stay alive. Here, take some of this Vortex, and he's clearing all the space left here for the rest of Glad to take this first round.
Wow, what a back and forth round number one here to kick off this very first map between the Gladiators and Wisp. And a lot of that was just based off of such smart engages coming through from Wisp. I feel like they were really able to find their footing when it came down to cycling through the ultimates that they got online. Vicky, I feel like the start of their success really was getting the nano boost onto Jakaru for that one engage.
Definitely agree there, and the way that they were also able to call out Dante, who was very far off to the side away from the rest of the team where he wasn't able to disengage in time. I mean, they had Grapes also use a speed boost to just put them into that position and chase down Dante, allow them to get those 2 to 3 different flip points that put them back in their favor. I like how back and forth it was here, but I have to say, watching Dante on the Ram has been very enjoyable. Trying to see how he's been playing it very similarly to the Doomfist. Now, he has made the swap over to the Winston.
It's been so awesome to watch Dante grow into this tank player. You know, starting off last season on the Houston Outlaws, playing the Doomfist, and then really growing his hero pool. You can see the flexibility come through as well, as Dante is going to be starting off this round of Nepal on the Winston to be able to contest that with Jakaru. So I'd love to see who's going to be able to get the first blow.
Peak has fallen low so many times here, Necro, but has been able to peel away with the help of Graves. Now, Jikaru can't say the same. He's literally having to back away in time. Peak is right there, doing such a good job at taking it off angle here to make sure that he's up and alive here. But a huge anti coming in from Babel. They lose out on Kevster. Dante falls low, and one by one as they fall, that's going to go in favor for Wisp now as they flip the point.
Wow, even though that giant anti-grenade came through from Babel, it just felt like Wisp was able to keep everybody alive. And this is really where I'm starting to look at Apik and Grapes and see how are they able to support the team. Grapes, we didn't get a chance to see a whole lot of time in the EMEA qualifiers, or even just in the Pro-Am qualifiers, excuse me. And so kind of looking at it now, you know, where is Grapes going to be able to help support the team? What is happening here?
You talk about eating antis. I mean, Apik had one of those too. Even puts the nano right quick onto Jikaru, who backs away in time. Also, Funny Astro with that boop also forced him to get off from the high ground. Here comes Kai though, nano boost onto him. He's got the Deadeye, and he's got that magnetic grenade, and Jikaru can't get away. He was too fixated looking down the other side of that pillar. Chopper going in for the follow-up, huge. Being able to get 3 before he goes down himself at the very end. Rocket gets a follow-up here too, and this is the cleanup that we had seen already to qualify from the NA qualifiers, now coming in to show from Rocket and Chopper.
This team is so hungry. I feel like you can see that in every single play, every single minuscule decision that they are making in order to engage into these fights. They've got very clear communication coming through, and I feel like that's really what you get out of a team that's worked so hard together to be able to get to this point. And so now we're getting to the point where Wisp really only have like 35% more to have to capture here. Can they do it?
Have it in their favor with the sound barrier used up here from Gladiators. They are going to be able to clear this point from Wisp. They didn't really have much to utilize minus Rocket, who just gets pulsed right now. Jikaru had that primal, but he already lost out on a Peak and Grapes at the same time. So now Glads are able to take this point finally. But that's without Wisp already being at nearly 82%, 81 at the end of that cap.
Yeah, they've bought themselves basically into final fight territory, so Wisp really at this point are going to try to take an economy push here, looking to get as many ultimates out of the Gladiators as possible before going back in and trying to capitalize on their own. Jikaru on Wisp does have the Primal Rage available, so maybe there's a bit of a conversion that can happen there, but wow! It's a huge snipe there from Babel.
Green light go. That was probably a follow-up from Kai right there too. He was pretty big anti, but nobody could push from the side of Wisp. Over on the other side, Jikaru pops the primal, jumps right in, finds the biggest threat right here. And when it comes to him trying to use his primal, he gets put to sleep. Somebody wakes him up. He backs away. They do trade that for Chopper in the process. Graves comes in too, finds Funny Astro. Babel and Funny Astro are gone from the Gladiators, so not as much sustainability that Wisp has to work with despite a peak going down. Graves is still alive.
Yeah, Grapes at this point is alive, but the double pulse from Kevster is going to put that team fight to rest. Vicky, that was such a scrappy fight there, but Gladiators played that so smart, trying to move the fight away from point and really make sure that while they were in control, they were able to get this. Let's watch this again.
And in this position here too, he gets the pulse, he recalls, and right there was Rocket right alongside Jikaru. That was beautiful right there.
So
we were talking about the sprint bugs, Necra. At the end of the day, yeah, we saw Kevster experiment a little bit, but it's still Kevster on the Tracer. I believe we had seen at one point it was Yaki who was repping the Tracer. Kevster out here was trying something different, but this is Kevster we're talking about. The Tracer still shines through here for this team while they try different things. Sound barrier also online here for Funny Astro. We test that here with Wisp, who also is going to pop the Deadeye themselves. Nice sound barrier coming in from Funny Astro. Keeps the Glads up and alive. The same cannot be said, though, about a Peak and Grapes. And that's the difference here, too, because the sound barrier was used up from Grapes. And despite having that lead at the very beginning, Necra, it's gone. The Gladiators have cleared out Wisp.
Yeah, looks like they finally found their footing in this game. They've realized who the big threats are on Wisp, and they are able to take them out. Vicky, it felt like that was such a clean victory for them on that second round, especially after they were able to figure out how to actually maneuver around Wisp's playstyle.
Yeah, I really like the way that they were also able to enable Kevster, especially at the very end there. We got to see a lot from Dante and what he was able to do in terms of controlling the space there, but Kevster had his pop-off moments too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that double pulse, it doesn't really get any better than that. And it's kind of the type of ultimate economy that you're really looking at for able to see conversion over from Kevster. I feel like Kevster is just always known for that kind of flashy show. So I can't wait to see what else we got in store for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that was fantastic out here. I honestly, just being able to see, though, how close it was the first 2 rounds. it's Gladiators who made the adjustments that they needed at the very end. That sound barrier that they couldn't use was the nail in the coffin. Despite having that lead at the very beginning, it looked great for them, but Gladiators just was able to adapt better.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I feel like Wisp did give them a lot of trouble, and it was just from clean engagements. They had a really clear game plan of how they wanted to approach this particular match, and maybe we're seeing a little bit of experimentation here as well from the Gladiators. You know, the Ramatra into Winston matchup is not one that I was super expecting to see come out here today, but knowing that Jakaro does like to play the Winston, I feel like this is good knowledge that the Gladiators can really play around, and I feel like they were still able to figure it out.
Yeah, it's the fact that Kevster was doing the thing, and literally I think he was able to single-handedly take it 11-1 in this entire map with the 1-0 lead against Wisp originally out here, gets that stake, backs away, and the fact that you saw Jakaro also jump in right there too, that was the play right there that we got to see. We do have Blizzard World coming up next, and that's going to be on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
That is it. Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field, Nano's there just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive, and Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Oh, okay, Liz. Okay, Liz, we're back out here with another series, guys. We are in the LA Gladiators versus Whips matchup. After that first game, though, Glads are looking great. Shout out to Liz, by the way. I'm rushing to do your groceries. Hopefully you did that safely, though. We are back once again. Necker Kitty on the cast here. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the Pro-Am. I'm enjoying myself, Necker, because we don't really get to see this very often. Of course, we got to see it happen last week, and we got to see what happened with a lot of our contenders teams. We saw earlier today, but now we get to see Wisp come up against the Glads, and they were doing a pretty good job. This is a team, by the way, that barely scraped by the qualifiers in the NA qualifiers to make it here. And despite it being a 2-0 on Nepal from Glads, they were still doing a really good job at keeping up.
It was so close in that first round, and I was so blown away by just how proactive we really got a chance to see Wisp going into a lot of those team fights. It was very clear that they had a game plan in mind of how they wanted to be able to approach the Gladiators, and they were able to execute. And so I love seeing a very close first map, and we'll see if they're going to be able to continue to keep the pressure onto the Gladiators heading into the next one.
Now, I'm wondering here, what kind of subs are we going to see coming in? Are any players going to be basically filtered out here? And it does look like it's going to be Lastro moving in for Funny Astro. How funny how that works out. I think actually they played together in the past. I was talking to you about this earlier, where I think together they've been like Funny Lastro at their peak out here. But Astro, you know, he's not in here. It's going to be Lastro with Abu now instead. And we know that Lastro also has history with Dante, both of them, of course, coming in from the Houston Outlaws. Dante changing things up. Yeah, that dude looked iffy in the scrim books if you want to cash it in, but he took out the Winston, he took out the Ramatra. It looked great. Now we're moving on to Blizzard World.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the switch there from Funny Astro into Lastro as well. We've seen a lot on Blizzard World that you can have kind of like the flex support there coming in from Babel, and then you can also have a kind of a different type of support coming through from Lastro. You know, Funny Astro, when he's seen play in these maps, has really tried to just play the Lucio, and now I think this lends itself to a little bit more of these longer range support duos that can really help to amplify the healing coming through for the takes or the DPS that are a little bit farther away.
I like highlighting Babel too, you know, making his way back once again into the league. Welcome back, Babel. We missed you. He had played back with the Spitfire, I think like in 2020 or so, year right before I joined the league out here. So seeing him back, he made his way from contenders again. Coming in from O2 Blast. Lads, looking great, and they're going to be starting off on the defense. Wisp opted to go for the offense here. So I want to see how this is going to play out with the way that Wisp was playing. You mentioned it earlier, but the way that Jkaru is the one that initiates out here when he does have that nano has been something to look out for. But with Chopper making the swap over, I wonder if he's probably going to switch right back over to the Echo. I mean, that's what Blizzard World allows you to have more of these open sight lines here. Just trying to see if we can get a little cheeky pick with the teleportation, but no teleport and no pick real quick, so he's just going to make the swap.
Yeah, I mean, if that would have been a quick... if that was a quick snipe, I think that's a quick take there for Wisp if they're able to move in fast enough. But I want to kind of go back to a little bit of the Winston engagement that we might see here. It's going to play a little bit differently than what we saw in Control. These fights are going to be a little bit more controlled, a little bit slower paced here. You can see Dante's actually going to be the one that ends up making the first move. He gets burned for it.
That was a great follow-up in terms of comms from Rocket and Chopper too. He got burned with the magnetic nade, and Chopper is still mowing down the rest of the Glads after Dante was the first domino to fall. Lastro gets hit with an anti, and they're forced already to funnel out. The disengage was huge here. I like that, but they're just going to be able to re-engage here now that Dante's made his way back.
Yeah, and Chopper, you know, like maybe there was a little bit of hesitation on whether or not Chopper was going to be able to hold his own in this particular meta, but I feel like the Cassidy is showing up in such a big way for this player, and I feel like even if Chopper's playing a little bit more aggressively with that Cassidy, Jakaru really is there to be able to create space in order for Chopper to operate in. And so look at this already, how aggressive Jakaru is even getting into the front line of the Gladiators.
He's clearing that extra space, especially with the position that Gladiators want to take on this high ground right now, especially after getting past this choke point. See Jakaru moving in, put down the barrier, just forces Kai to back off. Babel being on the Kiri, he's going to be able to back away just in time. Suzu coming in too, just so that way you can get that reset. Managing to space away nicely here too. He does have that nano boost, and so does Lastro.
Yeah, so where are these nanos going to go? It looks like Apik is already going to use theirs on
huge
Jakaru.
Huge anti. That was a beautiful follow-up from Kai and Lastro at the same time right there, too. Wisp get deleted in that choke point, and now the reset to Necro is going to happen where they can just reposition back on the high ground.
Yeah, and so this is where things get a little bit dicey here for Wisp. This Winston engagement does really, really well to snowball. As soon as you are able to take that first fight, you are really looking for Jakaru to continue to make even more space for the team. But the fact that this was a huge win here for the Gladiators in this team fight means this is going to be a huge halt to Wisp's progress. Look at how long it's going to take for them to be able to get back into things here as they start to look for how they want to engage this time around. At least Jakaru does have the Primal Rage as a great engagement tool, and it should be able to knock down these DPS off of the high ground here.
You see how he's trying to engage right here with it. He is put to sleep immediately right afterwards, though. Babel also answering right back to Peak. Jakaru kind of in the back while Dante's still holding on to that Primal here too. Not even having to pull the trigger just yet. Nice anti once again coming from Lastro. He's been landing these antis in a really nice way where Jakaru was forced to pop that Primal. Now they're kind of at a standstill, waiting by the choke point currently to wait and see if they can try to reposition onto the high ground.
Yeah, and look at this. Kepster is just lying in wait with the pulse bomb, Vicky.
Oh, the sound barrier and the timing here too coming in from Graves. Chopper still held on to that Deadeye. Didn't find a pick, but did clear the air real quick here too. Be falling low. Here comes a Deadeye from Kai to answer right back and getting way more of a value this time around. Chopper goes down and so does a Peak, and Wisp just haven't been able to find the positioning through that choke point. They haven't even been able to fight for this high ground right here. As you can see that Kai is literally cleared up this entire space.
Yeah, I think that was a huge moment for Kai to shine, and boy, did he take it. Now getting a chance to step back up onto the structures here on Pylon Terrace. You're getting such nice vantage points of where Wisp are going to be coming from, and look at all those shots that Kai is still able to land right now, too, as Dante plays Lookout. Rocket, though, trying to play a little bit of a distraction there, going to Card.
And another one of these antis was the nail in the coffin for a Peak. Yeah, he sent out the nano boost so that way Chopper could get some sort of influence here. He does manage to find Dante. They trade that for Jakaru, but the magnetic nade from Kai, and then the anti to finish off Grapes. Lastro's playing out of his mind this game around, and Gladiators once again win another team fight. 2 minutes on the board here for Wisp.
Oh, what are these Annas eating this morning? Like, every single Ana player that we've seen so far have just been absolutely phenomenal. And I feel like Lastro is absolutely one of those players. You called it so well. The anti-nades have been such a great engagement tool here for the Gladiators. And the follow-up, too. Kepster has another pulse bomb already, Vicky. This is such a fast ultimate charge for him.
Look, it has to be a Raisin Brand or something, because I know it's good for your brain, and out here, we are seeing the Ana plates come in. Kev's just got that pulse. You know he really wanted it, but he's forced to burn the recall here. Waiting on the high ground is also good positioning, because you can see that Wisp is trying to rotate from the high ground. Rocket fell low, gets the reset here, tries to follow up with Dante. Kevster dancing around, finding Jakaru, finding Rocket, and another huge anti coming in again. Chopper literally is one, so is Grapes. Yeah, that's a great trade here, because the rest of Gladiators are just going to clean up on aisle 9.
Yeah, that was a quick takedown there. Team kill bell to boot. Hard earned as Dante's gonna get set back up onto the Pylon Terrace. Just this nice high ground. Let's see what Gladiators can really get done here as Dante's getting ready for another Primal Rage. That's great disruption into the backline of Wisp, and it feels like time and time again, Gladiators have been going after Upheat, going after Grapes, trying to shut down the support potential of Wisp's backline, and that's really been hurting the front line in the process.
Final fight territory, and he gets taken down again here. Another huge anti in the follow-up from Dante to move in. He's got the Primal ready here, and he's going to be able to clear the backline of Wisp while he gets trying to force his way back in. Jakaro gets hit with an anti. Rocket falling low, 30 seconds left on the board, and Primal's been activated. Kai is going to be able to follow up with that Deadeye. Jumps down from the high ground, waiting to see if he can find any of the returning members of Wisp as Dante isolates Chopper and Rocket.
15 seconds left, Vicky. I don't know how much time Wisp are going to have to be able to get back together as a team of 5 to disengage. It's going to be a nano boost already onto Jakaro. Can they get back in on time?
It's a desperate pull out here as Sound Barrier gets activated too for Grapes and a peak. A peak falls again incredibly low. Look at Kevster just waiting for the opportunity right by the spawn point of Wisp. Overtime ticking away as they try to rotate in. Chopper does find Kevster pretty big here because he was the one rotating outside of the spawn, but Dante finds a peak. They didn't have Kevster out here to try to follow up because the rest of the Gladiators were the ones holding the front lines, and it's Dante on that high ground. That position that you mentioned, Necro, was so detrimental to enable Kai's sight lines to help out Dante still play aggressively, and Wisp wasn't able to get around that.
No, especially when you know that Dante is such a phenomenal communicator for the team. Whatever team he's been on, especially when it came to the Houston Outlaws, he was just such a great shot caller. And I feel like that is no different here from the Gladiators. So him being able to communicate to the team, look, this is where they're coming from. Here's the players that you need to shut down on Wisp. Everybody seemed to be on the same page in terms of shutting down this Winston dive from Wisp. Now, we're switching sides, Vicky. Do you feel like we're going to see any switch-ups here?
I feel like what's working out for Glads, they should stick to what they're doing right now because Kevster is going crazy. Babel is enabling Lastro, and we're seeing some pretty sick Ana plays from Lastro with the amount of antis that we've seen already. Gonna be able to tune into that replay here. Talk about Babel earlier on before. Finds that recall, isolates Rocket. This is around the very end too, where Chopper also goes out shortly afterwards. Beautiful right there too with the Souza to reset here. Gonna be able to also heal back Dante and Kai, who were on that high ground originally, and then immediately gets back to the high ground. I mean, look, we already know what Kiri could do. You've seen it, Necker, I've seen it. Just being able to clear out the rest of your backline out here and then wall climb to get into position. The follow-ups between that and then what we see from Dante were nice on that high ground, just controlling that entire space.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so exciting to see Kiriko see competitive play, but I feel like her skill ceiling still has yet to be reached. And so to see these players still showcase so much of her mobility and her kit really makes me excited to see how Kiriko is going to continue to be played in the competitive meta. Babel, of course, putting on such a great performance here, but now that the Gladiators are going to be taking the attack this time around as Wisp is defending, where do they feel like their focus needs to go? Babel's going to already take a rotation here to get behind Wisp.
And he's holding hands with Kevster here too. Gonna be able to try to basically harass the backline that is a peak in Grapes. And here you go, there they are. Lastro again with another huge anti. Also found its way onto Chopper. Meanwhile, the cleanup from Babel and Kevster, the communications here from Glads are going crazy. They literally just clean up the entire backline while Dante was a distractor for the rest of Wisp to focus on in the middle. That was amazing play here from Glads as they're going to be able to get the point now and the payload moving.
Yep, that's going to be a quick capture here. And I feel like this is something that we see from this team just kind of looking at the first map into the second so far, is that Gladiators just really had to feel out, you know, what is Wisp's play style? You know, how are they really going to try to approach this matchup? It feels like Gladiators have started to really figure that out. And what a quick nano, too! What's Dante going to be able to make of this?
Oh, man, I mean, right now already finds Jakaro and gets a follow-up with Kevster here, too, who's clearing the rest of the back line. But Lastro helping enable both of these players has just been another level. That's the threat right here that Wisp needs to focus on. Is Lastro is a problem right now. Dante's gonna be able to back up after that nano boost is put onto him, and he's also got the primal. Kevster still got the pulse bomb, and they have a lot of time to work with this payload.
Yeah, they do, and this payload is quickly approaching its destination. That box of victory is just a couple meters away here from winning Gladiators this first match for them in the Pro-Am. And they've got that Primal Rage, they've got the Kiriko Kitsune Rush online. Wisp gotta go touch!
Oh, okay. Jakaro jumps down. Apik also has the Nano Boost coming online right now. That is to say, if Kevster doesn't harass the backline like he is right now, he puts the Nano Boost onto Chopper, gonna be able to clean up some of those shots, but a huge anti. The immediate retaliation after Kevster finds Apik gets no value off of that Nano Boost, unfortunately, as Chopper gets taken down immediately right afterwards from Babel. Wisp have no more bodies on this point, and the Gladiators, they take their first series in the Pro-Am.
That was such good play coming up from the Gladiators as well. I mean, immediately they had identified the Kitsune Rush is online. Let's go ahead and send it. Just full send all of the ultimates there. But they also did a good job of corralling Wisp into places where they just couldn't be effective for the team. Notice how many players just got caught right underneath that pylon terrace in those closed corridors and got shut off from access to the healing as well. What a great identification there that Apik was providing so much support to the team that Gladiators really didn't have a choice except to shut him down.
Yeah, and they also knew that Nano was online. You talk about what they had left in store to try to stay on the point for as much as possible, to just try to delay the Glads. Well, they had that Nano Boost, and they know that they wanted to put it onto Jikaru. In the moment that it was put onto Chopper, the immediate retaliation that we saw happen to Chopper, you could tell the communication was flowing from Glads. The way that they were able to immediately split their focus from one target to the other. Kevster, he did the deed. He took care of the Ana that could just anti the back line that wanted to find Chopper instead. And then they were able to take care of it. They made sure that also the Cassidy just didn't have any impact once that Nano was put onto him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Cassidy was playing such a big role there for Wisp when you look at just how well Chopper was able to literally chop down the competition. It's been so amazing to really see Wisp and kind of just show off what they've got. That first map was very close, and this is not the last time that we're going to be seeing Wisp when it comes to the Pro-Am. So let's see what they got to bring for us next.
Yeah, our player of the match is going to be Kevster. We talk about him a lot, and for all the right reasons out here. I believe in this first map alone, he was going crazy. I think he only died like twice out here, got 8 limbs. And I think in Blizzard World, it's a very similar lineup. We got that double stick here too. Well, he stuck to Jikaru, then Jikaru jumped in, and Rocket unfortunately fell victim to that pulse bomb too. Then here, the follow-up, clearing up the rest, followed up with this Kitsune Rush 2, cleaning up the rest of the backline, and also kind of being a thorn to the side to Apik. Really didn't allow Apik and Graves to get much going from Wisp, and Kevster was doing a really good job at also tracking the ultimates that were going to be used, like we saw with Apik with the Nano Boost on the high ground at the very end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, Kevster at this point was playing cleanup duty on a lot of these targets. A look at the follow-up there when Dante was actually focusing someone down. Kevster was right there behind him, or just finishing off another low-health target. But, I mean, what a phenomenal job here from Kevster. I feel like I got super tongue-tied talking about his prowess on this particular hero after that first map, because it just was the same old, same old. It's really hard to try to put that into a different perspective when it's just the Kevster that we all know and love.
Yeah, it's a Kevster Tracer out here too. At the end of the day, Kevster goes crazy on that Tracer. That's why we talked about Yaki a little bit on this roster too, because Yaki, we all know, also has an insane Tracer. I can't wait to see more of the Glads in the future, but that's a great way to start things off for them in the Pro-Am. That was it for them versus Wisp. We're going to be going on over to a break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing you.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Game Break. Zoe here, joined by Costa, as well as Danny, and Gladiators walk away victoriously over our contenders team Wisp. Now, let's break down all the action and talk about how they got it done. Map number 1. Honestly, I felt like that looked a little too close, but you know, Gladiators turned it up, and let's
just
get
end
spicy
it.
here.
Yeah.
Let's just end it.
Kev's reminding everyone that no matter how weak people might perceive this team to be, he's still around, and he's still on the Tracer. He actually, this is per 10 minutes. He actually only had 3 deaths in this entire series on that Tracer. Just absolutely dominant performance. And as you said, Zoe, on that first map, it really could have gone either way. There was a lot of things that went towards Team Wisp. It was back and forth. But Kev's Tracer stood strong, and then we just started to see a masterclass coming out from the Gladiators as we move onwards. On Blizzard World, Team Wisp just really couldn't hold a candle to whatever the Gladiators were throwing at them, right? We saw, just domination from, a Babel on this Kiriko. Looks very aggressive, very strong. Didn't die on Blizzard World, even though he's playing so aggressive. And then Lastro just comes in to be like, hey guys, did you forget I'm also on this roster? His Ana absolutely clean. Honestly, I just want to vent a little bit here as well. I love having Ana in the meta. Ana is just one of the best heroes to watch, just overall. The amount of damage and play potential that you can have, maybe a bit of support bias, that you can have as a support player is just awesome to see. And, I think this sort of doesn't give me full confidence in the Gladiators. Obviously, Team Wisp didn't put on the best performance today, but it's a good first step.
Yeah. I mean, despite the 2-0 loss, I think I kind of liked what Wisp did, and they put up a good fight, and I definitely think they gave Gladiators run for their money. So this is not it for the Wisp. They got more matches, so I'm excited to see more from them.
And people talked about looking at that Gladiators squad was, of course, Dante, who is now looking great in person. We got the man himself for a quick chat. Dante, how you doing? Congratulations on the W, and thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
We're great. Thank you.
Didn't see that coming.
All right, Dante, I'm gonna start off this interview. So I just want to ask, you were with the Houston Outlaws last season, and now you're with a new team, Los Angeles Gladiators. How's that transition?
It's probably my favorite place to live that I live so far. We were here for season 1 and 2, and it's nice to be back. Transition-wise, I think everything out of game has been really smooth. In game was a little weird at first because it's a really different style, like a passive team. At least last year, that's how we played. They're probably a lot different this year, but really different stylistically. But I'm loving everything about this new team. The environment's really good. LA is beautiful. Everything's awesome.
Sounds good. Good vibes all around. I love that. Now, Dante, you are the soul tank for this team. Do you feel like that's adding a lot more pressure on you since you do have to cover so many different bases?
Yeah, I have been a little stressed out because it's a lot of different heroes, and in the beginning of our scrims we were playing literally every comp. We're just testing stuff out. So I was on a different matchup every single time on a different hero. So it was a little stressful at the time, but it definitely has its advantages for counter swapping and just being able to play everything. It's really good. So yeah.
All right, so you said you started off a little stressful, so we're going to talk about the elephant in the room. The Scrimbucks exchange has been going wild with the Gladiators. I wanted to get your take on it because, obviously you're in those scrims, you're trying a lot of things out. How do you want to respond to this? Gladiators might be weak this season because of these Scrimbucks.
I mean, like I just said, we were playing a different comp every day on a different map, different matchup, subbing people in and out, and half our team was on 200 ping for the last 3 weeks. Everyone got here last Saturday, so everyone's been here for 4 or 5 days. Or our European players have been here for 4 or 5 days. Our Korean players came a week and a half ago, but I mean it's only gone uphill since then. We're just getting better and better. Everyone's meshing well, so yeah.
It takes time. It takes time, man. And we love to see you turn it up in this match. We can't wait to see more from you and the squad. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
All right, thanks for having me. See you guys.
Cheers,
Thank
Dante.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Always great to see him. Of course, also fantastic to have him back in the city once again. So we might see a little bit more of him for sure. Now we are getting ready for our next match. So let's take a look at the schedule to see exactly where we are currently in our day, which went by, I feel, really quickly, but technically it didn't because it's 5.
Right on time.
So it's actually, we're right on time. But the matches somehow felt quick. Let's see if we're going to end with a long one or not. Either way, New York Excelsior will take on the Houston Outlaws. I am very excited to see both of those teams rocking up again, especially to get the first glimpse at what the New York Excelsior is going to look like this season.
This is a really interesting roster because obviously it was a late pickup and there's been a lot of rumors about this New York Excelsior team throughout the offseason. But if you look at these players on paper, they actually have a pretty good squad, right? Like they have good Korean talent. We've seen some unique players coming in here, and Fitz, like we've considered him on one of the best DPS duos alongside Prophet for a very long time. So there is a lot of upside of this New York Excelsior team, but there are very few people that have faith on them. So this is really their first attempt to be able to show people like, hey, you guys might be doubting us, but here's what our capabilities have, because there's a lot of experience and a lot of quality players on this team. It just doesn't feel like that hype is there for this roster like you would expect them on any other team.
Yeah, and it's a great first look at them when they go up against the Houston Outlaws, since that is a strong team they can measure up against. And if you are in support of the New York Excelsior, make sure to grab your support bundle now, as it is currently on sale. You can get yourself a Kiriko, Ana, Baptiste, as well as a Weapon Charm in your favorite team skins. And all of that will only cost you 350 league tokens and a quarter of your soul.
Quarter of your soul. Wow. Only a quarter?
That's not a whole soul.
That's a deal. I mean, this is the first time we're seeing New York Excelsior, but I think it's a bit of unlockers. They're going up against Houston Outlaws. Quite
That's good.
honest.
Try it by fire. I like that.
Yeah. But I mean, Houston Outlaws, that match against Toronto was crazy. They got the win already. So I'm just expecting more of just great Overwatch from both Houston Outlaws and the New York Excelsior, honestly.
Absolutely. See, I'm completely the opposite here of you. I think it's fantastic to go up against one of the strongest teams. It is, because no one will expect you to come out victorious, which means that if you as much as put up a good fight or a good enough fight, then people will still not give you flag for losing. They go like, oh well, but they went up against the strongest team and they did fine. And even if they didn't do fine, then they still went up against the strongest team. So I think it's everything to win, nothing to lose situation for New York Excelsior, and I think that is a great platform to showcase what you can do as a team first thing in the season. Now we take a look at our predictions. I had to go with the Houston Outlaws again.
Wow, you just gave me so much optimism. You said you just said you were playing with house money. Choose New York Excelsior.
Yeah, I still think that Houston Outlaws are going to win it. I'm just so sold on that roster. Like, their backline is just so deadly. Like, if you're scared or fearless in the front line, we'll have bad news for you, because the backline might even be deadlier than that. So yeah, there you have it. It's going to be an uphill battle for the New York Excelsior, but I hope they at least can put up some resistance, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, for Houston Outlaws, if you're scared of Fearless, and then if you're scared of the backline, and then you also have to be scared of their DPS lineup with Happy and Pelican as well, they're just too OP, man. I have to go with Houston Outlaws.
I just want to see more Pelican Tracer. It's been looking so good. Honestly, I'm going for the Houston Outlaws, Pelican Tracer. I just want to keep getting more reps to see where it really stands with everyone else. So New York Excelsior, definitely an uphill battle in their first match with this new roster.
And I am also interested to hear where our casters are going with this one. So once more, we're going to bring in Necra and Vicky. Guys, who do you think is coming out on top of this?
Thank you, Zoe. I gotta agree with you. I love the hype up behind NYXL, but I gotta go with the Outlaws. I mean, after what we just witnessed versus the Defiant, I even tweeted earlier, I was like, Violet Zen, I missed this. I haven't seen this in a while. It's been a bit. Talk about the back line out here. This team is crazy. The individual talent is going to be insane. And you know what, Necro, I also agree with Zoe out here. What better way to face off against a team than probably the best team in the group right now? I mean, the best now that they beat the Defiant currently. I mean, if you want to talk about results, but the best right now with NYXL having some pretty questionable choices with their roster. I know you got to take a look at the 4 support back lineup that they got. They have 1 tank. I mean, they're going to try to make it work out here, Necro.
I honestly think that New York Excelsior, though, has such a fantastic opportunity to be able to showcase what they do bring to the table. And yes, this is maybe one of the more behemoths in the group in the Houston Outlaws. They did put on a phenomenal performance today, but New York Excelsior still has a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and I feel like maybe that is a little bit of a surprise factor that they can bring to the table. Just looking at their roster as a whole, I mean, we get a chance to look at some of these players that have more recently moved back up. Psycho, Shockwave, good to see them again. They just came off of an all-star roster on Ex Oblivione that were able to actually take home 2 first places in European contenders. So I feel like they are here and they are so hungry to be able to get some great pickoffs onto the Houston Outlaws. We're gonna see Psycho and Fitz to be able to start this off, and Creative and Left in the back line. We're kicking things off on Lijiang, though, and it's Control Center. I feel like things are about to get wild out here, Vicky.
You talk about the individual players coming into NYXL. You know, Fitz, he made his way back from APAC land from playing with the Dynasty for the last 4 seasons. I'm excited to see how he's going to be able to play against the other Western teams out here, too, especially since the Somber goes crazy out here. But we're already starting things off. We are duking it out with the Ramantras. Nice anti coming in from Shu. That was huge. That's going to claim Left. They're going to trade that now that Shu goes down here, too. Outlaws are already trying to find an opportunity. The Immortality field, though, is the different maker here that has allowed the Excelsior to now stand up in that choke point for right now before the rest of the Outlaws are looking to hold forward.
Oh, this almost looks so good here for New York Excelsior as well. The differences in their composition to be able to have the Mei as well as the Baptiste, I feel like do allow them a lot of sustainability, especially when you're able to rotate around the Ramatra shield. So Psycho able to have a lot of that staying power there with the Mei Ice Block. You've got the wall as well to shut off any avenues of retreat, but they're back into this one. Fitz with a big pick.
That was a big pick out here, too, especially from that side angle. Fitz trying to get the follow-up. Kellen now getting Violet in the process. That's happening. Violet going down for the Outlaws. Trying to get that trade ball. Kellen is just going to take a little quick nap. Finally waking up now. Fearless falling incredibly low. Just a matter of time before they finish that up. The pulse pump coming in from Pelican. Moving in. Talk about the individual tools here that Outlaws could work with. Pelican also is just insane player, and on the Tracer here too. Haven't been able to flip the point despite even taking that advantage in terms of the amount of players that were up for the Outlaws. That's also thanks to Pelican, who was able to contest in the front line.
Yeah, and Matrix here might be able to help turn things in the tide of the Excelsior. And with that too, yeah, Houston Outlaws, they just want to back off from this one. There's no point in re-engaging with that when you know that the Amplification Matrix is just going to finish off the entirety of the team. So may as well allow New York Excelsior to burn that ultimate and give Houston Outlaws the chance to regroup as a team of 5. They do have Shu's Nano Boost here, so that could help to enable Fearless to get a little bit more up close and personal here with the front line of New York Excelsior. But Happy as well can help split up the team here with the Dragon Strike.
The wall coming in, and you talk about it here, the Dragon Strike coming in as well. Kellen pops in the ult. Nemesis being activated here. Warrior running, you can't go anywhere. He puts up the barrier and he cleans up Happy. Outlaws getting deleted here in this next fight. Great look here from the NYXL, and the way that they were also able to use Cycle's wall was huge there.
Yeah, I was, but now I'm like, where's Pelican going? I think Pelican might be trying to deliver a dive bomb there onto the back line of New York Excelsior. At least it's going to get New York to pivot back to point.
Now you see me, now you don't. He did the job. Exactly what it was clear the choke point from where they were going through their spawn. Annihilation activated. Here comes the sound barrier from Violet. Sustainability up and alive as the Immortality field gets deleted. Thanks to Pelican and Happy here. Fearless falling super low. Here comes a pulse bomb. Huge ult 11 Fitz. And the cleanup onto Creative. That's 3 down here for the Excelsior. Glenn having to run away if he can. He's in the line of sight of Pelican. He falls low. The Vortex comes out, but he can't get away in time. Great cleanup here from the Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, the Outlaws, that was a pretty expensive fight for them. You're looking at the Sound Barrier, the Pulse Bomb, and Fearless's ultimate being used there, but it was still at least able to convert over to recapturing the point. An unfortunate miss there, I feel like, from Creative. You saw the amplification matrix come out, but it was at the very tail end of the fight when no one else was be able to follow up on that one. Pelican is going to try to wrap around, though, as New York Excelsior try to come back into this fight for Final Fight territory.
It's contested here, too. Comes a Nano Boost coming in. Nice mortality field helping out Fitz. Pelican deletes it immediately now as a Nano Boost onto Fearless puts in so much pressure via this choke point. Gonna be able to still continue on as Pelican is mowing down the rest of the NYXL. Huge anti-tier 2. Creative going down. The rest of the Outlaws are still gonna be able to stay on the points. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, Fitz is going to try to make his way back over to the point there with the Tracer to be able to blink on. He is able to activate the overtime here, but there's got to be follow-up from New York Excelsior, and it might have to come in the form of this May Blizzard.
Oh, Psycho, you need to stay alive. Another huge anti coming in from Shu. Psycho stays alive, puts down the Blizzard. Annihilation comes in. Fitz gets taken down. Creative did already used up the Immortality Field. Annihilation for Annihilation, and oh no, while Kellen was slept, he gets stuck with that Pulse Bomb from Pelican. Pelican and Fearless are looking crazy, and they clear this first round.
Okay, Pelican is just in some type of form today. Maybe looking at all the praise that the backline was getting and saying, but hey, wait a minute. Like, let me show you what I've got to bring to the table. And Pelican played such a pivotal role in so many of those fights in that first round. Either playing as a distraction in the backline of New York Excelsior. There was that one time where he was able to go back to the point and turn New York Excelsior's attention back over to the point to allow Houston to run back through. But it's also just coming in the form of forcing out that Immortality Field. Creative would put that down, try to save Fitz, and then the follow-up comes through after Pelican is able to take out that valuable tool from New York Excelsior's kit. We're seeing a huge swap up here, though, Vicky, as we head over to a more open territory for these teams to navigate.
Yeah, with Guard, Happy got deleted, but he gets taken out officially with Fitz now making the move over to Sombra. This is where Fitz shines. On this Sombra, we were highlighting it before, already with that first pick, and Fearless already getting hacked here too. The Outlaws are forced to put in some extra space between themselves and the rest of the NYXL, forcing this fight to be way more close quarters, and the NYXL are going to be able to come out on top with the backline already getting deleted from the Outlaws.
I mean, what a big pick onto Happy. That's taking off so much offensive pressure off the board there, with that Cassidy just being able to provide so much of that long-range damage. I mean, Fitz is just going to be able to have free reign. Already almost 60% to an EMP, and that's really where New York Excelsior can get the ball rolling and keep snowballing the current percentage that they have on the board. Fitz is going to be really working towards that. Psycho as well. Pulse Bomb almost in his pocket.
It's a really good point, too, with how quickly Fitz is able to try to get this EMP. It works into that win con with this setup, but now that Fitz gets taken down, Happy's going to try to make sure that Fitz stays in his line of sight. Shu gets hacked from the back. Pelican has that Pulse Bomb. Here comes the rush coming in, too, from Creative. He backs away in time. Nicely able to restabilize, but they haven't been able to push through that choke point just yet because look who's harassing their backline. It is Pelican once again. Meanwhile, Happy is going to be able to put them as the meat in the sandwich while they're trying to sandwich them on each side of the point. Nails down Kellen as he gets taken down, and the Sound Barrier now coming in from the Outlaws a little late to match out with NYXL, who won't have the health advantage here since Lep already uses Sound Barrier.
Yeah, I mean, New York Excelsior at this point want to try to stall out as much as possible before the flip eventually comes through. 53% on the board here for New York. And now we have to see how they're going to get back into this one. Fitz did get a chance to hold on to the EMP. That was not one of the ultimates that New York tried to throw. So they at least have that to be able to get in as an engagement tool. And since the Sound Barrier is off the board as well there from Violet, there isn't a whole lot of follow-up to be able to keep the team alive in terms of sustainability. So it's all about this raw damage, and Fitz is about to send it.
Oh, and catches 3. Happy Goat is the first to go down in the domino effect. Shu manages to escape out of the line of sight, but Fearless had the primal. That was the answer back to that EMP immediately right afterwards. Yeah, they lose out on Shu and Happy, but now they get to stay on the point here with the sustainability that the primal gives Fearless. He's completely trying to isolate Creative, who's going to be able to teleport right back to the rest of his team. Help me! Fearless is right after me, and he's going to be able to put down that bubble, try to duke it out with Kellen before getting away in time to that health pack.
Yep. Ooh, a big hack there too. Still a stall coming through though from the Houston Outlaws. They don't want to give up control of this point just yet. And Fearless bought them so much time. The rest of the Outlaws are about to get back into this one. This stall has been huge, Vicky.
Yeah, this is ginormous right now with Outlaws still trickling in. Finally, NYXL could try to swift this, but it's Fearless who's been the biggest problem. Diving right back in. This is why we see usually, Whitson, when it comes to Gardens, you see the sound barrier that was used up from left. NYXL now trying to rotate on the outside, trying to force their way to finally get this point in their favor. Nearing 80% here for Outlaws, while Psycho gets 2 onto Fearless and Pelican. Outlaws are finally dropping. Fearless now going to be able to come right back in, but they get the point, and that's what matters because it took them forever to do so.
It did. I mean, this was so many ultimates being used there as well. Fearless single-handedly forced out the sound barrier, the primal rage from Kellen, the pulse bomb there from Psycho, and now New York Excelsior approaching into this 80% territory when Houston Outlaws finally make their way back in, have the Kitsune rush, and that's really it right now.
Oh, I love this position here too. The speed boost real quick, just get Tess to get into position and the barrier. Here comes the rush coming in from Creative. Again, he falls so low, no one to protect him here. No sound barrier from left, he already used it in the last fight. Violet had it ready, he gets hacked to the back line. Pelican right back on top of the point. Outlaws looking to flip this despite losing Shu, because Fearless has that primal, so he can just reset once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, too, when Kellen's going to be able to take out Happy, you really do need Fearless to be able to try to sustain through all of the damage coming in from the Excelsior. Fitz as well, just going to be able to translocate away and be able to heal back up. It's all about trying to finish off these picks in the back line, Vicky.
With this final fight, what NYXL was banking on was Fitz's EMP. That would have been huge if the EMP landed on some Fearless, but it didn't. So the primal came in right afterwards. The overtime is taken away in favor for the Outlaws. And with this quick swap from Happy, after coming back, now he's going to be on the far to disrupt the piece a little bit, clear out the rest of this point. NYXL almost trying to get that boop onto Kellen, but he was able to jump in before he gets deleted. But it's just a matter of time before they fall like flies.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick map number 1 here for the Houston Outlaws. But I got to say, Vicky, I think that first map was actually way closer than people would have anticipated coming out there from New York Excelsior. And a lot of that came down to, I feel like, the individual composition differences that were there between the two teams in both of those rounds.
And I feel like the highlight that we got to mention out here when it comes to the different compositions is Fitz. Being on that Stormbar, you have your link on, you want to make sure that they won't have the backline support that they need. But, you know, when you're Fearless and you have Primal ready, it's not like you need all that support either. You can just go in for the reset instead, get that extra health. And we saw that a few times, which it was the problem for NYXL to flip the point back in their favor. The 2 times that it seemed like they were able to win, you had Fearless just dive right back in and actually stall at the point even longer to allow the rest of the team to trickle in.
Yeah, the stalls that we honestly saw from both teams in that second round were phenomenal. Whether it was going to be New York Excelsior trying to keep control of the point for as long as possible, or Houston Outlaws trying to draw it into that last fight territory, we saw some great plays come out here, and the star of the show has to be Pelican. Shu got a lot of credit going into that very first match that we saw from the Houston Outlaws, but Pelican just the follow-up that Pelican was able to get onto all of these low health targets really blew me away.
It was a really nice, strong dive that we really did see coming in from Houston. Pelican popping off. We saw some pretty nice antis coming in from Shu at some points here too. And also the sound barrier use, whether it was going to be to hold for the next fight or we're going to see which one was going to rotate out from the NYXL side and the Outlaws. Outlaws, they take map number 1. We got another map on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. It's the Outlaws versus the NYXL.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Welcome back, everyone. The Outlaws take map number 1, and I'm excited to see how things go down in map 2 because I believe we have some change-ups here, Negra.
Looks like we are going to have a little bit of a switch up here when it comes to the lineup for the New York Excelsior. It will be Shockwave coming into the roster here for Fitz, and this is where I get really excited, Vicky, because Psycho and Shockwave, they were together in the Overwatch League. They ended up going over to Exoblivione to round out the European Contender season, grabbing wins in 2 separate tournaments, and now they are back as a fantastic DPS duo here in the New York Excelsior lineup as we head over to Kings Row for our next map.
Ooh, I'm so excited. And this makes sense here too because we ended the last match talking about the change up with Fitz being on the Sombra. As we transition into Kings Row now, we're going to be able to have more of that verticality and those narrow sight lines that Shockwave is going to be able to expand on. So I'm excited to see how this is going to work out. And I love the history that we get to touch up on when it comes to both these players in the DPS lineup, especially since after what we witnessed in the first map, we were kind of, looking at the New York Excelsior expecting this. All right, well, after what we've seen with Outlaws, they're probably going to blow them out of the water, but didn't seem to be so significant where they were keeping it pretty tight. It was really Fearless that was the problem that made it difficult for the Excelsior to flip the point after a pretty long stall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a really great positional game here from both of these teams, honestly, in that first map, but this is where the going gets a little bit tougher. When you're looking at a control map, you're really looking at 2 teams being able to, kind of just bash into each other. But now that you're looking at these long straightaways, here comes the question of how are they really going to be able to navigate all of the different choke points as well as the flank routes that exist, especially on a map that is as known and as well played as Kings Row here. So right out of the gates, we're going to see New York Excelsior here on the defense. Houston Outlaws making a little bit of a rotation here with that symmetric teleporter before Pelican goes back over to the Tracer.
And talking about Pelican, what a performance in that first map. Just going to continue it on here too. Can't wait to see more of Pelican out here on the Tracer. Fearless falling incredibly low. Creative on the high ground, trying to duke it out here with Violet. Has some help though to teleport on the other side at the same time. Right in the hands of Shockwave. Comes Kellen. He's going to be able to back away in time, Necker, but look how methodical it looks for both these teams to disengage from the Excelsior too. Huge anti, the one to Kellen, and then the follow from Happy immediately right afterwards, but he gets burned for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just great target calling, honestly, on both of these teams. It's going to be trades back and forth here before Fearless tries to go after the players that are in the window here for New York Excelsior, but Shockwave isn't going to go down without a fight here, Vicky.
Violet finds himself going down in the point, right in the line of sight of Shockwave, who is trying, well, whether he is getting pressed by Fearless, but he's unfazed at the same time. You could also see that Kellen is right there to hold his hand, and this is what we're talking about, the vertical sidelines. Happy answering right back as he makes his way right into his line of sight. Fearless gets hit with the anti, and then the sleep right afterwards. Left not giving him a good time. Nano online for both these teams coming up soon. Lev is going to use it immediately right afterwards. Both Anas get taken down at the same time when the Nano boost was put on, but nobody to contest the point now. Payload activated, and the Outlaws are going to start getting some progress here.
Yeah, it was going to be some huge Nano Winstons there battling against each other, but Houston Outlaws able to convert that Winston over to more of success. So now Houston Outlaws getting that cart rolling. I mean, Fearless with the Nano is already going to be able to get up to the Primal range, so that was a really nice way to be able to top off that ultimate percentage, and Happy's not too far behind there with the Dragon Strike either. So a lot of disruption coming into the streets phase here of Kings Row as Houston Outlaws start to round this corner from the bookstore, but Vicky, where in New York going? They just popped out of nowhere.
Oh, they're coming from the skies. It is raining. Excelsior Psycho is going to be raining right back into the spawn room, though. Here comes a sound barrier from Violet that you made mention of. Gonna be able to try to cover the rest of this corner right now. They saw the Dragon Strike coming in from the back line. You can see he was just trying to look to his back, wondering, all right, well, that just came out from the other side here. They try to shoot that while at the same time Fearless was harassing them in that choke point, but this is a good look for the Outlaws. Meanwhile, Excelsior have to get the memo that they have to contest this payload on the other side by the second point.
I don't know. I think they thought they were playing the attack or something. I'm not really sure, but they were behind the Outlaws, and I hope that that's going to be enough to be able to give them a bit of an advantage as that payload starts to make its way towards the second checkpoint. But Fearless has no fear. Vicky, he's just taking out members of the New York Excelsior left and right.
And Happy's going crazy here too. From the very beginning, well, he was able to clear up that high ground. Now they're going to be able to clear up the second point. They're going to be able to move right past the second corner, which is going to be important here too, because this is where you're going to expect the Excelsior to get set up. They're playing a little split at the moment, but they are looking fantastic in terms of time here too, Necro. Look at this, 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and Shu is already going to have another nano boost to boot, so Fearless probably going to be on the receiving end of that one, just to make sure that that Primal Rage is ready to go. And what a great ultimate rotation that Houston Outlaws really have right now. Fearless is going to get quite low here, but after he gets topped up, I feel like that's going to be the time for the engage to happen here as Shu gets ready to go.
Especially when it comes to trying to make sure that these high ground spots in this last point is cleared up too. See Left just trying to get into position. Shockwave wants to try to contest on an off angle. Nano Boost online like you were talking about, probably to start that engagement here. Comes a Dragon Strike on the other side to just split up the rest of the Outlaws. Just avoiding that. Well, still getting some progress on the payload here. Look at Kellen having to back away in time, looking to find an opportunity to re-engage because they don't have the Nano Boost on their side, but they do have that sound barrier.
Yeah, the sound barrier is going to be super important here, especially now that you can see the Nano Boost getting donated over to Fearless. Pelican also with a Pulse Bomb ready to go. This is going to be a lot of damage incoming here from the Outlaws.
Sacco also trying to find an opportunity as a sound barrier now from the Outlaws gets activated. Fearless is about to get Primal. Huge anti onto Pelican, but not before he finds Creative. That's why he got antied. He was right in the back line, harassing the rest of the Excelsior. And now they're going to be able to clear this point. Yes, the Primal has been activated from Kellen, but the desperate change up here as Left is going to have to come out of the spawn room. He tries to get reset with the own spawn room, and the payload's already at the finish line here, Necro.
Yeah, that payload is about to go ahead and go over the line here. We are going to see New York Excelsior try their best, but the Dragon Strike is splitting up all of the defense.
And into the line of sight of Pelican, who's going to be able to find Creative. Fearless is marching over here on the payload, just trying to split up the rest of the Excelsior, who are nowhere in sight. That payload got to the finish line with 2 minutes and 53 seconds to their name.
Yeah, and Fearless and Pelican didn't die. The entire push, they did not die a single time. Hats off to Shu and Violet for making sure that both of those players could stay up and putting the pressure onto the New York Excelsior. But I feel like this is just kind of what we've come to expect from this team that, you know, Houston Outlaws, they're a little bit warmed up. They had a great match versus the Toronto Defiant just a little bit ago, and so now they really are in peak form here. But we'll have to see what happens now as we start to switch sides.
With perhaps some change up here too from the Excelsior side, because Creative and Lep were not having a good time, unfortunately. And the Outlaws, you mentioned it perfectly. Pelican Fearless did not die once. I think Happy died only once too, that entire game. Happy was going off. It's very impressive to see the way that Shu and Violet were also, Violet specifically, want to highlight how he was able to help with the counter rotates and the disengagement that we saw a few times from Outlaws. Here comes Pelican out here with the special delivery on the Pulse Bomb. Saw the anti at the very end, but not before the stick was done and backing away. And also we saw right there too, Violet in position to enable Pelican. That's what I'm talking about in just terms of just repositioning to even allow Pelican to be in those spots.
Oh my gosh, of course. Like that Lucio is so important to be able to help the DPS get back into position, or even to make sure that the dive is going to be faster coming in from Fearless. So you love to see Violet being able to play such a large role in that engagement process. But now that we've swapped sides, we're actually going to see Violet on the Zenyatta. Vicky, you are so excited to see Zenyatta back in peak form, so I'm sure you're excited about this too.
Oh yeah, and it's Violet Zenyatta. This is going to be interesting. I love it. And Happy coming down from the high ground real quick, just putting in some extra pressure onto Kellen. Creative Can't say the same after getting hit with that anti. It was a trade for anti though too, because Shu falls incredibly low and also gets antied on the other side. The follow from Shockwave from the distance, but this is why we're seeing the Zen from Violet again. On King's Road, you can hang out on the high ground, you can put down those Discord orbs so that way you can just enable Pelican and Happy from doing what they do best. Yes, Fearless gets taken down, and now this is going to be the opportunity for Kellen to try to move in. He's going to definitely need some help here from Creative and Lep though, because look on the off angle, it is going to be Psycho looking for an opportunity to try to press onto the backline from the high ground.
Yeah, and you can see where maybe the swap to Zen there makes it a little bit more difficult for Houston Outlaws to actually keep control of the defense on this first point, especially after you lose line of sight. If you go beyond the Mondada statue, then you're out of line of sight there of Violet. But enough time has been bought there by the DPS for the Houston Outlaws that Fearless is back and Fearless is hungry. Pelican's already taken another pick.
And that was thanks to that Discord over there too. The quick sweep up. Looked like he just mowed down Psycho there. Psycho's gonna be able to come back with that pulse bomb. Pelican too to match that. Violet's close to that transit. Shu's about to get that nano boost as well as Creative too. So see the Excelsior trying to take a slower approach around the statue, but time is ticking. You got 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock now to get that payload moving.
Yep, and this is really where we're going to see New York try to throw as much at the wall and see what's going to stick here. It's going to be the nano first onto Kellen. We get slipped immediately.
Psycho's not having a good time here with this follow-up. Between Violet and Pelican, this is a problem. You see Pelican does get put to sleep, but Fearless immediately tries to body block without having to burn the shield, and it doesn't even matter even though he uses that little lip of the statue to get on top of the high ground. Kellen just blasts him. Winston energy right here. Kellen's also about to get that Primal Rage ready, and Fearless gets hit with an anti. No follow-up just yet as Kellen's trying to dive onto the supports.
Yep, I mean, Kellen at this point is really waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in for the Primal Rage. Gonna try to rotate through the sound barrier first there from left before absolutely going ape mode. What's he gonna be able to get with this? It's gonna at least be to disrupt the backline here.
It was to try to target Violet too. They knew that Violet had transit. He was able to pop it, at least restabilize for a brief moment, but they didn't get much done in terms of positioning after that trans was activated here. Now the nano boost gets rotated in where Fearless is going to be able to clear the front line alongside Pelican, but it bought them enough time with that trans that also cost the Excelsior a lot. You saw that nano boost coming in. You saw that sound barrier that was used up by Lep and Kellen as well, who had to burn the primal.
Yeah, I love that you called out there with 2 minutes remaining. New York Excelsior had a lot of ultimates on the board, and that really was their time to try to capitalize on them and get as much progress as possible. They did walk away with 2/3 of that first point, so it's just going to be another 33% there that they have to capture in order to unlock it, but that's a big pick there on the Shockwave. A couple of trades going back and forth though, Vicky.
Fearless is just blasting the rest of the Excelsior right here. Happy makes the swap over to the Sombra real quick here. See them, they're so close to getting this payload moving finally. Psycho gets that trade out to Fearless. That was a huge problem. They finally get the payload to start moving now as the Outlaws are going to be able to reset back in. They're maybe going to try to contest by that next corner where you could see Shockwave. They're now trying to get set up.
I think this is okay though. I mean, look at some of the swaps that New York Excelsior made here. Creative going over to the Kiriko and Shockwave going over to the Sombra. And this is where a lot of those flank routes can be really oppressive onto the defensive team. So you can see Shockwave, Psycho, both really trying to get into the back line and turn the attention onto them so that a little bit more card progress can be made before this very first team fight happens. Houston, of course, as the defending team, would love to stop the cart here. That would put them in such a commanding position.
Especially with how confident Fearless is playing, but Happy going down first is not what you want to see when you want to build into the EMP. That Shockwave is going to beat you in first now. Shockwave already has it activated. A nice anti into Lep and Kellen, who also has the primal. Here comes Shockwave with the EMP. Finds Shu and Fearless. Shu can't get that nano boost. He doesn't stay alive long enough. And without Violet, no sustainability is left from the Outlaws. Great news here for the Excelsior to make sure that this next corner right here is also cleared up for their second point.
I mean, what an amazing timing there for the EMP as well from Shockwave. It was before Violet or Shu had their support ultimates online, so no Transcendence to be able to come in and save Houston Outlaws' day. On the flip side of things, though, you have Happy getting ready to go with an EMP of his own, but Left now, ready with the sound barrier coming in clutch.
Oh, that was okay. With sound barrier coming in from Left, yeah, you saw that EMP go out. Kelly was also really quick to stay on top of it with that barrier here. Violet finds Psycho. You see Violet now being a problem in the backline. The dive coming in from Kellen, and Creative now coming in with the Kitsune Rush. Fearless finds Lep, so they don't have that sustainability, just minus off of that rush, but the Transcendence is going to put the Outlaws back in the driver's seat, especially to cut them off from being right there on that second point.
Yeah, that worked out so nicely when the Outlaws did have the Transcendence and the Nano online for this particular fight. And so despite the fact that maybe you would look at that as a great tool to have defensively against the EMP, I mean, it was great just for the onslaught of damage that was incoming from the New York Excelsior at all. So you love to see that conversion over Houston Outlaws. They do lose Pelican here, but now they've got to hit the go button really fast and get the gas in, because they need to get it done before Pelican's able to get back into this fight.
I like how they've been able to nail, though, that Pelican's been a huge problem, and that follow-up was important. Pelican will be able to get back just as quick now, especially since Fearless has the Primal. He's going to be able to stall. Psycho with a huge pick onto Violet, though. That'll leave Shu for that sustainability. And with Shockwave getting these hacks here, Fearless needs to be careful. He does pop the Primal before the EMP gets unleashed, so Pelican can't blink away now, having to play from the back rise just a little bit, playing patiently before the EMP runs out. Fearless falls low. Shu and Violet are going to make his way back. Kellen's on the high ground and finds Fearless. Outlaws, they're dropping here, and Shu is about to get the nano boost. Pelican and Happy backing away in time too. They're just going to let them take that second point, and clearing up this corner was more important here for Outlaws to make sure that they can re-sustain themselves while the Excelsior is going to be able to move the payload.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was such a clutch out moment there from the New York Excelsior. They had 10 seconds left on the clock before that big team fight happened right at that second objective. But now that they're rounding the corner, Vicky, like, Houston want to shut them down here, and a big pick onto Creative is a great way to kick that off.
Especially since he was so close to the Kitsune rush as well. See Fearless duking it out right now with Fearless. Kellen is the one, though, that has the reset on the Primal. He was fighting for that high ground, forced to jump down. Also has that pocket that you currently see from Lep, who also has a sound barrier. So playing a little split up right here, while Happy has that EMP ready too. So wants to be able to have that opportunity to find the Excelsior while Kellen takes a nap. The rush comes in. Here comes the EMP, though, from Happy. Doesn't get the progress that they expected now that Lep was out of that sight and was able to pop the sound barrier. Transcendence to match that. Kellen falls super low, having to back away. That was so much damage being done by the Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big setback here for the New York Excelsior as well. They threw 4 ultimates at that fight, Vicky, and now there's only 10 seconds remaining for anybody on the New York Excelsior to be able to come back. It looks like it's going to be up to Shockwave here to try to stealth their way onto the point, but Creative gets taken out here. What a huge source of support. Vicky, they can't touch! They can't touch!
No. Excelsior can't make it back, and the Outlaws take a clean 2-0 in the last series of the day, Necra. We were looking at the changes that were coming in, though, from the Excelsior. They got something cooking by the end of that second checkpoint, but unfortunately, even playing split up like that, I like their creative angles that they wanted to go for the rush, but it wasn't working out for them there at the very end. The Outlaws looking so good after today's progress.
No, they look amazing. I feel like this is a Houston Outlaws squad that people are really going to be keeping their eyes on as just kind of a force to be reckoned with throughout the season. But I still feel like New York Excelsior put up a great showing. That first map was pretty close. And at the end of the day, I feel like when they started to get a little bit more creative, like you said, on King's Row, it did start to convert over a little bit, just a little too late. But at the end of the day, Houston Outlaws with another dub. Let's see who our player of the match is going to be as well.
It's got to be Pelican. We talked about it around the end of that last match here. Sometimes you got to focus on the problem, and the real problem here was Pelican. That's why we saw that Sombra swap up originally to match that too. Outlaws answered right back as well. Pelican with these pulse bombs, though, especially here, so nice. We saw it a few times on King's Row when they were the ones on the attack originally here too. But I want to say, the follows between Pelican and Fearless were next level. And then you add Violet being on the Zen on top of that, the Discord orb, you already know that Pelican is going to be right behind you. This was a great showing here from Pelican. Going to be able to take a look at the stat card here too. Got over 8.8k damage. You'd like to see it. 22 elims as well. Pelican looking fantastic. I think by the end of that first map that we just got to see, I think he only had like 4 deaths. So that sustainability was definitely out here.
Oh, well, for sure. I mean, like, Pelican as a tracer can definitely be a little more self-sufficient, but it doesn't hurt to have such a proficient backline behind you as well, just to be able to top you up in case you are in a little bit of a pinch. But phenomenal stuff there coming out from the Houston Outlaws, and I can't wait to see how New York is going to do in the next few matches. I feel like they are starting to blossom here, so let's see what else they have to offer.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more from this crew because we know already that there's been a lot of history. They got some matchups that they have to study for coming up soon. But that's going to be it for Necro and I, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to toss it over to the watch point. What were your thoughts after the last match?
Thank you so much, Nekra and Vicky. Yeah, what are our thoughts here on the Watchpoint Post Show, where we break down all the action for you as day one of our Pro-Am. Week number 2 is coming to an end. So as we just saw, the last match just wrapped up. We saw the Houston Outlaws coming out on top. But gentlemen, thoughts? Anything?
Houston are really good at Overwatch.
Houston.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with Houston right now with how they're playing. But okay, that's my takeaway for Houston. We've talked about Houston enough today. They're really good. Pelican Tracer, phenomenal. It's put all of my doubts of them not having a Tracer player away from my mind. So they've solidified that. I was pleasantly surprised with this New York Excelsior team. Like, when you look at their team in a 5-player lineup and you're looking at the heroes they're playing, you're like, this actually looks like they could get something done. And obviously, I think on the second map, they lost a little bit of their coordination and it was a lot harder to keep up with the Outlaws. But in that first map, especially when you have Fitz on his signature hero on Sombra, they look very coordinated and it made it very difficult for the Houston Outlaws to play. So there is a lot more to see from this New York Excelsior roster. Just kind of unfortunate that their first team they played against was the Outlaws.
Yeah.
I mean, I stick to the fact that I think it's fortunate because despite it being the Outlaws,
dying on this hill, I see.
I'm very determined. Listen, Vicky and Nekra agreed, so I'm right by default. That's how I see it. Now, however, joining us for the last interview of the day is no other than Pelican from the Houston Outlaws. Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Player of the match, Pelican. Best bird, best tracer, maybe? Hi, Pelican, can you hear me?
Hi. 들립니다.
Oh, Pelican says he could hear me. All right, let's just jump right into the interview. I gotta ask you about your tracer because, I mean, Costa said it before. Last season, you said that you weren't that comfortable on that tracer, but like coming in this season to the Pro-Am, you are killing it on that tracer. So what went into just perfecting your tracer play? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 당연히 펠리컨 선수의 트레이서에 대해서 여쭤봐야 되지 않나 생각을 합니다. 이제 저번 시즌에 제 기억으로 이렇게 인터뷰를 할 때마다 좀 아직 트레이서가 좀 이렇게 좀 더 노력이 필요할 것 같다라는 말씀을 좀 몇 번 하신 것 같은데 오늘 보니까 아주 뭐 그냥 뭐 프로퍼 저리 가라 좀 이런 경기력을 보여주고 계신데 어떻게 해서 이렇게 좀 트레이서 실력이 이렇게 향상이 된 것 같으신가요?
뭐 일단은 스크림도 스크림이고 경쟁에서 트레이 원챔을 하다 보니까는 자동으로 실력이 좀 느는 것 같아요.
Alright, I mean, it's definitely all the scrim time that I'm getting on that tracer. Not only that, when I'm just playing on ladder, when I'm just playing by myself, all those, all those practices that I got on the tracer is definitely, I think, showing in our matches. Alright, my second question for you, Pelican, is right now today you guys already played both of your matches. You guys have 2 more. You guys are 2-0. It's looking like you guys can go undefeated and clinch a spot in your group stages. So how confident are you that you guys could go undefeated? 자, 두 번째 질문입니다. 이번 그룹 스테이지에서 지금 벌써 2승 무패 2경기만 더 이기면은 전승으로 이제 올라가시게 될 텐데요. 전승 어떻게 좀 펠리컨 선수 보시기에 가능하실 것 같으십니까?
이번 그룹에서 토론토가 좀 빡셌는데 이제 나머지 팀들은 뭐 그냥 편하게 해도 이길 것 같아서 네, 걱정 없습니다.
알겠습니다. Alright, coming into today's matches, I thought that, other than Toronto, we knew that it was going to be sort of a difficult fight to win. But other than that, all the other teams in our group stages, I think, I knew that it would be sort of an easy win for us and we could just go in with a comfortable feeling and we could still get the win. So yes, I think it'll be a very doable thing for us to go 4-0. All right, Pelican, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 2승하신 거 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
That was Pelican from the Houston Outlaws. He got such a cheeky grin, that one. I like it.
I love it.
It's fantastic. Well, as expected, easy win. As expected, the Houston Outlaws showing up strong, but today we also get a good look at the Defiant and the Gladiators. So let's take a look at today's results. No big surprises here, I dare say.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much what a lot of people would have predicted from the matches so far. I was pleasantly surprised with some of these teams, though. Like, I think Washington and New York Excelsior, as much as New York Excelsior didn't get that win, there's some upsides to look at from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we all chose Washington Justice, of course, right? No one went for Peps.
Yeah. We're all Justice fans here.
Yeah.
I think my big surprise here, and that's also a very positive surprise, was just Toronto Defiant. I think they look really, really good. Now that leads me into today's big headlines, the big stories, your big takeaways. Danny?
I just want to tell you guys that power of friendship is real and is strong. And we've seen this for many times, at least 2 matches from Toronto Defiant. They're the American Tornado team coming into the Toronto Defiant. And their teamwork, that team synergy, I think has shown very, very well throughout both of their matches. Of course, they did lose to Houston Outlaws, but that was a really, really close game, and I think was very good Overwatch played by both of the teams. So I'm really excited for this Toronto Defiant team and this power of friendship. I want them to just hold it strong and keep going strong.
My favorite thing of this was when we interviewed Speedily and we asked him, how do you feel about the power of friendship? And he gave sort of like that smug smile when you're thinking about your significant other, and he was sort of like, we've got it good. everything feels nice. And that's what it looks like in the server as well, right? Like they just really enjoy playing together.
Yeah. I remember that's what he said. He's like, I love just playing with all of my friends and I'm having a lot of fun. And it just really shows. Yeah, I think that team synergy is also coming from that as well.
Yeah, this is the epitome of you love to see it. So we very much hope to see a lot more of that from the Toronto Defiant. I honestly feel like, that bodes well for them for the rest of the season. I am very interested to see where their ceiling is, their skill ceiling, going up against some of the juggernauts. But as of right now, they are looking good. They're looking strong and definitely looking like a good contender here for the Pro-Am first things off. Now, Costa, what's been tickling your fancy today?
For me, it's going to be that I've sold all of my scrim box. That's it. I've decided that the market has crashed.
Finally.
The Gladiators have officially sort of put my qualms at bay. Obviously, not completely. I think that the Gladiators still have a long way to go. It wasn't perfect, and obviously it's just one match. But I like the look that we saw from them. Dante sort of talking about it of like, we just want to become as well-rounded as we can as a whole team, and then not just focus on the short-sighted matches that they have to play in this Pro-Am. And I think Kai and Kevster putting up great performances. We know how great of players they are. They look to be at that peak. And then, Babel really stepped up for me as well. Playing that Kiriko, a very aggressive style, opening up a lot of lanes. So the Gladiators, I want to see more. I want to see that match in the way that we saw Houston Outlaws versus Toronto Defiant. When they're playing against great teams, I want to see them be competitive. We haven't seen it yet, but it's at least a good look.
I just feel like people jump the gun. They're looking at those scrims and they see a wonky comp and they're like, oh my god, they don't know what to play. It's like, well, they're just trying things out. Like, that's the whole point of a scrim. And we're still a way off.
We were bored. We were bored. We have nothing else to talk about. We may as well talk about the Gladiators losing.
Take whatever you can. oh, do. No, but I mean, Dante said it himself, right? Like, their players are just flying in right now. They didn't have that much practice time, as is the same with a lot of those teams. So they're still, finding that groove, figuring it out, and it looked like that in their match as well. Slow start, bit rocky, but then, they turned up the heat and they came out on top and looking really good at the very end of their series. So let's see if they can get the ball rolling here in the Pro-Am, and if that translates later then of course to the regular season. However, let's take a look at tomorrow's matches, as Gladiators will indeed come up first. and they will go up against Team Peps. We have quite a few good matches here. Any of those which gets you excited?
I'm gonna be honest. I just want to see more from
Be honest.
Toronto. So I'm looking for a Toronto Defiant versus Redbird Esports. I don't think we talked a lot about Hydron, but Hydron was just so good. So I just want to just see him on that kill feed again and just dominating.
Boston Uprising, Los Angeles Gladiators. That is a banger of a match. If you are not there watching this under their belts and under their team, we have no idea what to expect. And then the Gladiators, we've talked about their woes. We know that they're going to be good. How good are they? Are they good enough to beat Boston? It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm excited for Boston as well. Just get a good look at them because see what they can do with the big stones. I am
They did
very
purchase a
excited
lot
for
of
this.
diamonds.
Yeah.
They did, yeah. That's what they did.
I want to add one more thing as well before we
do.
head off, and this is coming in from my producer's ear. If the Houston Outlaws do go 4-0 in their group, they will play against the San Francisco Shock in the first round if they get the first seed in their group, which has a lot of history as well. So I think we're all praying for that one to see the Houston Outlaws take that first seed.
Proper versus Pelican.
Yeah.
On Tracer.
Dor is
Give it to
putting
me.
it the right way. This is your POV if you're facing the Outlaws in 2023. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, that
honestly,
looks about it.
this matchup on paper in any previous year would have been like, okay, yeah, that's a GG for the San Francisco Shock. Alas, not this year.
Yeah.
It might
Yeah.
very well be the other way around, and that is very, very exciting. Now, however, this is the end of our post show. We thank you so much for watching. We will be, of course, back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more group stage action. Make sure to tune in. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Justice reigns your power down. Get in there. Checking in. Enemy in sight.